progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Hello and welcome to the Riyadh Masters, where we have the biggest teams, the biggest prize pool, and over here on the B stream, we got the biggest hair as well. Jenkins, my man, how is it going?
That's right. It's good. Are you included in the big hair?
I mean, volume-wise, yeah, I think so. Length, not so much, but it goes
What's your
out.
shampoo schedule like?
It's every other day. I like to get a bit of shampoo on there. I don't like to do it every day because it dries it out a bit much. What about you?
I never.
Oh, okay. That's brave, but it seems to be working for you. And I got lovely, luscious locks over there.
Yeah, thank you. There's a bit of a stench in here.
I'm glad we're not casting in person. I'll say that much. Let's have a look at the format for this event and see exactly what's going on, because we are deep into the group stage at the moment. That's right. These 10 teams are split up into 2 groups of 5. And if you drop too many of these best of 2s, then you could be in some real trouble, which is exactly what's on the table for these teams right now. And of course, you got to make it through to those playoffs. The bottom 2 teams get eliminated. The middle 2 go to the single elimination, and the top team from each group gets to go through to the semi-finals. A crazy schedule here for the teams here, especially when you consider the amount of money on the line, right?
Yeah, this is a lot of money. This is some TI levels of money. The interviews that we've been doing with the players after the game, after the games, it always seems to come up because how could it not? Especially in Dota, where we have a lot of like smaller tournaments, and then throughout the year, and then it all leads up to this like glorious giant like $50 million tournament. So it kind of feels like finally there's something like this, and a lot of the players are taking note. And there's actually teams eliminated already, or a team eliminated. Technically, Liquid is out, I believe, according to Liquipedia, which I feel like it would be very ironic if Liquipedia was wrong about Team Liquid being.
Yeah, true. We've learned not to doubt the overlords, Jenkins. Remember, there are the overlords of Dota, as we figured out this year.
Of course. They're never wrong. It's funny because I think people would expect the Boosters to be the first team that's possibly eliminated, considering they've it's been they're 0-3, so they've lost all 6 of their matches, and yet just because of the way the groups have turned out, like Team Secret going 6-0, Liquid is the one that is guaranteed to be eliminated just based on how the groups have been going, because Team Secret just shellacked everybody.
Yeah, which means there's like a higher concentration in the middle, but very unlikely for the Boosters to make it out. But still a chance. I'll be playing on the mainstream today versus PSG LGD. Meanwhile, if you look over to the right hand side, you will see there are 2 teams currently tied with 2-2. Well, 3 teams actually currently tied with 2-2, but we can assume PSG LGD are going to get the win, putting them 3-2, which means there's a very important series coming up today, which we might be covering over here. Team Spirit versus Tundra. But let's have a look at that schedule. We can see actually who is playing and when. So as I mentioned, we start things off with Tundra versus Team Spirit, which I am unbelievably excited for, and such an important series for both these teams as well. Then we move to RNG versus Liquid and Spirit versus Secret. What a day, Jenkins.
Yeah, these are big games for B stream. I'm down for this. And then on A stream, PSG LGD versus the Boosters, who have been doing some pretty interesting strategies. OG versus TSM. That'll be an interesting one. That's a return of the major finals right there, which is really cool. And then LGD and Tundra, which is a couple of big boys playing each other as well.
Yep, again, that could be a very vital series. I mean, I would be very surprised if we got through this without any tiebreakers at all. I'm assuming there will be some. But yeah, right now, this is one of the most important days when it comes down to deciding this group and exactly how things are going to be going down. And yeah, I mean, looking at all the different teams, we've seen some strengths, but we have seen some weaknesses as well. Who's going to come out on top? We don't.
That's right, Nomad. And speaking of strengths, there is strength in, I don't know where this transition is going, and being sponsored and having money in our ecosystem and game. Thank you to VOV for sponsoring this event and joining the Dota sphere.
Can I do the next one?
Aramco also. You can do it. Yeah, this one.
Well, okay, all right, I'll do it. I'll do it. Anyway.
Go ahead. We'll pretend that.
Yeah. They don't know who it is. Production move. We're running a well-oiled machine over here at the Riyadh Masters, but that oil has to come from somewhere. So thank you to Aramco for sponsoring this event.
Great. That was good. That was good.
I hate you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's an exciting day of games coming your way, guys. Don't go anywhere as we've got some serious action coming up for you guys. We are now going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with this series. It is Spirit versus Tundra. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back, and I hope you are all rested and ready for this series. These teams are battling for their lives over here, very possibly at the Riyadh Masters, and we can have a look at one of these teams right now. Let's take a look and see how Tundra are getting along. Looking fresh, looking ready, looking down to clown as Dahak gives that little nod to the camera. Did you see his muscles the other day?
He looked right at us. Oh, of course I saw his big muscles. Anybody who plays Nature's Prophet to the degree that he does is going to have big, juicy muscles, Nomad, let me tell you.
Why? What's the correlation there?
You know, you can global TP, man. There's a lot of split pushing, a lot of clicking, a lot of high APM that goes on, and your hands, of course, are connected to the muscles of the arm, and so you're kind of getting a full body workout whenever you play that hero. Visage also, it's another hero Dahak plays. That's a hero that requires a lot of micro. You've got lots of sort of workout carpal tunnel situation going on with that as well.
I see. Okay. I see you're very well informed in your biology. I'll come to you if I have any medical questions in the future. Very good. Very good. Yeah, this is the team. This is the boys playing with the only US representative here is Snaking as well. Good to see. Looking fresh.
Snaking in the interview yesterday, we asked him, I don't remember. Yesterday was a blur, so I don't remember if it was with you or with Moxie, but we asked him if the synergy of the having muscles helped him with the synergizing with the Hawk, and he said yes, absolutely. There's big synergy there.
I love that. I love that. All right, let's check in with the team spirit guys and see how fresh they're looking. I mean, every intro I see of these guys, I can't help but think back to the anime run, and I feel like they should just do that every single one of these hype videos.
Yes, that is exactly, dude. That is exactly what I think of when I see these guys. That like, dude, they won over so many fans when they did that, and that advertised Dota. That made it to the top of live stream fails for like a week or something. And then these guys go on to win TI. It's like you can't write a better timeline on that. That's awesome. Like they just, yeah. I mean, I love this team. This team, like a lot of people do. I mean, they don't take themselves that seriously, and yet they're so damn good, so damn high skill. It would be nice. It'd be a good timeline to see them in good form. It's like Nigma being in good form as well. It's just like you want to see these legendary teams like just in like beast mode, like Goku going like Super Saiyan. You know, it's always super hype in the episodes where that happens. That's what we want to see.
And that's the thing, right? To bring it back, you know, like this level of money, this is when these teams are going to start to be like, this is a tournament we really want to win. You know, this is some major moolah we want to take home with us. The second biggest prize pool of the year. One would assume TI is going to get enough funding to reach that mark.
Yeah, I
so.
do hope so. That would not be very good for the scene if it's, you know, this whole year we're just waiting for TI, and then you never know.
No one cares.
They'll like give crypto money out and it'll crash or something like that. Maybe that's the way. But anyway, Nature's Prophet banned out. They're not dealing with that garbage. They've had enough of that, and I would suppose that Tundra probably picks Visage on the first phase. Or Marcy.
There we go. Great call. Yeah, the Marcy comes out for Tundra. That'll be that classic first phase hero. So, is it Dawnbreaker now for Team Spirit? Dawnbreaker, Wyvern banned out. It's got to be tempting.
I feel like Dawnbreaker, people are feeling like there are more solutions to it. But I know it goes both ways. Where there are people that are also like, well, like you want to solve this hero, it's like way too OP. Go ahead, you know, like it's not solvable. They go for the Tiny, which is the like hot meta pick of the last like few. Yeah, it seems to be spreading to other regions. South America and China have respected this hero quite a lot, and just recently, like NA and Western EU started picking it up and running it as not just a mid, not just a carry, but the 4 position as well. Even a 5. We saw Kuro play it yesterday as a 5.
Oh, looked absolutely fine. They have been knocking out the park. But usually these two heroes come in pretty quick succession, you know, when you have that idea of the duo you want to make. But right now it does feel like it's more about the individual heroes on your opening than it is about picking like a duo of heroes or something like that. Wow, Viper. Interesting. Okay, so I was thinking that Spirit would pick Puck because usually that's the counter that people pick to Marcy. It's a hero that's incredibly difficult to ever gank. You're never going to get a dispose on Puck. And then you can coil Marcy. You can coil the hero that she buffs with the move speed, and you'll be able to actually kill that hero. So it's like a hard counter. But instead, Spirit, they pick Viper because one of the really popular heroes to pick with the Marcy is either Viper or Razor. Razor is banned. And so they block pick the Viper by picking it. And then also that gives them a Viper Tiny lane, potentially, which we've seen do very well. It's quite a strong lane. Like you just get 2 stacks of Viper goo on somebody, and then Tiny tosses back, and all of a sudden they're at 5 stacks. There's no surviving that. It's like a scuffed Marcy Viper, but then you get to have Tiny on your team, which is a lot of people seem to enjoy that currently. Yeah. Dispose and Toss seem to be the hot abilities of the day. Love a nice little bit of disposing of heroes. Yeah, I also feel like the Viper kind of answers the potential Visage, which could have come out from Tundra as well. It's a hero they like to play with a lot, so just means you have to ban that one. Yeah, Tundra goes for a Beastmaster, which you would think first phase Tundra Beastmaster, it's like, oh, this 33 is going to play that, of course. But this is going to be a Dahak Beastmaster. One would imagine, unless there's some sort of crazy shenanigans going on, you know, 9 mid Beastmaster with Axe's build or something like that, maybe. But I remember those days. Those were the days. Yeah. Axes would basically 2-shot you if you got a couple of stacks on you. It was very sad.
not so strong anymore.
Thank God. But yeah, just to reiterate what this means for both these teams here, we're assuming that PSG LGD is going to take the win versus the Boosters, which means that both of these teams will be sitting at the 3rd and 4th position, and that is the relegation line. So if you're 4th, that means that you're just getting eliminated from the tournament straight up. There is no second chance unless you're able to draw with the team in 3rd, then you get to play a tiebreaker. Of course, these guys have more Dota to play after this one. Team Spirit will need to go up against Secret, and Tundra will need to go up against LGD. So very difficult matches in store for both of them, which means this win is super important for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's funny that, you know, the team in first in this group is the team that almost got relegated from Div 1. So they're doing incredibly well. They're looking in form. So that's a rough matchup. And then the other team that's either of these two teams would potentially tie with is LGD, the TI runners up, that, you know, took 2 games in the grand finals of TI against Spirit. Like, this is a group of death. This is a group of death.
We didn't expect it to be either. Coming into this, you know, we got OG, we got TSM, you know, made finalists, both over in Group A, and RNG, who topped out the season for China. But apparently none of that matters. This is definitely looking like a scary group, I would say, over a Group B. But then again, Nigma have been playing very, very well.
Yeah, the other, both of the like Div 2 related teams are the ones that are doing exceptionally well in both of the groups, which I think is making a lot of people question the DPC format and assuming there's a lot of people assuming that there are going to be changes next year around. Of course, like, we've not had the DPC system for so long, so there's obviously kinks to be worked out. But when you see stuff like that happen, and then also Tundra, you know, when they couldn't go to TI, but even though they were like the 2nd best team in the world at the time, or the best team in the world at the time, like these things make people, you know, maybe we get like relegation playoffs, maybe we get you know, playoffs to go to the major, things like that. But anyway, 2nd phase of bans is over. It looks like Tundra banned a bunch of carries protecting the Beastmaster lane. All 3 of these carries are like melee Beastmaster owners.
Yeah.
So get them out. They're out. Nice.
Get them out of here.
Spirit, they ban Phoenix, Dazzle. These are pretty just Tundra targeted bans.
Yeah, I guess
just stuff that they've been experimenting with and enjoying. Of course, the Skeeter Chaos Knight, that's always a consideration. I remember he said it in an interview at the major that he doesn't understand why people keep giving it to him, and it's all he can play.
Yeah.
So by his own admission, it should be banned.
I talked to him in the major as well, and he was very much saying, like, dude, I love it. Like, CK, my hero of all time, this hero who I was playing when it was, like, terrible and constantly asking for, you know, now I actually get it.
Yeah, and nobody was banning it. And Skeeter's like, all right, what the hell? I guess I'll, you know, do very well at the major with just playing, like, one guy. Obviously, he can play a ton of stuff, but that is his favorite hero.
Oh, yeah. It's his bread and butter. He loves it. It's so nice when a hero you absolutely adore comes into the meta, and then you're like, haha, I've been training for this day my whole life.
That's right. That's how I feel with Pudge right now.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Abaddon, that's a excellent Viper counter. You run this as a 5 position, you take off the poison stacks. It's also a hero that trades extremely well versus Rubik in lane. With that being said, though, Rubik will steal the Abaddon shield and be a kind of better Abaddon at some point in the game. So they pick it into a pseudo counter in that way just to get the lanes good. That's the idea with that hero. And Queen of Pain, that is not a hero you see very often these days.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know about this one. This seems, I mean, like, you got mobility on your mid lane, sure, but like, why not go for one of the more popular mid laners? Like, isn't Puck still in the pool?
Puck is still in the pool. That's right.
Puck ignored.
Like, I feel okay. This is some Tundra stuff right here. Like, this is some owie mind games, because I remember seeing them pick Timber into Monkey King, and they did some like wave cutting shenanigans to get through the lane, and then outside of the lane, like, the Timber was just cutting the monkey's trees a lot. So it's like they had this idea that people think that Monkey counters Timber, but it really is the other way around. If you just do like X and Y in the game, maybe Queen of Pain is the same, because I feel like Queen of Pain versus Tiny is tough because you can't blink out of the avalanche anymore, so you can easily avalanche toss setup. Viper does very well against Queen of Pain in lane. Rubik is an instant stun. You could steal blink. It's like one of Rubik's favorite things to play into is like any blink hero. And then Kunkka, the Kunkka pick, Queen of Pain is a squishy hero that doesn't like being caught out by X marks. So
yeah,
it does really feel like a hard Queen of Pain game, and I'm interested to see what they do with it, what makes them think that it's fine to pick it in this situation. Maybe there's some new build that people are doing that makes this okay. We'll see though.
I don't know. This one seems so crazy. I mean, it's even got me thinking, like, is it possible that we'll see it in the position 4? Maybe like have a Marcy carry and then last pick a haha, surprise, this was our real mid laner all along. That seems unlikely though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's Tundra, so anything can happen. I mean, they could even run like a carry Queen of Pain. I remember there was a while where the carry Quap was very popular. Or yeah, I don't know, or like some offlane Dahak Queen of Pain. I don't know, you know, like I'm really stretching here, but it does feel like a tough Quap game, and when it comes to like 1-to-1, maybe it's the pacing that she can set that they really like the fact that a Viper side lane is really susceptible to a rotation from a mid laner like a Queen of Pain or a Puck. But the question is, like, why would you not pick Puck then? Maybe because Queen of Pain is not as based around a cooldown, or she's, yeah, I don't know.
I think that's just the 9 effect though, like, right? If you want to pick a hero at mid, if it's like the most contested hero in the game, he's not going to want to play it. He's a hipster.
That's true. That is 100% true. I still think it might not even be him on the Queen of Pain with this team. Like,
who knows? What about the Kunkka though? What do you think of this hero? Is this a good pick?
Yeah, I think Kunkka's a great hero. A lot of people have been picking it as like somewhat of an answer to the Beastmaster. Like, he goes in with all the summons, he roars, you drop a boat, you can turn the fight. It's not just like an insta kill on somebody like Roar can feel like on this patch.
Yeah,
it's also a way to like deal with the summons. You can catch the Beastmaster at long range. He has to always be very careful. Like, Beast plays with the Hawk in the jungle, and not Dahak, the Hawk. It will be Dahak playing the Hawk though with the Beastmaster. But you take over an area, right? And like ganking into a Beastmaster is a huge pain because he sees you before you get to him, and often you need to smoke with him. So a long-ranged hero, like a long-range catch hero like Kunkka with X, is okay. This is a carry Queen of Pain. Like, this is gonna be a mid Snapfire, I'm pretty sure.
You do? I mean, I just wonder if they just roll the dice to decide their roles sometimes on this team. This is interesting. Okay, so final pick Snapfire. If it was mid, why would you like it?
Oh God, why would I like it? I mean, it's just 9. He just wants Snapfire mid. All right, well, let's think about this here. Like, okay, what's the combo? So there's a Roar combo with kisses.
Yep, that's very nice.
I feel like Marcy Snap can kill almost anybody between all of their stuns and damage. All right, what are they picking? I gotta see what their picks are, dude. There's so many possible ways. Okay, they're gonna carry Abaddon.
They're gonna carry Abaddon. All right,
yeah,
well, that wasn't even something we discussed. That's completely off the mark. But yeah, I mean, this one's a pretty big meme. But I mean, Tundra obviously don't think it is. They think it's worth picking in this very, very vital game for them. I mean, what does this hero do as a carry?
I get it. I mean, I get it for sure. It's like it's just to counter the Viper lane, right? I was thinking like 5-position Abba, just because that's like what we see it as mostly these days. But now in retrospect, the carry Abba, it does make sense. Let's see who's going to be playing the 5. It'll be so Snapfire Abaddon, which I think does have a good amount of kill threat for
strong.
A Viper in lane. I think carry Abba's pretty damn strong. Like, if you get to late game and you get the miscoil AoE and also the miscoil
yeah,
the miscoil Ag Shard, where you apply the auto attack on miscoil, like, it is significant. you get a satanic, you use one miscoil on like 2 heroes, and you healed it full HP. So you kind of have 2 ABBA ults in that way. You can also, if you really want to go like crazy, you can get a Battle Fury and Daedalus and go for that build, and it is a lot of cleave damage. Because and the funny thing is, the way that it works is the cleave damage is based on your positioning. So if you miscoil in this large AoE and there's a bunch of units in front of a unit in the back, that unit in the back will take every single Battle Fury cleave from every single unit that gets hit in that miscoil added up. So you can legit like do 20,000 damage in a single hit to somebody if there are enough units that you can miscoil cleave off of. It's really funny.
Yeah,
I imagine he'll probably go for like the Radiance or Manta build, because I think that stuff is just much more realistic and not as useless in the early game.
Yeah.
But hyper late game, it is a very strong carry. It's like PL with the Ag Shard, where you're just constantly spamming from a long distance to the lances. It's the same thing as that. You're just this like damage over time carry.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting game, but that's what we wanted from a Tundra match, right? That's what we were expecting from them, and that's what we get. But yeah, there's also I think in China we saw Faith Bian do it. I want to say he went Blink Manta on the Abaddon and basically played like an anti-mage cosplay, right?
Yeah, that's the other build. That's the other build is Manta style procs the Curse of Avernus for some reason, so you just insta-proc it and instant silence somebody. 4.5 second silence, very strong, of course. So you can kill almost anybody. The problem with going like just Blink Manta, I think you probably need an item before that. It's like, then where's your damage? Like the build is the problem with this hero, because the late game is insane and the potential for it is insane. It's just the early game build. So I'm super interested to see what Skeeter thinks is the right move here.
Going to be interesting, and of course in classic Tundra fashion, you know, they've done some interesting things, so all attention is on them for this draft. We haven't really talked about the Team Spirit draft so much, but it just looks very formulaic and very straightforward for them. You know, nothing's making me go ooh or ah, but it does make a lot of sense.
It's a full 4-man here for Tundra.
Yeah, they are really going hard here on Mr. Mirrors. He'll have to walk himself away. Luckily, he does get himself out, so no kills happening just yet, but definitely some heavy trading.
Yep. Tiny, the highest base strength hero in the entire game, so even though he has 0 armor, actually quite capable of surviving through something like that. But yeah, Team Spirit's draft. I feel like they have some classics. You know, you have Toronto Tokyo Kunkka. He's amazing at this. Yatoro playing on the Weaver. There's not great stuns for him in this game. All of the stuns are like fairly projected. Yeah. It's like Marcy Dispose and Cookie and Roar, like all of these you can just press Sakuchi and run away, or press Time Lapse or get a Lincoln Sphere. So the Weaver pick seems like a really solid one in this game.
Yeah, it does seem good. It does seem good. You just got to make sure you avoid that one spell, but yeah, as you say, Lincolns, and you should be fine for the most part. Not completely free, but good.
Yep, once you get some items, it feels freer. And I think the lane is pretty good against Beast as well.
Yeah.
But top lane, this is also a really strong lane for Spirit. Even against an Abaddon, which is a counter, I feel like a Viper lane with like a melee 4 that has any kill threat, you still always have to be really careful for Tundra. I remember when we were watching, I think Kuro was playing Abaddon yesterday against a Viper lane, and if you use a Photic Shield, like sparing, if you use it liberally and it's on cooldown, you can still die to Viper. It's very easy for him to get 4 stacks up again. And the Hawk taking a lot of harass damage down here. He's trying to rush that helm.
Yeah, he wants it bad, but it might come at the cost of giving this Weaver a little bit of extra freedom for now.
Camp blocking action, very delectable. Both supports. Ooh, courier sniping, the dream.
Yeah, that's nice.
Very
that's nice. Get the Wraith Band off it as well, and a set of tangos. And Maposhka, actually misses the cliff there onto Saxa. Very close though. Very close.
Yeah, that actually would have been a good clipping too, because there's just nothing to rebound off of for Saxa. So that could have been a pain. There's a mid lane. How's this going? About even. I'm curious to see what Nine's build is. It looks pretty standard right now for what the Queen of Pain build was previously in terms of both items and skill build. He went for the 2-0-1 build, which is what people were doing when this hero was in the meta.
Yeah, the classic. So
Yeah.
what's
Blank.
Skidder queued? I guess Skidder hasn't queued anything up yet. He's going to leave us guessing for a little while.
Yeah, that's like... That's what I want to see, is the items after the phase boots. Like, what does he get? Snake King, he's getting dove.
Oh, he's getting low. Yeah, he's actually going to die to the poison. The tree throw, the poison, it was enough to bring him down. And Snake King will be the first blood go in the way of collapse.
Yeah, Skeeter was just not really in the area, and I think he had just used a Photic Shield on himself too, so it was still on cooldown. And without boots, also, I think it was pretty unreasonable for him to head over and try to save Snake King.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
And more wave shenanigans going on.
What is going on down here?
Yeah, there's an equilibrium behind the tower, and also an equilibrium behind the Hawk's tower on the other side as well. So definitely favoring the dual melee lane of Dahak and Saksa. You always want to pull this off when you got two melee heroes.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a waste though. Marcy, you always want to pair her with someone who can really get kills in lane, and I don't think Beastmaster is really that hero.
No, he's definitely not. Which I think is exactly why Saksa's rotating, is because he's real. Like with the Queen of Pain, then you're pairing it with somebody who actually can get kills, and so it's pressuring Toronto Tokyo. Like even though he's not getting a kill, like Toronto Tokyo has to play in his tower. He has to be afraid. He has to give
Rotation
9
up to top from the Marcy. She's keeping up here, looking for a go. They're going on to the Abaddon, though. He's getting a little bit low, but not really low enough to be worried. Collapse, meanwhile, he's taken some heavy hits, but they can't really fight in this Nether Toxin. Collapse, he is low, but is he gonna die? I don't think so. Skidder, they'll turn around. They'll get the kill into him first. Collapse, he might actually just make it out of this one. Mirror with the toss back. They don't have the damage. The Viper will survive for now. Saxter, though, he really wants to finish the job here, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to. He might just have to accept it and move on. And meanwhile, down the bottom lane, the hack has gone as well. Now they move forward onto Saxa, but the rebound to get away from the Tiny will bring Saxa safety. But a failed rotation, honestly. Team Spirit, they recognize the strength of these heroes, and they don't let themselves be bullied out. I think that's a huge move from them.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, they're getting tri-laned. Like,
yeah,
there's also a lane where they're countered in.
Dispose back once again into 2, but the cookie turnaround here. They're trying to lock them down, and it does look like Collapse might finally drop, but not before Saxa does. No, don't tell me he gets away from this again. He gets away again! Collapse, the man who cannot be killed.
Spirit's playing this top lane very well. They're being extremely patient with Mira's avalanches and tosses, constantly using that to save Collapse, and playing around like the poison attack slows rather than the stuns, so that way the stuns can be used as like ways of getting Collapse out. It's really cool. Like, they're getting tri-lane, and they're supposed to be countered in this lane, and they're winning the lane. That is bad for Tundra.
It is not good, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, this Marcy, you know, this hero who's just supposed to be one of the strongest in the game at level 2, it just hasn't got anything done. In fact, quite the opposite. They've just ended up feeding Collapse a bunch of kills.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep committing to it as well. Oh man, Collapse is almost level 6, Skeeter is level 4. That's a whole level advantage when the Abaddon was flexed to this carry position specifically to counter the Viper. As Miposhka does end up going down here. Cable.
Okay.
Is he watching TV?
Damn, that's a flex, actually. That is a flex.
He had to put his episode of Seinfeld paused. He needed to buffer.
Valid pausing reason.
Yeah, that's totally reasonable.
Happens all the time in multi-million dollar games.
Right.
Well, Tundra kind of left licking their wounds here. I guess it's just recovery time for them. I think them making moves is not something I'm going to expect for a while now, because they've got both the side lanes in a pretty bad situation. This Kunkka just seems to be playing really, really safe. Toronto Tokyo doesn't want to risk feeding anything to that Marcy, so yeah, he's just happy farming away. And even now, they're going under the tower. They're fishing for Skitter, and they might just find him shield out, but it's going to get popped almost instantly. And the poison, it's too much for him to handle. Skitter goes down in the top lane again. Collapse now dominating on this Viper.
This is concerning because Abaddon doesn't really have any way of farming quickly. Like, how do you recover? Do you get a Midas? You're not going to get a Battle Fury. You'll lose the game before you get to that point, you know? It's like basically Skeeter is now relying on his team to just like hard carry for... He's going mid. He's going mid to fill the bottle. He's a support now.
Oh my god.
I see.
Well,
Wow.
picked a bad and might as well embrace it.
Yeah. And he's going to go jungle. Yeah, so he's really relying on his team to do some heavy lifting for the next little while when he can jungle. So he can jungle for 10 minutes. Like, that's the only way that he's going to come back and have a reasonably decent game. Maybe show up to a fight and pick up like a free kill or something.
Snaking daring to exist in this top lane here. See what Mira has to say about that. So far, it's usually been the same story. You turn up to this lane, we murder you. And looking like this is going to be a repeat here. Okay, I'll show a bit of respect. Not quite diving into the trees behind the tower levels of aggression here from Team Spirit. That might be a
I do like
much.
this a lot from Tundra. Like, the fact that they're putting Abba jungle, snaking top, getting levels, and the Hawk is taking an ancient stack that he's been stacking with his boar, and Sox is taking bot. Like, they're playing the map incredibly efficiently. Snaking will probably die here. I mean, yeah, they found him. They found him.
Go on, at least get the courier. There you go. That's what you get, you snitch. But Snaking will be going down regardless.
He almost got his level 6 from that.
All right.
Like, they're just playing to greed, and it's like Tundra's really good at this. This is something that Tundra does a lot. I've seen them like 20 kills behind and still keeping up in the gold lead just because they're really good at like farm efficiency on the map. Like, the Hawk is quite huge now, despite the lane going so horribly for him, because he just took a massive ancient stack and also a hard camp stack.
I love them stacks. Meanwhile, Skitter in the middle lane, gonna get that ultimate popped by Yatoro and by Mira. Oh man, he really can't catch a break. Anytime he shows up to the lane, he just gets wrecked. And oh, Snaking. Sweet little Snaking, trying to find a way up to that high ground, but with the X marks upon him, there's nothing he can do but wait for the sweet release of death.
Yeah, those last couple of deaths are unfortunate for Snaking. He really wants to get his level 6. That's a big timing where Tundra could maybe actually take a fight. Maybe they could get like a couple of kills in a fight, trade 1 for 1, rather than just getting completely run over. But I understand why he was there. You don't want to just lose this mid tower so early, but it's one of these situations where, like, who's going to defend this, you know? I mean, it looks like 9 wants to.
We'll see what they can do. Hanging around, but they really don't have the manpower at the moment. Meanwhile, Team Spirit are just bringing everyone to this in the middle lane. Other than, of course, the Viper who's still chilling at top. And, yeah, Tundra with a very weak response to this middle siege.
Toronto Tokyo did not have the illusion there. I think he actually dies to that toss into the tier 2.
Jump in from the Marcy. That might not work out too well. There's a boat. There's everything coming her way. And they will be able to finish the job. But the kisses, is that enough to kill off the pirate? No, it's not. He's going to get himself to the sea where he belongs. Well, it's a river, but...
Rivers do lead to the sea, though.
True.
It flows downhill from mountains and goes into the sea. From
Then
what
how does the
from what
water
I've
get
seen.
back up to the river, Jenkins?
To the
It doesn't make any sense.
I think buckets.
Right. Yeah, no, that does make sense, actually. I think that's what my dad did, actually.
Oh, he was a water bucketer?
Yes, yeah, he was. Aquarius.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, good man. 8-1 is the scoreline right now in this game with a 3k gold advantage to Team Spirit, and they're going to smoke up and try and hammer this one home as they move across the map down to the bottom side.
Yeah, they saw that there was a teepee down here from Soxa, so Soxa's stuck here. And yeah, smoking into the Beastmaster. This is a classic.
Moving on to Yatoro there. They might be able to kill him off before they can get here. They can. Yatoro is gone. The first big pickoff from Tundra. But it is a biggie. And now they move across towards Maposhka. Maposhka going to steal the Scream, though. Not sure how he left it that long with the Sonic Wave out, but they're going to kill him off regardless. The 9 doesn't really care. Kill his shame.
That is Not what you want to see from a smoke
the
from
toss.
Team Spirit.
Saxa, has he taken the step too far again? Let's see him. He's actually popping the ultimate and going aggressively here. He believes in his team, and I think he should, but, well, a boat's going to come crashing down on his head, which Narcies aren't really too keen of having happened to them. Mira's going to back away. Snaking's coming in there. Look at this guy flying through the fight and tossed away. Alrighty. Turning around, looking over towards Yotoro, but there's a lot of heroes from Team Spirit coming up to this one. Might be time to leave. So Snaking, as quickly as he entered this fight, is going to leave it, leaving 9 behind, and 9 will unfortunately be going down here to the X marks and Torrent once again from Toronto, Tokyo.
I didn't see that Collapse was building this, by the way, but he has an Orchid. Yeah, the tips come out. I mean, that Orchid reveal gets the kill onto 9 there. 9 was the top net worth right before that fight, and now all of a sudden, all of Team Spirit's cores are above him. And they go for a re-smoke, too. They're looking for Skeeter. I mean, he's very weak. He's trying to build a Midas.
Oh, no. That's, I mean, the item's not as bad as it could be, but it's a sad state of affairs for this guy on the Abaddon as he levels up the ulti there at the very last second. But they'll just pause, not heal him up. You can through the trees. Maposhka, though. And she puts down
Wow.
What? Did he just put down a sentry to see him?
He did.
Oh my god.
The Tumbler's toy over the cliff. That's really cool from Collapse, by the way. The Orchid into Nether Toxin. Like, they're trying to just keep the Abaddon in the break while he's Orchided so they can kill him. It's really goofy that Collapse is so aware of the counter to this carry Abaddon. I don't know if they've scrimmed against it. I don't feel like it's very popular in pubs, but like Collapse has figured out the items to go to deal with this. Like, he's supposed to be countered, but instead he becomes the counter when you build these items.
Oh, Marcy once again jumping in the middle lane, but Saxa still surviving for the time being and gets off the dispos, and they'll turn it around. They'll take down the pirate. Toronto Tokyo is dead, but Poshka, he's going to be okay. And now Collapse backing him off with the Orchid out onto the Beastmaster, trying to TP out. He's going to make it out. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Dies in base. And unfortunately, Saxa's going to follow him to the grave as well. 9 and Snaking need to leave. Avalanche off the mark, but they'll toss forward the Weaver. Toro can be sent forward here and needs to get on top of Snaking, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. Right clicks to follow. Maelstrom Proc will finish the job. Toro gets a double kill, and once again, Tundra are punished for their aggression.
I mean, Tundra's doing a good job at like staying in the game with these moves. Killing Toronto Tokyo, I think, is a really big kill. It is looking like Yotoro's getting to the point of like unkillability. He's got that Dragon Lance. He's building into the Lincoln Sphere, at which point it's going to be very difficult to get any sort of stuns on him. It's just Cookie.
It's going to be very tough indeed.
Spirit's playing incredibly well too. Like, I really like this itemization from Collapse. I think this is super cool. Like, he's flipping the script with this Abaddon pick, where he's just hard countering him. And Skeeter is desperation mode. He's going for a Midas, which I think he needs to do. There's no other way for him to recover.
No, there's really not. And of course, he does have the Curse of Avernus. The attack speed is going to be very nice for him. There is a bit of synergy there, but yeah, I mean, that's a whole odd problem, right? Like, in a normal game, I'd feel like Tundra are delaying things enough to make things feel all right, and maybe they can fall back on something, but they're falling back on an Abaddon carry. Like, you don't expect this hero to be this far behind at this point in the game, in this position.
Right, yeah. I mean, if he gets to like 7 items, Abba carry is really sick. When you have like the Battle Fury, Daedalus, Satanic, that sort of stuff, like level 25. But that's some insane late timing. Yotoro's very strong right now.
Well, they're actually moving on to this Weaver, but I don't think Yotoro's in too much trouble there. Oh, the dispos. It was a little too late from Saxa. And that means that Yotoro's going to be able to wiggle his way out of this one.
Yeah, not much to kill him if there's no Beastmaster Roar.
And this is a very dead Queen of Pain in the middle lane, although Zizkin is going to come in with the heal, but it's not going to be nearly enough to save poor old 9 as he's going to get killed off on the Queen of Pain.
How close is Mira to Blink? He's pretty close. I feel like he's been very effective despite not having a Blink Dagger. 1-0-10 as they look for Dahak here.
Oh, slowing them down with a Mud Golem. Thanks, buddy. Throws a rock in his face.
Yeah. I think he's using the Golem to stack too. Yeah, they're just playing for efficiency here. Like the true carry player Dahak is. He's still focused on stacking at 17 minutes in. I mean, you have to play like this because I don't think you're getting kills. Not yet. They need an item timing to get kills. Marcy, Ether Lens. That's a solid timing. BKB on Quita Pain. That's another decent one.
Oh, Team Spirit going to come across Tundra here in the jungle. Lift up, throw back, but they're actually throwing everything onto the Weaver once again, but he does have the time lapse, just going to use it and get himself out. Meanwhile, Poshka with a 3-man stun from that stolen cookie. He is going to die. He's going to die in style.
Yeah, protects his carry. I mean, Yatoro just has too much effective HP right now. With the levels and items that he has, the Dragon Lance. So, like, Tundra, they did the calculations, and he was not going to die to the Queen of Pain ult there. He would have just pressed time lapse with the stuns that they have.
Yeah, looked fancy from the cookie, but ultimately probably wouldn't have changed much. I don't know, maybe? No. They just don't got the stuns.
It would feel really bad to like press all your spells there and then he just presses time lapse. It's like something like that could just end the game for Tundra because they're so far behind right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Although it's really not that bad for them. Like I do feel like one fight going their way and this game is completely recovered for them. But that is not going to be true if Team Spirit has the Aegis, because then there's going to be one hero that's just respawning and they can probably clean up that fight. So Tundra is in evade mode. They're going to play a game of cat and mouse now. They are, of course, the mice in this situation.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not much too much changing for them. You know, they've been trying to find the occasional pick-off, but...
That's true. Yeah, that's true. They've been the mice already, so yeah, whatever.
Very conscious decision to let this Roche go, I feel. It wasn't like, oh no, they're doing Roche, what do we do? It's like...
Yeah. They need the BKB on the Queen of Pain and Ether Lens Marcy. Like, they're close to items.
And Tundra, the Spirit Ridge literally just sweeping in here, and now the toss back onto Snaking. Snaking, I mean, I don't think he's going to feel too bad about this death, honestly. A 4-man rotation, they only really get the Snapfire. It is what it is.
Yep, Skeeter survives, and he's an Abaddon, so you would kind of expect that, but, you know, once again, going back to the Viper with the Boots of Travel and the Orchid, who, by the way, has found Saksa on the top lane. Anybody can die in this game.
Yeah.
Especially Saksa. And they're going to
buddy.
Yeah, cool. He's godlike on Collapse. Very nice.
He is indeed. Absolutely destroying this game on the Viper. Roar out in the mid here, though. They're going for the play onto the Kunkka. They need a little bit more damage to bring him down. He's got that BKB and the boat coming through. The Sonic Wave will take out Maposhka, but Yatoro's in the fight as well, taking chunks out of Dahak in the backlines. Not doing as much damage as perhaps he'd want, though. And the shields are going to keep Dahak nice and healthy, so they'll move their attention towards Mira instead. Tundra on the aggressive here. Cookie doesn't quite connect, and it's some Golem on Rock Boy action here as they start to take chunks out of Mira. He will die. That's going to be Snaky getting the credit for that kill as Tundra taking fights despite Team Spirit having the Aegis.
Yeah, Tundra knew the Collapse was top and had TP'd there, and so his TP was still on cooldown. So they could go make this move towards mid. And by make the move, I mean they could bait the move. But they are actually making a move with the smoke off of those 2 kills.
Yeah.
They're looking for a quick pick, probably, and then back. I would imagine that's what they're looking for. They're not going to do anything too crazy. And they don't connect with anything, so it's just a warding mission.
Yeah. That's fine. They get out deep. They get some control of their map back, which means more farm, which means less net worth changing. And to be fair, like at 15 minutes, it was a 5k gold advantage for Team Spirit, and that hasn't changed since getting Roshan. So credit to Tundra there. They are, you know, they've stopped the bleeding, but now they need to fix up the wound.
Dude, Dahak is almost the highest level in this game too. Like look at him versus Collapse. They're very close. They're neck and neck. He's higher level than Yatoro. He's higher level than Toronto Tokyo, too, in terms of XP. Like, the Hawk is actually keeping up with these ancient stacks that he's constantly doing. He's 1, 2, and 4, but he's still very farmed and very high level as well.
I'm curious, do they have an XP advantage on Tundra? Check the graphs.
They don't. They don't.
Oh, they very much don't. Okay,
But,
so it's just better distributed for them.
Yeah. I think the supports on Tundra are suffering a bit.
Yeah.
Like Mira's level almost 14, and Sox is level 10. So
Okay, that's where the that's where the different lies then.
and Sox is trying to wave cut up top. It is making some space. It means Collapse has to TP there, but Collapse has a blink dagger. Like,
Oh,
I
wow.
really like this build from Collapse.
Toronto Tokyo very quick on the BKB as he sees 9 here. 9's gonna have to pop his own as well, so it's BKBs at dawn. Is that gonna be it? I think so. Mira, he's hunting, but he is not finding. He missed the shot, and once again, Tundra get away with it.
I killed some dogs at least. That's pretty good. Did not get the dragon. Does the Hawk have the shard? Yeah, he's got the Aghanim shard now too. So there's gonna be some dive bomb action happening.
Hell yeah.
Such an OP shard, actually. Did he almost dive bomb the Kunkka X? That would have been funny. I mean, he was X, so it's not very useful, but
It sends a message.
it does. Look out for birds.
Don't trust them.
Radiant's bottom
That's right.
tower has fallen.
They're not real.
We have. Oh, I'm not sure I'm a fan. Well, I guess you need the Echo Saber for the mana upkeep on the Abaddon, but it does feel weird to go Echo Saber and Midas. It's like, oh yes, I've got some extra attack speed for my attack speed.
I think he's
Dire's top tower
I think
is
it's
under
like
attack.
he needs small efficient items to contribute. Like he goes for the Midas so that way he just doesn't have absolutely no game.
Yeah.
And then he's just getting small items so he can actually do stuff with his team so he doesn't lose. He
Please, guys.
could die here.
Let's see.
He's dead.
Wait. Oh, he's in the break, so his ulti doesn't go off. Oh no. Break and silence. The ultimate counter to Abaddon. And that is a sad and dead Skidder. They will get the kill onto Mira on the way out. Now they're going to catch anyone else. Saxa jumping himself away with rebound, but might not be getting out of this one. Trying to move into the tree lines here, but I don't think there's anywhere to hide. He's going for the TP out. Oh, they spotted him. He's gone. See you later, Skidder.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sorry, Saxa. Skidder died a while ago.
I
Not over.
heard a dive bomb and then a courier died. And Dahak got the courier. You can't dive bomb couriers, can you? Am I crazy?
That does
No
sound like
way.
something which Dahak would know, but
No way.
surely not.
That would be insane.
That'd be weird. Cool. Well, Tundra, I mean, that was a move from them though, right? Like going up the high ground when they've got this disadvantage, like what do you think?
I mean, I like it. They have heroes to do it. Beastmaster, Abaddon, like you really have to be careful about letting these heroes hit your tower. It's it forces Spirit to like give up their stranglehold on the map and get back, and they didn't lose too much for it either.
Well, I'll
And
see him
Skeeter's
once
dead
again.
again.
Not again, not again. They're trying to get him out, but the X is there, dragging him back in, and Skeeter dies in the exact same way again. 50 seconds on the sidelines. Oh, dearie, dearie me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This is just sad now.
Dire's middle tower is
This is like a cool combo from Spirit, like Xing 2 to just focus on keeping Skeeter in the
has been killed.
in the break. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just cool because like when he's out of it and he's X'd, he's still silenced, right? So he can't pop the ult, and Spirit's not going to do damage to him to make him automatically pop the ult when he's out of the break. So it's just a matter of like kiting him so that when he's at that 400 HP threshold, he's in the break while silenced.
Yeah. That is indeed the way to do it. But 9, he's looking for some revenge down in the bottom lane. He's tired of Collapse, constantly killing his teammates off. But unfortunately, does look like he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew. But thankfully, won't be paying the price as Team Spirit miss.
Dire are scanning.
9 didn't BKB there. That's definitely something that if Mira had gotten a little bit luckier in that blink, 9 might actually end up going down there. But you can tell that Tundra is like, they're playing this in a way where they know that they have to be incredibly efficient and take like riskier plays in order to win this game, because when you're behind in Dota, you can't just play normal and win. Like, that's just not how it works. Not against a good team where they're farming more of the map than you. It's like way easier with more items to do stuff in the game. So like they have to do something that's like risky. So like, TPing out without pressing BKB because he needs the BKB for the next fight, or going to push high ground, even though normally that would be a pretty insane play. It's like they need to take these riskier moves in order to get more of an advantage back. It's like they're gambling, but they have a higher like value that they can get from the gambles than if they were to play normal.
So do you feel like anyone from Team Spirit's not really playing enough, like is being a bit too quiet, a bit too passive? Or is it just the way Tundra's playing the map where they can't really capitalize too much here?
I think Tundra's like out map moving them, to be honest. I think Tundra's just playing this incredibly well. Like, I don't know who could, I mean, Snake King.
Yeah, he could be in a little bit of trouble here. Mira trying to come in. He's going to toss back another target then, and the silence going to stop the rebound from getting him away. That's going to be a dead Saxter. Does have buyback should he want it. Skidder has to be careful. We've been down this road before, but Mira's actually going to get killed off by the kisses over on top here. And Toronto Tokyo could be in some trouble as well. Mahoshka has stolen that shield, by the way, so he's going to be spamming that out throughout the fight. So shields on both sides as Tundra. They lose the tower, but they defend the barracks. And meanwhile, down at bottom,
the Hawk.
Squeak, squeak.
All right.
Wait, he's not
gonna
done.
get the racks, maybe.
He's
no.
gonna get it. Wait.
The
Surely
boar?
it's worth it. Oh, it's actually just gonna, the ball's gonna do it. All right.
Tundra got a racks. All right, the Hawk.
Real.
This man, he just can't stop split pushing, even when he's not on Nature's Prophet. He just loves split pushing. Cool.
Very nice. Very, very nice plays here from Dahak and Tundra, playing the map beautifully here, despite being behind pretty much the entire game.
Radiant's courier has been
This has got to be frustrating for Spirit, man. Like, to be playing so well and win all the lanes. You've got these cool item builds, these great plays you're making, and still it feels like you're losing the game, even though you have a 7K gold lead. It's frustrating.
Yeah, rustles your gym bobs a bit, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does.
Well, they're
At
gonna
least
attempt
Skeeter
to...
feels useless. Like, Skeeter is definitely not feeling like he's having any impact in the game right now.
Yeah, his notes from this game are just going to be one page of his notepad, which says, don't pick a badminton fighter.
Don't be Abaddon.
Or just don't play. Yeah. Don't do that to yourself. Well, on to Dahak they go, but he's got the BKB to get himself back. And again, Tundra just backing themselves away, although they might look for a little bit of a play onto the Tiny here. Saxter taking so much damage on the front lines here, but Shield's going to come through. The Sonic Wave will finish the job. They take down Mira. Toronto Tokyo, both looking for more here together, moving forward, but they just can't seem to bring down a target. Tundra are defending their players super well, and now they commit. 9 jumps in, forces the BKB out of Toronto Tokyo, but also forces his own. He's taking some big damage from Yotoro, who backs himself away. Toronto Tokyo trying to fight on the front lines, but he can't do it. He gets taken down. Skidder gets a kill, and now moving across towards Yotoro as well, but he's a bit too quick to catch, so they'll probably have to leave it here. But over on the sidelines, Poshka's running through the trees. Can they find him? As the Sonic Wave giving his way. Wait, he's stolen the kisses and brings down Saxter with them. And is he going to get more? No, he's not. No, he's not. They put an end to his shenanigans. Cute play from the Poshka, but in the end, he does go down, and that means it's going to be 3 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit. Tundra
and
back
a
in this
gem.
game.
Snaking just got it, or 9 just got the gem from Mapushka as well.
He had a gem.
Wow, that's a fresh purchase. Because you know why they got this. They're so frustrated by this BS split pushing that Tundra is doing. They're saying, okay, we want to take all of the wards on the map so that they can't feel comfortable doing this anymore. And then immediately, Tundra wins the very first fight after they get the gem. That is really rough. That is frustrating for Team Spirit, man. They've got to be mode tilt. Otherwise, like, these are the most zen guys in the entire world. The kiting was insane in this fight by Tundra, by the way. Like, there was a few times where a couple of the Tundra heroes were about to die, but the team play and saving each other was phenomenal. Skeeter's playing kind of like a support Abaddon, but it's still pretty effective. Just, you know, shielding at the right times, especially with the Marcy dispose also saving people.
We see the Tundra players here on the lower left, but it is Team Spirit who are in the Roshan right now. They want that Aegis once again for themselves. Tundra, are they moving over? Looks like they're sending some units in, but actually invading this Roche is another issue entirely, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it. They see how low it is, and they back themselves away, so it will be an Aegis going the way of Team Spirit. But, I mean, Aegis to Maegis, like, they haven't cared about any advantage which Spirit have had so far in the game. Tundra seem very happy just to play the map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thought process is if you're already kiting the fights to this degree, you know, what's kiting for another 5 or 10 seconds with the Aegis being in play, you know? Like, they're already playing these long engagements. Why not just play for like a little bit longer?
Smoke up from 4 men of Tundra, moving down to the bottom side of the map. seeing what there is to see.
I love these smokes to the bot lane because you know that somebody's got to come here to deal with the Beastmaster pressure.
I swear every engagement has been in the bottom side of the map. Like, I guess when Roche stops being an issue, this is what matters. And they see Saxa now, but Saxa, he's very calmly walking away from this, and he's going to have to be shielded up here as Yatoro jumps upon him. The Glinkers does get broken. Have they got the Roar? They do indeed, and they're going to throw it out, but is it going to be enough damage? They're trying to take him down. They got the Silence, they got the Hawk, they'll get the kill. Aegis gone, but now Skidder could be in a bit of trouble. He needs to get out of this break zone here, but he's not silenced up, so he should be okay to get off that ultimate. Manta comes out as well. Actually, didn't want to pop his ultimate there at all, and now he decides he's going to get out the boat. Doesn't quite connect on him. Does bring down Saxa, though, so the support will die. But Tundra ultimately paying a very small cost for taking out that Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, this is cool. This is cool, Dota. It's like on one side, you have Team Spirit, who is doing a very good job at dealing with extremely masterful split pushing. Like, both sides are playing this to like 99% of the potential for split pushing and dealing with split pushing in Dota. Like Collapse with the Boots of Travel, Yatoro like scouting in the trees, looking for the heroes that he knows are going to be sitting in there, but then also Tundra accepting that they're going to lose Saxa and just TPing out, like mass TPing, and then all making their way towards the top lane as well. It's just cool to watch. Like, this is just really high level Dota. Very few mistakes outside of like maybe the draft being an issue and like the laning stage. There's very few mistakes from either team.
It's clean and it's fun. A lot to talk about, a lot to dive into in this game. I mean, it has been Spirit dealing with the pressure from Tundra like reasonably well, but just unable to really capitalize upon the advantage they've been getting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess part of the problem is their tower siege is not that great, and the build that Collapse is gone, while it's amazing for killing Skeeter, he doesn't have the Ag Shard. He's not really a right clicker, so he's not able to do any tower damage, which means like Tundra has the tower threat and can do the split pushing, but Spirit is not really able to themselves. No Deso on Weaver either, right? So like their tower threat, if they start hitting buildings, it's really not that scary.
5-man smoke from Tundra once again in the bottom side of the map, but Team Spirit is saying, yeah, we don't want to keep playing in this side of the map. We want to play somewhere else, man. Like,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Tundra's looking to fight this. They don't want to do the split pushing anymore. They want to bring it to straight to Spirit.
I mean,
and what do they have?
The supports first. This would be huge. Actually using the cookies to scout, but a quick blink out there from the Poshka. Really fast reactions as they trade some hits, but no one really getting through. And then mind Toronto Tokyo going to be forcing out the BKB, but the boat's not going to come in nearly in time. They bring him down. Nine taking the fight into Yatoro here. Yatoro looking for the hack. The hack just going to leave, but no, he's not. He gets killed out before he can get himself away. So that's going to be a hell of a trade here from both these teams. Trading an offlaner for a mid.
I mean, Spirit, they are still, the gold lead is slowly going up. You know, it's not like they're losing this game by any means. The trade is for Dahak, who is the offlaner, but also I feel like he's having a pretty profound impact on this game. So taking him out is pretty important. Whereas with Toronto Tokyo, it's really Collapse and Yatoro that are doing a lot of the work right now in terms of the cores. So in terms of raw net worth, yeah, of course, Tundra, like, gets value out of killing Toronto Tokyo, but if the Hawk is dead, it does mean that Spirit could just do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah. I know, it's also very therapeutic to kill off Dahak as well. You know,
exactly. Yeah, that's kind of where I was like leaning with that too. It's like, this guy's been split pushing you the whole game. Just get him. Just kill him.
Oh, feels good. All right, until everyone.
Just a moment of like relief from the split push, and you can see at this moment that the gold lead goes up instead of stagnating because the Hawk is dead.
He's the big boy, the big decider for Tundra in this game at least. Yeah, it's funny like how similar Dahak and 33 really are in their gameplay in offlane.
Yeah, I think that's probably why he made a lot of sense as a stand-in. I think for like a tournament like this, with the prize pool being so huge, Tundra basically had their pick of the litter. They just, like, whoever they wanted to ask was going to say yes. and no teams are really going to be playing right now anyway, so it's not like the Hawk has anything better to do, because nobody really plays during a tournament, because all the good teams that would scrim you are in the tournament.
Yep.
So it's like, hey, the Hawk, you want some free money? And he's like, all right.
Sounds good, bro.
I'll take it.
This middle tier 1 tower is still up for Team Spirit. I mean, that's kind of unusual. If only we could get a stat for how many times a barrack has gone down before the middle tier 1 has fallen.
Yeah, that is a bit weird, actually. That's just a testament to how like strange this game has been in terms of the gameplay and the map movements.
And I feel like you could go through the replay again as a support and just watch this warding and watch like the vision fight which has been going on this bottom side as well. Because that's what it's all been about. Like, this is Tundra's home. They're actually radiant forest creatures now.
Right. And also the heroes like protecting the wards too. Like Tundra is not only in... Oh, sucks.
Oh, that is a very big jump forward here, but he got the tower, so, you know, he completed his mission. Agent Saxa.
Yeah, he didn't like that stat you were talking about. Here's the ward protector we're talking about, by the way.
Yeah, look at this. They're just running onto backlines here. They're immediately going to be able to take down the Poshka, get rid of that pesky Rubik. Snakey on the backline's going to run forward with the cookie. Tries to force away, gets thrown into the air by the water park. What's going on right now? TP's out. Both going to get cancelled by the avalanche. And that's going to be 1 dead, 2 dead to Hack and Snaking out of the fight. And Tundra are going to be losing this one. I mean, brave move to fight, but oh my god, this need to put up some traps down here, lads.
Yeah, the split pushing, very annoying, but the Hawk is dead for 70 seconds. It is getting to the point where Spirit are going to start doing a lot of tower damage, and they're going to get, you know, multiple sets of boots of travel, potentially. You know, heroes have blink daggers. The split pushing action, it does fall off at a point, because at some point, you know, you've like in Assault Cuirass in Toronto, Tokyo, for example, right? And Spirit just goes through. They just say, we've got a 14k gold lead. We don't care if you're going to hit our barracks. Like, we're just going to end the game right now. So it is getting to the point where Tundra is like, they're going to get desperate. They have to fight soon. You can't just do this forever.
Throw back on the Marcy, toss over, back over towards Collapse and Mirror, and they will be able to take down Saxter. And now they look over towards Skidder. Skidder's going to be okay there as he moves towards the high ground. Yields out onto him. Can he escape this one? Toss back again. He does get off the ulti at the very least, but could be in some trouble. Popping the Manta and trying to turn and fight this, but I'm not sure that's going to work out for him. And he's going to die as well. Tundra, the ship finally looks as if it's sprung some leaks and is starting to go down. 9?
What's going on, man?
Why is this happening? This game is just twists and turns all the way through. Now I'm going to pop the BKB. Is he going to TP out of this one? No, it's just going to blink himself out. Alrighty. Storm used to no effect, but meanwhile, inside the base, there's a real damage happening. They're taking the top lane of barracks.
I like that Toronto Tokyo went for that. He went for the like Torrent Storm lucky like chain stun. Or if you just get the right torrents, like it actually
back
works.
onto 9 here. He doesn't have the BKB, and they know it because of earlier, and they will take him down. Here comes the Disposo and the Roar out onto Mirror. So they get one return kill, but it looks like Snaking's going to fall as well. Snaking dead, Saxa as well, and Collapse now jumping forward, looking to get that pesky to Hack. Take him down as well. This might be the end for Tundra here. Is there anything they can do about it? I'm not too sure. I'll have to buy back on both 9 and Snaking just to try and keep Team Spirit from destroying that base, but I'm not sure that's going to happen as they move into the middle barracks as well. Tundra holding on for the time being, but this is going to be rough.
Collapse is a Hex now, too. Hex Ethereal Blade. Picked up a DD as well. So, yeah, if the Orchid was not enough, also the BKB or Manta from Skeeter is not going to matter because he's got that sheep. Yeah. Slowly closing in on Tundra here. It's not looking good for them. Spirit, I have to admire. Maybe that's not a shout outs to their like tenacity in dealing with this like split pushing nonsense. They didn't crumble under the pressure, and there was a lot of pressure. The gold lead did stagnate a bit, but I think that's bound to happen when this sort of split pushing is happening to you. But like not at a single point did Team Spirit look like they were under any pressure to crumble from this. It's like, okay, well, maybe we'll kill one of you, but we'll just go ahead and like smoke back to the other area of the map and ward there and continue playing there. And like, eventually we're going to win the game. Like, you guys can do this for as much as you want. We're going to win the game eventually.
Yeah. I think this has been a really good run from Tundra. You know, honestly, a masterclass in drawing out games. But unfortunately, when it comes down to it, you still need that game-defining moment to turn the game around for you. And that just hasn't really been there for Tundra. Saxa, once again, trying shenanigans in the bottom lane, but the right click from Weaver will finish the job, and it'll be a crit just to really rub the salt in the wound there for Saxa.
Yeah, the items are too much from Spirit. Although Tundra, they still want to smoke out. They want to take control of some area. They may run into Collapse. I'm not sure if they can kill him though. He's still very tanky. 3,000 HP and a Black King bar. They're not gonna run into him even.
Up to Hack once again, just grabbing the Thunderhide. Is this the best ancient creep to grab, in your opinion?
I think probably in late game, yeah. Like the Dragon is good for farming and split pushing and team fighting, but then once you get to the point where you have a carry giving them 75 attack speed.
Look at Yatora here as well, trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. You know, just running up the high ground, pretending to threaten the tier 4s. Come on, guys, get back in your base.
Yeah.
Time to come home.
At this point, he has 3 Geminate attacks and does a lot of damage. So Tundra's going to need to fight. This is their last barracks. I don't think that Tundra wants to play against Megas.
No, I don't think so, but Sax are going to move in, try and get the conquer. They want this first kill, but it doesn't look like Sax is going to be the first to fall instead. Skidder trying to fight up into this. They really need to kill this conquer, but the lift up, the throw back from Aposhka. Going to keep the Admiral nice and safe. 9! That is some hard committal from him. That is going to be a hard death to follow. Buyback coming out from Skidder. The hack, though, in the front lines also going to fall again. Has the buyback, but the resource being spent out huge here. Mirror falls, but they jump in and kill off that carry Skidder as well. And this is going to be game as Yatora just runs all over them. Finally, Team Spirit, they gathered too much for Tundra to handle, and they will be taking this game number 1 with a 40k gold advantage in the end.
Team Spirit victory.
What a great game of Dota. I mean, I love to see that. Like, something like that just shows how like deep and complex the game is, because even though there was not an awful lot of like crazy team fighting or wombo combo or anything like that, that was just like a game of creeps and split pushing and strategy, which is cool because you look at another game and it's totally different. Maybe it's like Enigma versus Tidehunter and it's a battle of the team fights, or you look at another game and it's like Naga Siren versus PL, some illusion battle of like carries, and it's another like type of game. Like every game of Dota is so different, but the word of the game for me for this one for Spirit is composure. They just remained incredibly composed in a situation where the pressure that they were feeling was palpable. We as spectators could feel it. And so imagine what Spirit was feeling in the game, or what they should have been feeling. But they felt confident that they could deal with this nonsense, and that eventually, as long as they didn't make a huge mistake, they would win. And they were right. Their read on that was entirely correct.
It really was, yeah. Team Spirit, ended up clinching the victory here. I mean, did you ever feel like that moment was close for Tundra to turn the game around, though? Like, actually get the game back on their terms where they were the dominant team?
I think that's why Team Spirit played so well. That's why I get the feeling that they played extremely well, is that I didn't really feel like that moment was ever possible for Tundra. There was a few pickoffs that they could get here or there, but there was never really a moment where it felt like Yatoro would die or Collapse would die. Collapse was 18-0 and 15 in a game where he was counterpicked.
Yeah, and I think that's why Collapse is going to be our MVP, right, for this first game.
That is right. That is right.
There he is.
I mean, the build was just really cool. The gameplay in the top lane, I think Mira and Collapse completely hard carried the early game for their team in a lane where they were getting tri-laned, in a lane where the Abaddon was picked to take off the Viper spells and hard counter the Viper, and Collapse still, for some reason, because this guy just has like 2 brains in his head or is an AI or something, he knows how to deal with an Abaddon carry which it's like, who knows that?
Yeah.
Who the hell plays Abaddon carry against Viper? It's like that nobody's done that before. That was one of every 1,000 games, you know.
Yeah.
So it's cool that he's able to figure that out, and then even going for like the sheep stick in the late game eventually to deal with the BKB and the Manta style that came out. It's just all around flawless game from Collapse, literally flawless. He had a 40, almost 40-0 KDA, which is insane.
That's mental, yeah. Absolutely destroyed the lane and destroyed the game after that point as well. I feel like that first kill onto Skidder was kind of a misplay from Skidder, not respecting the Viper silence and break enough. But the second one, like, that was crazy because that was both teams trying, like, all focused on this one mechanic of the game, right? The silence and break mechanic with the Abaddon ulti. Can we get the Abaddon ulti off? Let's find out. Marcy's trying to dispose him out. X marks to bring him back. Like, everyone is just focused on this one little thing.
It was goofy. Yeah.
And if it goes one way, one team wins. If it goes the other way, this other team wins. Like, those are the kind of things which just makes Dota so goddamn beautiful. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we will be back with game number 2. So stick around for more Tundra versus Spirit action here at the Riyadh Masters. We'll see you soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Hello and welcome back to Riyadh Masters here on the B stream, where we are getting into the second game of this series. It is Tundra versus Spirit, and we just came off the back of a very spicy first game where Spirit were able to take it on the back of their Weaver and their Conquer, and just generally playing the game extremely well, as we know they can.
Yeah, I saw a few people calling the game a snooze fest. I get it, you know. Some people don't like split pushing action. Definitely fair. Could see more, you know, team fighting action. I think it would depend on the draft for Spirit. Maybe even some of the builds, like going for some earlier like pushing items. Maybe it's something, maybe it's something that they adjust for next game, just because Tundra, like, you know, Tundra's going to do the split pushing BS, right? Because they've got the Hawk.
Yeah.
They're going to pick up some Visage. They're going to pick up some Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster. Like, they're going to try to delay the game. So after a game like that, even though they won, maybe it's something they adjust for.
Yeah. How do you think they're going to ban out? Because you can't really ban out the Hawk. That's one of the issues, right? Like, he's got Nature's Prophet, he's got Visage, and he's got Beastmaster. And then, of course, that's not his only hero pool, right? He can play a ton of different heroes in the offlane, in carry as well. But those are the three which we're probably looking, because those are three heroes which he specializes in, and those are three heroes which Tundra are used to playing with as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And you know what our sponsors specialize in? Sponsoring. That's right. Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group. Shout outs to the doctor. He's going to be the next doctor on Doctor Who, I've heard, which Nomad would be a big proponent of that, being
of
British
course.
and all. And also shout outs to STC Play, the place for all gamers, for sponsoring the event. Please keep staying in the scene and giving our boys the support that they need to be.
Well,
big
with those
boys
kinds
and
of
grow up
shout outs,
juicy.
Jenkins, how could they resist? So yeah, huge shout out to our sponsors for making this all happen. And again, this is massive prize pool we can play with, and get these teams here to play some awesome Dota for you guys. And talking of which, let's get into the draft for game number 2 between these two teams. And just to reiterate, in case you were snoozing through the first draft or something like that, this is a very important matchup here, guys. A win here for Spirit could very well secure them through to the playoffs and could consign Tundra to the depths below. And it's right, it is very much all on the line here for both these teams, because after this series, they both have to play against the Giants Secret and LGD, and that's going to be a tough ask for either of these teams. You know, these guys have been looking absolutely hot and spicy, so a win here would be very, very important if you want to secure yourself in that playoffs. So let's get into it.
Yeah, that's true. Tundra, I think they're hoping to win this and maybe get a tiebreaker. Team Spirit is hoping to 2-0, so that way they're secured and guaranteed the top slot. If you make it through, the difference is $100,000.
Oh,
So you wanna make it through. You're gonna double the money that you get from the event, and then if you make it through one more phase of the tournament, it's doubles again.
cool.
Just go and win a match, double your money. A lot of pressure on here, but I'm sure these guys, other than like the in-game pressure, I'm sure they're not feeling the pressure of that as much, because I feel like within a series, a lot of Dota players just focus entirely on the Dota in the competition. Not the money, but the competitive element is still a lot of pressure. So either way, it's pressure.
Yeah, I'd really like to ask Tundra, actually, if we do get the chance, they do take this game, whether they felt more pressure here with the money on the line or at the major with the crowd.
Yeah,
That'd be very interesting, because
it's they've said themselves that they're big noobs on LAN, and they want to fix that. They want to address that. I mean, this is a good chance for that, like pre-TI, for them to get a little bit more comfortable, especially like also like you mentioned, like you're playing for more money, so it's like, yeah, maybe it's not a major, so like maybe there's less like psychological competitive pressure or whatever, but then the money pressure is there, and so it's you mix those two together and you get TI, basically. Big money, big like competitive pressure for doing well in the DPC. That's TI.
it's a lot to put a human through, isn't it? You spend your whole
It
year
is.
building
It
up to
is.
it as well. It's like, yeah, it's a real cooking pot.
Yeah, there's a very depressing line of thinking that we could go down with this, with what happens to like gamers after they're done gaming, after like the huge dopamine rushes of competing in crowds and all sorts of. Well, we won't get into that. We won't get into that. You can Google it.
Google if you want to be sad. If you want to feel bad.
Be sad. Sports players as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Quite depressing. But anyway, right now they're very not depressed. They're elated to be in this tournament and playing. We got 2 birds on both sides that have been picked.
Yep.
Phoenix on 1 for Spirit. They've been favoring this hero more so than a lot of other teams at this tournament. And Tundra, they go for the Winter Wyvern, which still could be a mid Wyvern, which is something you always have to look out for with 9.
It is indeed, yeah. Yeah, you got to be ready for it and have an answer to it available in case he doesn't decide to pull that switcheroo on you. Always a risk. Yeah, Firebird versus Icebird, though. Which do you prefer?
I think Icebird is actually pretty good at killing the Firebird egg if it's run as a core, because you just have that distance, right? And you do build attack speed items like Witchblade and, Aghanim Scepter gives you some stats, maybe some treads, and just insta-kill the egg from super far away.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things that maybe like Tundra is more favoring flexing it if they can get away with it, if it doesn't look like a horrible game for a core Wyvern, just because then they can kill the egg.
Sunray versus Cold Embrace, it's percentage damage versus percentage damage or heal.
True, and it's a vessel buyer too on Phoenix, so that always counters the healing. And Wyvern's not a vessel buyer, so there's no like Wyvern countering the Phoenix in the other way. So, and of course we have Marcy. By the way, we're ignoring that hero because she's in every single game that is not banned. So yeah, there she is, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Marcy.
If you want some Marcy analysis, then just rewind the stream or watch another day of the Dota, and it'll probably be in like the first game you watch.
Literally any day of Dota. Watch literally any day of Dota, any game, and there will be Marcy analysis. I mean, she does everything you could want in a hero. Like pick a thing, pick a concept in Dota. Any concept. You go through BSJ's videos and just pick one of the buzzwords that he says, and Marcy does one of those buzzwords.
Peel.
Yep, she does that. She does that.
Nice.
Dangle.
Dangle.
she does that. She dangles.
Oh.
Yeah, she dangles.
Nice, they've kept things nice and symmetrical. You got the burly folks on the far hand side, and then moving into the birds. Better pick something similar here. It's like the Boosters and the Timbersaw Team Spirit thing all over again. We won't go back into that. We got a Bloodseeker and a Conquer banned out by Tundra. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, they've taken out the Lifestealer, the Juggernaut, and the Snapfire. So respect towards the Snapfire from Tundra last game, that's for sure.
Damn, Tundra really doesn't like playing Beastmaster into Bloodseeker, it looks like. Both games, they first ban it on the second phase of bans. I wonder if it's just because, like, a Bloodseeker +1 is enough to kill, like, an Axis Beastmaster, and if you go for the boar, then Bloodseeker can, like, run down the boar and then heal. Like, it counters both builds. And I feel like Bloodseeker is just a really OP hero right now, too. It's one of the strongest carries in the late game with the, like, Basher, Maelstrom plus the Agshard build. It's such strong mixed damage that, like, if you have high armor, he kills you. If you have high HP, he kills you. If you have low armor, he kills you. It's like he does everything. And then he has ruptures as well. It's a more pure damage, mobility based. It feels like a really strong hero.
Hoodwink gonna be the next pickup for the side of Tundra. Again, could be played anywhere, most likely the 4, but definitely don't make any assumptions about this just yet.
No, that could be, for all we know, goddamn 9 Hoodwink or like a Skeeter Hoodwink. Oh no, after the Abaddon. No, so Skeeter plays these fat, beefy heroes as carries, so I don't think we'll see a Skeeter Hoodwink. But yeah, Soxa, like, I remember this hero was trying desperately to fall off and become not meta because it had been nerfed a few times, and Soxa was like, nope, this is still good. And what made me realize that this is something that only works in competitive is that I think Soxa made it look really good because of these long-range bushwhacks that he was hitting. Oh,
there he stop is. It! I'm
there
blushing.
He is. Goodness, this is a PG stream to Hawk. Relax, brother.
he's any modeling agencies out there, he's trying to.
Goodness.
No, I'm sorry, Dak. Oh, he's good. He's good.
What a beast. What a beast. He's got such a wholesome smile to him, you know?
Yeah, he's a character. Like to love him.
Yeah.
Over in the over and everywhere, really. All across
I'm
Europe,
glad
we love him.
BetBoom owns the Hawk's a character. I'm really glad. I'm really glad for that. It's always nice to have characters in the Dota scene. You know, on the flip side, Spirit with their anime run at the Animajor, like these guys also have a lot of personality too. It's fun to see that. You don't want to just have these boring guys that only focus on the game. Although that leads to obviously some pretty nice competitiveness. I want to see guys do funny stuff like smiling at the camera and flexing. That's good.
Absolutely. Love a bit of that. And of course, you know, he'll have a relationship with Team Spirit. You know, he's known these guys for ages, played with Pubs and them for ages. There'll be some friendly banter there, I'm sure.
I don't remember what the hell I was saying because of the Hawk distraction.
I'm sure it was very insightful. But let's talk about this Weaver and this Void Spirit pickup from Team Spirit. Void Spirit has been, I feel like a bit of a hit and miss hero recently. Some days he just runs in and owns everyone. Some days he just kind of spends his astral steps running away from everything. Is what it is.
I like the F-Blade build that people are doing on him now. It feels like it gives you enough damage to full to zero almost any hero. And I think with the BKB nerfs in Dota, like a lot of heroes that can bait out a BKB and then get out, as well as heroes that do magic damage while doing that, like Tiny, Void Spirit, these heroes have come back into the meta because like if a Void Spirit jumps on you and Ethereal Blades you and dissimulates, what are you going to do? You're going to not press your BKB? Like, you're dead, dude. Like, you have to BKB. But then he just astral steps out, right?
Yeah.
And then goes in 20 seconds later when your BKB is on cooldown. Like, that's why I think Void Spirit is strong right now, is because he's a good hero for poking at BKBs. I also think that's why Tiny is strong and why Puck is strong. And by the way, Tiny is not banned and not picked on either side, which is very strange.
Interesting, yeah. But what's even more interesting is this Bounty Hunter pick coming out from Tundra. What are they doing? This isn't a hero we see a lot. I mean, I think we saw it yesterday, and it wasn't
That was
very
TSM.
good. Yeah.
No, it was. There's like glimpses. There's glimpses of hope for the hero, but man, it can feel useless. It can feel really useless in team fights. It can feel really useless in laning. When we saw it yesterday, it actually didn't seem useless in laning because TSM ran it with an IO and they tri-laned with it. So it looked a little different, but it didn't do much after that point.
No, and that was a weird one as well because Soulblight built Ags on the Bounty Hunter, and it ended up being a really long game, and he was still so poor. He didn't get to throw any shurikens that game. He was, it just wasn't that kind of game where the fights were going on long enough for him to spam those out, and it was one of those games where they've both got a lot of catch, so you can't really just run over and throw a shuriken at someone. You will get beaten up for it. Yeah.
I just don't know what role the hero is supposed to be in. Like it feels like it could be a mid, but it doesn't like really rotate. It could be a carry, but you don't really flash farm that quickly. It could be an offlaner, but you don't really have stuns or that much utility. Support, I guess, but like the Ags build is what people really like. Like I think the Ags is what makes the hero potentially strong right now, and the Ags is not something you want to get as a support. So it feels weird, and so I'm always interested to see a team picking it, and it's like, okay, I'm what are you gonna do with it? You know, maybe there's something that's gonna enlighten us here. It could be a 9 BH mid, by the way. That's a absolutely possible, which might look better than a support BH.
I think so. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting hero still being figured out, but Tundra believe they have the answer to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be picking it in this game. So we'll expect something big coming out from them in this one. Final pick now for Team Spirit. They need themselves an offlaner by the looks of things. What do they want to do? What does Collapse want to play this time around?
I mean, I feel like it's a pretty good Mars game. It's like decent backline jump. Is Mars banned? No, it's not.
No, it's still there.
Queen of
What
Pain.
the hell? All right.
So why is this the hero of the series?
I don't know.
Understand. I don't understand.
It didn't do well last game either. And it's very saw that, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, we want a bit of that. We want to slice
So
that
they
cake."
did this. They did this against LGD. They ran, it was Toronto Tokyo playing it, which begs the question, where's the Void Spirit going? Is this a Void Spirit carry or a Queen of Pain carry or Marcy carry? And who's there? No, it's a Weaver carry. It's a Weaver. I'm stupid. It's a Weaver.
I think
but
it's
then who's
Quap
the
off lane. I think it's Quap off lane personally. I know you said Toronto played it, but in my head, that's what the voices are telling me, Jenkins.
Sure. So if it's Quap off lane and it's a Weaver carry, mid Void Spirit, it's Quap Marcy. I mean, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
A Quap Marcy lane, that's not bad. And then you have Phoenix Weaver. Yeah, sure. Phoenix Weaver will do fine against a beast.
Yeah.
Surely.
That
sounds pretty good.
Salt on your fries?
Yeah. A little bit of pepper too.
Ooh, spicy. Final pickup now from Tundra. I mean, they've still got a couple of seconds left in that reserve clock. Reserve time bucket. They need themselves a carry hero. All of the Skitter classics at this point being banned out. The pattern's still available, but don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They still kind of need an egg hitter, right? Like, they've got the Wyvern and the Beastmaster, which is like good.
Yeah.
But just give me one more thing. There we go. They're going to give me one more thing. But it does beg the question, where's our carry?
Guys. Okay, these are some wild drafts. So carry BH is possibly the play. I'm not. I just got kicked out of the game, so I don't know if. Oh, we can see a screen there. It's turned a little bit.
I can see on my screen, but
you can see it.
Yeah.
It is carry BH.
It's carry bounty hunter, baby. Let's go. Skinner said, all right, Abaddon. That's crazy, guys. That's ridiculous. We can't play carry Abaddon. Give me carry bounty hunter. This makes much more sense. I don't know what Tundra have had to drink this morning, but they are feeling crazy today as they're breaking the meta.
Somebody poured something into the apple juice. I don't know. This is some crazy meta stuff. I mean, I hope it goes better than last game for Skeeter because he looked real rough. And it is a collapse Queen of Pain offlane, by the way.
Okay.
With a Mira Marcy. So Quap Marcy sounds very strong, similar to Marcy Viper, Marcy Razor. You have this ranged, extremely strong harass hero with a Marcy that can just throw people back and give you all of this like insane kill threat. It's going to do very well in the lane. Now the question is, does it transition to be effective in the game? I feel like against a BH, the answer will be yes. Like, what the hell does a BH Wyvern do to Marcy Queen of Pain? I feel like Spirit runs over that lane.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Yeah, it does feel that way. I'm not sure. It's a lot to consider here in this game, and I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. But I think the one thing they've got going for them, Tundra, is the mid. I think they're going to be able to force Toronto Tokyo out at some point. But of course, Void Spirit, still good at farming up some small camps, keeping himself in the game, and going to make some rotations as well. I imagine there's going to be a lot of pressure put on the power runes, but that's just kind of Dota at the moment.
Yeah, that is. It's not an easy lane for a Void Spirit against Lina. I mean, I feel like any hero against Lina is just not an easy lane.
Yep.
So I would imagine that Toronto Tokyo is probably going to be doing a lot of rotating. With that being said, though, if there are rotations onto 9 from the side of Team Spirit, like Marcy going there can absolutely kill Alina with a Void Spirit. Like, Lina is a squishy hero. Sure, in a 1v1, she beats the Void Spirit, but at level 6, she is super susceptible to getting ganked. And I think that Marcy will be free to rotate to mid because I don't see how a BH Wyvern is going to contest a Queen of Pain Marcy lane at all. So I feel like Collapse is going to be able to be left on his own very easily here.
Just to reiterate, a lot on the line here for those just tuning in for the game. There is so much at stake for both these teams. If Tundra could force out the draw here, then quite possibly down the line, they could be drawing in a tiebreaker,
30 seconds
depending on how things go. These two teams have some very tough matchups in their future. Today, in fact, the last day of the group stages.
So we see Toronto Tokyo did do the high five bait, where if the enemy team high fives you across the river, you know that they have a ward. And they did have a ward, so Snaking did not take the bait. That is where being too friendly will actually lose you a game of Dota.
As if people are abusing such mechanics. Disgusting. Those are made
Zoomer players.
Yeah. Take every advantage they can get.
That's it. That's exactly right. They'll abuse anything.
Mira says hello to Dahak. Going to actually grab the dispose early on here to help him get a bit of harassment out onto him. Acorn shot from Sakta as well. Going to be bouncing around.
Dude, I can't take this Weaver set seriously. This is a, I don't know what to say. He's a B, man.
Wait, what? He's invisible right now. Oh yeah, he
Look,
really is.
He's
like,
a B.
He's a B.
Yo, have you seen B movie?
Oh yeah, of course I've seen B movie. I'm cultured. Of course I have.
That's a weird one, isn't it?
Yep. It's, it goes off on a tangent. It starts weird and it gets weirder, but anyway.
That's right.
Dahak, he's in some trouble here. He's been disposed back again. Yatoro laying the hate into Dahak. Can he get away? Right click comes in. Oh, the tiny little one charge, his little baby stick saved his life. That means he gets away okay.
Yeah, Yatoro's very low HP now. Let's see, does he have something? Does he have any salve on the courier? Nope. Just working with these tangos. So it's actually a really good trade for Tundra on the top lane.
Yeah, I'll be content with that one, that's for sure. Mid lane, the LSA comes down on Toronto, Tokyo. Just a bit of harassment, though. I don't know why I'm getting excited. No one ever dies in the middle lane anymore.
No, that's an infinity regen lane right there. You have to like really outskill somebody to kill them, I think.
Yeah.
But Lina, I mean, maybe this is one of the few heroes that could do it. She is the lane dominating mid hero.
That's true. I mean, see, everyone says like, oh, you know, reduce roots. Whoa, Yatoro dead in the top lane. That's a big kill for Tundra. They get him low, they force him to play on the edge, and then they kill him off. Meanwhile, Poshka down at bottom, right click out from Snaking. Not gonna be enough to kill him off here. Fire Pigeon will live through the onslaught of the Ice Pigeon.
That lane's going pretty well for Tundra so far. This bot lane even, BH 6-3. I mean, I suppose it's 2 minutes in and the lane starts next to the safe lane tower, so generally the safe lanes will do better. Because the range creep is like in the tower and they can play with the tower regen and the tower armor that they get as well. But still, you know, BH carry, not a very strong hero in the lane, especially.
Dahak, they're going aggressively again here. Mira wants to make the plays, and they're going to need a little bit more, but with that bug upon him, I imagine they'll be able to take him down, and they will. So they get a bit of return blood in the top lane for Team Spirit.
Yeah, level 2 bugs from Yatoro. That's pretty cool. It's a lot of kill threat if you can like protect the bugs from dying now, which with Dispose you can.
Yeah. You can get in a beast, but the problem with Dispose is that not only does it stun you, but it also pushes you further back, meaning you have to run away rather than stand there and hit the bug. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very powerful mechanic in the game of Dota, hence why Tiny, Marcy, Rubik all pretty good, even though Rubik's is very small.
It collapses level 2 in the Shadow Strike now, so should be able to put out a lot more harass down here.
Yeah, but right now it seems like Maposhka's the one getting very low to the Arctic Burn, and the Shuriken's coming out. They're able to hold their own in this lane, surprisingly.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Wyvern actually seems to be like a pretty strong laner with the changes to the Arctic Burn and the Splinter Blast. It's very easy to hit people with Splinter Blast, and Arctic Burn has this massive uptime compared to before because of cooldown reduction as well as a 2-second increase on the flight duration. So you get these long-ranged attacks, and the debuff feels like it lasts forever.
Yeah. And Team Spirit know this. Collapse getting kind of low here, but he will be okay. Although there's the Arctic Burn coming out as well. Snaking, he's really hungry for it. Meanwhile, the top slide, Sax is going to go down. Dahak, is he going to be okay? I mean, he's actually trying to get the return kill onto Mira here, but that's not going to happen. On the bottom side, though, Wyvern it wasn't able to secure the kill onto Maposhka there, and Maposhka just salves up, so...
Yeah, this is just like regen and harass central for both lanes. Weaver, Beastmaster, harass heroes, BH, even spamming out the shurikens constantly down here. Queen of Pain with the Shadow Strikes. Snaking spamming his Splinter Blast. Both supports have headdresses. Like,
it's a lot of battling as up in the top lane. Mira falls again Collapse getting very low down here. Snaking just whacks away at him, but Collapse more than happy to tank a couple of spells here. In fact, they're going to go aggressively onto Skidder now. Skidder getting low. Snaking, he needs to try and help out his buddy here, but I'm not sure there's anything he can do. Skidder tries to turn it around onto Collapse. The Fire Spirit's there, but the poison will tick away and get the kill. And now Collapse jumps forwards, and they'll bring down Snaking as well. 2 dead on the bottom side. Team Spirit Collapse in on this lane.
In Miro's death, by the way, was a suicide to mid tower, so it's not even like a lane trade. So really good last Spirit. Probably the most important thing is that Collapse got burn charges and he's building into a full vessel. So
the hack again, though. They're going aggressively once more, and Saxer unfortunately missing the bushwhack, and that means the hack's fate is secured. Didn't make a tree. Happens.
Yeah, Spirit's kind of running away with the lanes again. Other than mid is getting dumpstered. Toronto Tokyo struggling against 9.
Yeah.
On this Lina, which is kind of what happened last game too with the Queen. Just 9 well in the game.
Cool. And well, they're going to try and make him not do so well here as they move forwards onto the Lina. They can get, but the Winter's Cold Embrace going to come in and help 9 out for the time being. Running up to the high ground, Saxon is here as well, but Yatoro, he wants to finish the job. Is he going to be able to do so? LSA comes down, but the right clicks are there, and 9 will fall. And Yatoro even looking for more here as they move in with Maposhka. So many heroes brought to the middle lane from Team Spirit. They're just outmaneuvering in during this early game.
Yeah, that's 4 heroes mid, including the carry. That's pretty insane. I mean, if you're Team Spirit, I think you make that rotation because you know 9 is the only one that's having a good game here on Tundra. And so if you shut him down, it feels like there's a lot less of a recovery. As Skeeter is getting very bullied out in the bot lane. He's getting pushed right into Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, who's going to be there to clean him up? And it's going to be another death for Skeeter down at bottom.
Skeeter's going for a hood on a carry BH. That is interesting. Okay. I'm excited to see what he does with this.
Hood Ags? Go for the Pudge build?
Yeah, I guess so. This Eternal Shroud, you're just spamming, I guess? I feel like he's going to be useless, but we'll see.
Yeah, no way to really downplay that one, I suppose. That's another interesting game from Skidder here. I don't know why he feels the need to switch up his gameplay so much for this event. It's, or at least this series, I guess. They're trying to out-spirit Spirit.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in this game, 9 is Lina mid, so that's, like, Lina's almost always the true carry, and Dahak is a stand-in, and he's a carry player. And Beastmaster, Nature's Visage, these heroes that he plays are very strong semi-carries. So maybe Skeeter is identifying that, like, oh, I need to play... You know, I need to play like an offlaner because we have a carry, and my mid is playing carry in these games. I don't know if it's necessary, but maybe that's like the logic behind it. Because it's a conscious choice. It's not just randomly doing this. You know, this is a conscious choice given the stand-in situation that they have.
It's an interesting one, that's for sure. But, I mean, I don't want to make any early judgments yet, so we'll see if it pays off in the second game. Snaking being stalked by 3 heroes here, and once again, Toronto Tokyo in with the jump and out with the kill.
Yeah, Mira's just being so annoying. Like, both of these Spirit supports are collapsing on the mid lane, no pun intended, to take away 9's pressure as the strongest hero in the game, so 9 has to go move to the jungle, and Maposhka's even following him, looking to get maybe some wards down, blocking these camps or something. Or maybe just feeding, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 9, he's got a lot of... Oh, great bushwhack there. That might bring them both down. Laguna Blade onto one, right clicks onto the other, and that is going to be a nice couple of kills going the way of Tundra.
I remember what I was saying during the draft about Soxa's Hoodwink. He hits bushwhacks that look way too good. It makes the hero look easy, and then you go play it in a pub, then you realize it's really hard, actually.
Yeah. That was insane. And another one down in the bottom lane. Is this going to end up in a kill? I don't think so. He has got the jump away. Saxon's still chasing, though. He's a hungry boy. But he will not be eating any quap today as Mura jumps forwards, looking for the toss back. Will not be finding it, though. And just a bit of trading, a bit of fighting, a bit of flexing on each other. But they're really searching hard for Saxa here.
I just had a very useless realization that The majority of heroes in this game are girls. Wyvern, Lena, Hoodwink, Marcy, Quap, Phoenix. That's
Yeah.
a 6 out of 10 ratio.
Girls get it done.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Middle tower is under attack.
Excellent. And Weaver is questionable because, well, in his descriptions, he does say he, even though he has babies. So I don't know. Bug's very sexual, I guess. Quap getting very low on the bottom side, but the shuriken won't be enough to kill him off. Collapses is easily
level
fine.
2 shuriken.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Okay. The idea. This is a smoke. This is a full smoke.
Yeah, they're moving hard onto Dahak here, though, and they're going to be able to bring him down. They take him out. Meanwhile, just farming away in the jungle. Not helping out with that one.
I love that Beast is such a toxic hero that, like, you always have to smoke to him, and Miposhka even has to commit the egg because you know that otherwise, like, he can just roar and maybe kill you, and like, he'll go down, but then you'll go down. You won't get anything from it. So yeah, Spirit, they understand Beastmaster as a hero, clearly, with the commitment that they've made to him.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
A lot of heroes gathering on the top side for Tundra, though. Looks like they want to set up here onto the Void Spirit. The Aze is going to come down with the Laguna Blade. Bye-bye, Mr. Toronto Tokyo. Blasted.
It kind of stuck around a little too long, not anticipating the Winter's Curse combo. But yeah, Spirit at the tower, so they're decent. They're okay with it still. They're okay with it. Miposhka can hold this top lane quite easily with his Fire Spirits and lots of pressure on mid.
Jump in, toss back onto Saxa here. Hoodwink maybe in some trouble, but luckily has a heal coming out from Snakey, and that's going to give time to Skidder to TP on across here. Not quite sure what he's going to achieve with this rotation, though. Really wants to steal Mirror's gold, but doesn't close the gap, so a bit of wasted time for the carry, unfortunately.
He tried to steal those jewels and trinkets, but he is a very slow goblin, unfortunately. I think I understand the hood to a degree. Like, I've had another thought towards it, is that, like, BH, if you want to farm on him at all, you have to sit in lanes, and you can't sit in lanes as a squishy little goblin. So he gets a hood, so that way when he gets gone on eventually, because he's the carry in the lanes, at least, like, he can bait and survive. Because you're not going to jungle on this hero, right? And as a carry, I don't know how much you want to spend rotating and fighting. And even if you are rotating and fighting with the hood, at least you can steal gold from people while being tanky. And maybe that's the idea. You're farming the enemy's gold by hitting them and being tanky in fights.
Well, quick elimination out onto Mirror here as they go for a bit of invasion. Yatura trying to get the kill onto the Hoodwink. Going to chase him all the way under the tower. Right click's coming through, needs the proc, won't find it. And now will have to time-lapse himself away. But luckily will be safe once that time-lapse comes out.
It's another one of those games where Miposhka just gets to sit top with max Fire Spirits and shove out the wave. It's an interesting counter to Beastmaster in some way. It's like, obviously Beastmaster gives the aura to kill the egg, but in terms of map,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
you can sit up here and kill his summons, which is nice.
Some laid out. Void Spirit juking his way out of this one. They just want to clear out on Team Spirit. Very active early game from both these teams here, to be honest.
And Spirit, though, they're like they're doing a good job at disengaging when Tundra is making TP rotations in. Like, they're not getting jebaited into any tower dives or anything like that. They're just like poking so many TPs, and then they use the haste to leave. Which I think is the right play against Tundra. It's like, are you going to dive at BH with Hood? It's like, he's committed to this item that just makes him tanky. It doesn't make him farm any quicker, so just leave and go hit creeps,
Don't play into his hands. Do the one thing he wants you to do. But
yeah, exactly.
I mean, they are hanging out here around bottom, though. The three heroes, they're going in on this one. They want to try and bring him down. Saxa, can he save the day? No, he cannot. Skidder just gets torn apart limb from limb. And that's going to be a gruesome end to the Bounty Hunter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This time the TPs were not available to come and help him out, so it does end up becoming a pretty straightforward pickoff. And they want to put some pressure on the tower whilst they're at it as well.
They're looking for Saxa, though. They know he's down here trying to hold the tower and be a greedy little squirrel.
Now, Lena actually TPing in. Looks like she's got the boots of travel. You know, Saxa moving in through the trees. Has that scurry to get himself away. Meanwhile, Maposhka's dead on the top side, actually, as they make the movement with the Lina. The setup was there. The kill comes through. And they will be trading towers, I reckon. Skittle just hanging out mid.
9 went for a Witchblade on Lina. That's cool.
Oh,
I mean,
interesting.
That's like one of the few heroes. Okay, they did get Saxa. That's one of the few heroes
finally.
that really abuses the projectile speed component to the Witchblade. Like Lina with fast projectiles. I mean, she's already a turret, you know. That sounds scary.
Yeah. Thing is, she doesn't really benefit from the attack speed too much because she's already got absolute truck tons off it, but I can definitely see it being good. I mean, why specifically in this game do you think he's got it? I think it's something to do with the egg, actually.
The egg, the projectile speed versus the egg, and the attack speed slow. Like that's the thing is like attack speed is good on Lina if the enemy team has attack speed slow, so you can like continue killing the egg with the difference that makes potentially. But I also just kind of feel like Lina's not the most powerful mid hero that people are picking. It's just not that popular. And Witchblade is like the new mid item, so he's just trying it. You know what I mean?
Dahag being jumped on here, but he's got plenty of heroes behind him. Cold Embrace available should he want it, but team are actually just backing away. So back into the pit, trying to TP out. Not going to happen though. Sonic Wave cuts him out. That's going to be a clean kill.
That's 2 vessel charges for collapse, which he really likes to play with right now. He's got 3 points in Shadow Strike, like big nuke damage from him.
Ooh, jumping in and saving Mr. President there, Mr. Mirror. Helping him out, and meanwhile, Skitter is going to get that Cold Embrace thrown upon him. They've got the stun out onto the Weaver. They need more lockdown. They're not going to find it. And actually, it's Team Spirit going for more kills. They tear apart the snaking. And Bushwhack comes in from the sidelines from Sax to the Laguna Plate. It does come out in time. They kill off Yatoro 9, standing and fighting his ground here. But under the tier 2 tower, they've got the Sunray upon him. It's a lot of damage. A lot of heroes hanging around wanting to finish the job here. And look at this swoop in, but the LSA predicts it. But it's not enough to save his life. But it does get them the 2 turnaround kills. Look at Mira. What are these guys doing? Team Spirit are playing some crazy old Dota right now. They'll use the rule to get the kill. Cold Embrace not going to save him. Toronto Tokyo TP himself out of here. He is gone. As a bloodbath in the middle lane.
I'm pretty sure everybody died at the start of that. Like, Skinner died at the start of the fight, right? So that's like that's a 4 for 4. But unfortunately for Tundra, their bounty hunter was the one hero that died first, and also the one hero that can make a 4 for 4 good for you because of track.
Yeah.
So it really sucks that he died first in that fight.
What a game. I mean, we're 17 minutes in, and it feels like we've been going much longer than that. These guys are just brawling with each other.
People wanted fighting after the last game, and Team Spirit and Tundra, they're giving it to the fans.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah. Sox is so good at hoodwink, man. I love how aggressive Spirit is here too. Like they know it's very worth it.
Mid lane, they're going on to Skitter once again here live. They throw him back, and with Phoenix coming in as well, they are going to be able to kill off the bounty hunter in mid. That is a shame.
Dude, Skeeter is having a rough series, bro. He's 0-5 on BH, 0-5-2. Level 10, Mira. The position 4 Marcy is level 11, almost 12, with the Blink Dagger coming out on the Courier very soon. That is scary, man. Soxa's level 10 is... Wait. Bro, Skeeter is the lowest level on his team. That's insane.
9 in a bit of trouble. LSA is going to miss, and now once again, Team Spirit just surrounding these targets. 9, they're keeping their distance. They want to finish him off from afar to make sure he can't get any surprise kills on the exit, and they do that beautifully. Team Spirit with the in and out.
Is Roche the play now? You just go with the Weaver bugs. I don't know. Weaver bugs are on cooldown.
Gotta wait.
Yep. The minute mark just passed though, so they can farm up this triangle, and this feels really bad for Tundra when they respawn because the safest place that has the best farm is just completely empty for a minute, and they do go for the Roche.
Yep, bugs are back up. That gives them the opportunity they need to run into that pit. And double damage just to help out as well. Thank you, Mr. Gaben.
Yeah, very easy to Roche with Marcy, DD, Weaver. Also, you know, total control of the map. That definitely helps as well.
Yeah, that's a plus. I definitely consider that a plus.
It's a plus. It's a plus. Not a minus for sure.
Smoke
Thunder
up.
smokes anyway, huh? I mean, people do disperse after Roche usually, so this is not a bad smoke play.
It's the exact same thing they did last game as well. This is clearly something, a read they have, whether that be specifically on Team Spirit or just in Dota in general. But, you know, use that opportunity whilst they're feeling a little bit too free. And they're going to get themselves a Master kill here. Oh, the GP cancel actually pretty big there as Maposhka reveals everything. And he's going to be able to just fly himself away. Tundra left empty-handed, or are they? The Hawk comes in, stun is out, but the LSA doesn't follow up in time. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get himself back. Nine just trying to take some damage into this middle tier 1 tower.
Dire's
to work.
structures are fortified.
Yatoro's getting a tier 2 at this point. I'm Spirit's perfectly okay with this trade.
Yeah. I think you might be right. Where is his Ag Scepter on the Bounty Hunter? He should have it by now, right?
No, he's about halfway there.
Ooh,
It's struggle city for him. Yeah.
that's bad news.
Dire's
That's
bottom
a
tower
nice
is
little use of the Tumbler's toy there. Just give him the old 1-2. Get him them dancing shoes.
The good news is when he does get the
structures are fortified.
Aghanim Scepter, he will be stealing a lot of golden trinkets away from the enemy team. That is what Bounty Hunter does.
Ooh, 9 has been found here, but the LSA does land onto the Weaver. Can they get any follow-up is a question. Dahak is dead on the back lines as Weaver is just going to be able to get himself out. So Tundra not looking good for them at the moment. Snaking going for the TP out, but they will find
Nice
him.
catch.
They've got the stuns and they've got the kill. Another kill.
Nice team fighting from Spirit. Yatoro, he like forced a bunch of heroes away from the Beastmaster, and his team was able to take down Dahak. So just like understanding that if they split the fight like that, there's very little way for Tundra to fight, and you have to go for the backliners in this case. Like you're talking like Hoodwink, Wyvern with Winter's Curse. Like there's actually ways to turn fights if you don't go on the backliners. And they get a bigger kill than the backliners by going on the Beastmaster and then like distracting the backliners with the Weaver, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Very nicely done. Very cool indeed. And 9, he's always trying to predict these LSAs. You know, he's really big braining this game. Trying to catch out this Weaver, this Void Spirit, this Quap.
Radiant's bottom tower
I mean, you kind of have to, right?
Yeah, he's trying. I mean, because if they can hit a Light Strike array to start, and then follow up with some other like easier stun, you know, I don't know, Hoodwink, and then it's a 7-second cooldown, so he can use another Light Strike array, and maybe that's long enough stun duration that they can kill somebody.
Radiant's
When you're
bottom
behind, you have to like try for things like that.
Oshka has to use to dodge out the Bushwhacker, and Toronto Tokyo just comes in and takes Sax's life, but they've got the stun out onto him. Laguna Blade finishes the job. Starting away from the back lines. That should finish off Snaking here. Cold Embrace doesn't save him. Now Yatoro looking for more, along with Collapse. Who can they find? Nine's actually turning it around. Another stun, just dishing out the damage, but I don't think they've got enough. Skidder falls again. TP out from 9, and Collapse is looking for Dahak, but Dahak as well. Also going to TP to safety. Mira doesn't quite connect on that one. 3 dead on the side of Tundra. Once again, they do get the Void Spirit, but it's a very, very small reward.
Mira was very close on both of those disposes. Like the BKB on 9 had just worn off right before his TP went through, but Mira could not get the cast point. Yeah, to Spirit in this fight, they really did not allow.
Oh, and jump forward
9's caught
live
in the
as
real game.
well. That is a really big target as well, and 9 is going to end up going down on the live feed. That's a huge pick, actually. That's massive.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, it's just abusing the fact that they know his BKB is on cooldown for another 40 seconds. They can just go ham.
Yeah, 9 felt this last game as well. Ags check.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle tower is
they were nearly there.
He's almost got it. He's almost got it.
That 12k net worth from Team Spirit's gonna drop like a rock, right, Jenkins? Right?
That's right. The more gold they have is the more gold that Skeeter can steal.
Exactly. There we go. There's
In
my
true-
optimistic little
In true
buddy.
goblin greed fashion, he just wants a bigger, rush from stealing more bounty, which is great. He's cosplaying the bounty hunter, truly.
Meanwhile, Miposhka and Mira, the support's trying to get it done as they go onto the Hoodwink. Essence Ring gonna help out quite a lot here, and actually Saxa doing a decent amount of damage back to Miposhka, especially with the Acorn Shot bursting through as well. Saxa needs to decide what he wants to do here, but unfortunately he's just gonna get taken down as Collapse sweeps in to get the kill. Although live, we've got a bit of trouble here. They've got the Roar out onto the Weaver. They're gonna take it down. He doesn't have his Aegis anymore. Yatoro taking a step too far. Toronto Tokyo can do nothing about that.
Good timing. Really good timing from Tundra. I don't know if they timed that so that the Aegis was like despawning right at the moment that they went on him, but
Must have been close, right? Look at Roche respawn.
yeah, you can tell that he was feeling very confident. Oh, Mira wants to go in.
They do indeed. They do indeed. Dahak, though, taking some heavy hits right now, and he is actually going to fall snaking as well. Might be following him to the grave. Can he get up that high ground in time? He can. Meanwhile, toss back onto Skidder. No, sweet baby Skidder, not again, but a Sonic Wave to the face will melt his whole head off. Poor little guy. It's all right. The Axe is coming.
He's got it, dude. He's just not doing anything.
Oh.
He's got it.
What do you mean?
Oh.
It's supposed to be the game-changing moment, Jenkins. It was supposed to change everything.
It is. No, that'll be the Ag Shard. It'll be so goddamn tanky when he gets that.
Oh, okay, so when he gets the Ag Shard,
Saxa?
this game's turning around. Yeah, they're making a play actually onto the Collapse here. Wow. They're going to be able to take him down. Mirror as well, melting to the damage of 9. The right clicks will follow him and finish the job. 9, though, his BKB is about to run out. Beautiful LSA, predicting it once again. Is it going to get him another kill, or is he going to die before that? I think he might be going down, the poor little sausage. Down goes 9, and a winner's curse from Snaking, trying to buy himself a little bit more time to escape from this one. Team 3 won't be chasing further than this. In comes Skidder. Where's that Axe? Let's go, baby! Woo!
Oh,
money.
He does no damage.
Ah, we got the money, dude. That's what it's about.
Oh, God.
That's fine. This is worth. But Toronto doing a lot of damage here. The Cold Embrace keeping him alive for a little bit longer, but death shall come eventually to the little goblin man as the Sunray tracks him down and finishes it off. Nicely done from Aposhka, sticking around for that play. Skid dies once again.
Yatoro's in, bro. Oh, no, he's out. He's just... just messing around with the Weaver ult. 35 seconds, that is down though, so. Then again, that's also 30 seconds that the enemy mid and carry are gone, so not really that big of a deal.
It's an unfortunate game for Tundra. Two games in a row. Not really going as planned.
Yeah, picking Skeeter weird stuff is not feeling that strong in this series, to be honest.
9 looking pretty godlike though. I mean, this was a 6 series of plays, whatever way you look at it. Like this LSA, oof, you love to see it.
Yeah, 9 is like the only reason I think that Tundra is in this particular game. Last game, the Hawk was a lot stronger, but in this game, like 9 is the saving grace for Tundra. They can maybe do stuff off of the back of him. He almost has a full Satanic. In fact, I think he could afford it, or he can afford it very soon. I imagine he probably just buys out. Yeah, he does, because they need a fight to go their way. He's not going to die and then buy back and then win the game off of that. Like, he's got to have high net worth.
It's a big ask. Doing well, but yeah, they need to get that game-changing fight. You know, just one fight, and this bounty won't look quite so bad. And this Lina will start to be the apex predator in this game, which we've all seen before.
The Lina being the only one doing well does mean that Spirit has one job, though, and that's to, well, maybe 2 jobs. Like, make sure the backlines can't save Lina, and then kill Lina. That's it. Yeah. So it's like Snaking and 9 are the 2 targets for Tundra. So I don't think any of these other heroes are really going to protect. Like, what's Skeeter going to do? Oh, no.
Well, the Hawk is going to die. That's what I know. They will jump in with the Winter's Curse here, looking to set up for the 2-man LSA. The Bushwhack will come through instead as they keep him out of the fight. This Egg, that's actually going to pop here. They do get the kill onto the Poshko. Now 9 moving forwards, looking for the Void Spirit to take him down as well. Now, I think Team Spirit actually needs to be the ones to get out of this one, because Dahaki's in with a Roar, stunning up the Marcy. They're going to be able to get yet another kill here. It is Saxa getting the credits, but it is Tundra winning this fight. But it has to be said, once again, Skid was the first to die, so no track kills, no shurikens bouncing around, no income for our little peasant goblin. Well, there's
Wow,
buybacks
they
coming out from
bought
Team
back.
Spirit. They want to defend this Roshan. I think that's what it is. They know it could be up, I suppose. But not quite yet.
That's a big fight for Tundra. I mean,
huge.
2 buybacks. That's a win condition right there. Like if Tundra gets a kill on one of these heroes and then they run into Roche, I don't think Spirit's going to be able to fight them. And then after that, the gold lead is going to dissipate.
I mean, it supports. I don't know about win condition, but yeah, definitely a getting back in the game condition for them.
I feel like these supports are actually very important though. Like a Phoenix with the Sunray and the Supernova and Marcy with like the constant like in and out rebounds and disposes, even the sidekick. I feel like with just how they empower their cores to do stuff, they are important, which is why the last fight looked so bad. It's because the supports died early.
Yeah.
Tundra, man, they're out. They don't want to just sit in their base. This is a full wraparound.
Yeah, they're looking for some action to happen, that's for sure. They wanna take these fights. See if anyone TPs into the mid lane. So far,
They don't
not
have
really
a ward
happening.
though. That's the problem.
That
So
does make
they-
this risky. They might only have one and they want to save it for the fight.
It's just day vision. Like that's all they're using right now. They're trying to use the hoodwink illusion to scout.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, there's nothing worse than placing a ward down and then the fight happens in a different area and you don't have another one, so you're fighting blind.
Yeah, that feels really bad. That's something that it's like in pro games, like they always fight on a ward. Ooh, almost got him. I don't think that goes through invis. That actually might have hit him if he wasn't invis. Another smoke. Dude, Tundra's been sitting on smokes, bro.
Tundra looking around. They see Collapse here. Collapse probably going to notice, though, that he has been tracked, so jumping on away. This is getting very tense, and it's all going to break off now as they jump in onto the Beastmaster. They can take out the Hack first. This will be huge, and they can. He's gone, as is the Wyvern. So 2 big team fighting elements just taken out of the fray. Looks like Sax is in some trouble as well, trying to scurry away from this one. Nice TP, not going to happen. And down goes the Squirrel. 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. My God.
Dire's turrets have been killed.
Just like that. I mean, that was great team fighting by Spirit. Good initiation as well from Toronto Tokyo. He jumped in, but he didn't like stay in the fray. He just gave vision for his team to kill the important heroes, and he jumped out to like the back line, so that way he couldn't just get Winter's Curse as soon as the fight started. Like he knows what his job is. It's just to go in and give vision for his team, and it gives them a perfect fight.
Absolutely.
Roshan has fallen to the
Really good engagement for the side of Team Spirit. Just as long as they get the jump, it feels like they're fine, right?
Yeah, I think so. Which is exactly why it's like he's going in to give vision. It's like he's not really the jump hero. I think that's Mira, but in order for Mira to get the jump, he needs to actually see people.
Yeah, he needs a target.
Dire are scanning.
That's the thing. Sometimes the initiator is not the one who should go in first, weirdly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's Dota. Depending on like the layers of how the team fight is going to go, but against a Winter Wyvern, against these heroes that you have to find before a good fight can start,
Yeah.
like somebody's got to run in and die. Sometimes it's an ogre just like running up a high ground like an idiot and dying. Sometimes it's a void spirit with you know, Kaya and Sanj, who's very
Oh,
tanky.
yes. Get that bag. Go on, King. He's fine. See? Skidder. Yep. Oh,
He's dead.
he's run out of
He's
trees.
dead.
He's run out of forest pathways to take. Oh no. Well, he took some of Toronto Tokyo's money though, right? So
He did. How much did he get for that?
Don't worry
that
about
was
that. It's fine.
36 gold.
no. Don't worry about
that
it.
was...
It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You're an A. You don't need to do maths.
that's rough. That's rough.
Oh no, another kill across the map as well. Toronto Tokyo, he's got his mop and he is cleaning up right now. But Dahak says, hello, I'm not a support. You can't do that to me. But they've got teammates coming across here. Nice little stun onto the Marcy, but is it going to make a difference to Dahak's fate? No, it is not. They're on top of him, and they'll get yet another elimination on this map. Zaxter in the tree lines will TP out and be safe, but Team Spirit are just wiping across the face of this map right now. Not letting Tundra be out and getting farm and making sure their net worth is skyrocketing.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo's not dealing with this nonsense this game. Like, he's just completely on point with the pickoffs. And the cool thing about him going in first is that if he does end up getting roared, like we just saw there, Mira can jump in and save him. So it's like, it's very convenient that Marcy is both the hero that Toronto Tokyo needs to give vision for to initiate, but also Marcy can save him if the initiation is botched in any way.
Yeah, that's true.
Radiant's
that point a
middle
lot.
tower is under attack.
It's a nice little drafting synergy, and you know, whether it's just something they've played with before, you know, in scrims where they've managed to make that work and said, hey, these two heroes actually end up working really well together, or is it just something in this game they've discovered, or something they've theorized about and then tried to get? You just don't know. But one thing we do know, Team Spirit, very smart. Not just Spirit.
I would guess they probably know about this synergy, because I think a lot of people are thinking about like how to set up for Marcy initiations right now, because the hero is just like the most OP hero in the game, right? So like I've seen like Night Stalker Marcy and stuff like that, just like getting good jumps with the ether lens and dispose with vision. Just like people, you know, like Enigma, people figured out how to like play around getting like 2 or 3 man black holes consistently by having somebody walk in, create
Play on
chaos.
the Weaver. A lot of damage coming down on Tim, but in comes Mira once again with the save. And you see that from the Void Spirit as well? He jumped on top of him just to make sure there was no sharpshooter.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
Cute.
He realizes his job this game is he's like a body. His team is doing damage, and he's just like all the utility in the game, which is really cool.
Smash keyboard. Another problem with this bounty as well is that you're playing against a Weaver who's just going to get the shard, and that gives him another form of detection, which is really, really strong on a carry.
And Gleipnir. Gleipnir hits invis units, I found out a little while ago. Yeah, it's very strong. A lot of other abilities like Gleipnir don't hit invis units, like Bushwhack, for example.
Oh, throwback on the Lina into the Bounty Hunter as well, but the Winter's Curse might just get them out of here. Skidder and Nine need to get up to the high ground, and they're actually going to try and turn it around. They do kill off Mira, but can they get any more? But Poshka, the X going to fall as well. Nine, he's just turning around and doing the damage. Surely, though, he is going to fall, and as the BKB ends, the magic damage comes through, and they do kill off the Lina, and now they'll look for more. Yatoro in onto Snaking, get that kill as well. 5-man team wipe from the side of Team Spirit without even losing the Aegis, with only really they didn't even lose a single cure. I think this game might be over, Jenkins.
Yeah, 9 does not have buyback. He's 82 gold short, and this is the hero that needs to be alive in order to defend. They have a Philly Stone. They need to like dig up a bounty for him. Somebody's got to get the shovel and dig up a bounty right now. Otherwise, they're going to lose all of their racks and maybe the game. Yeah, where's that shovel at, boys?
Come on, get digging. You here to play games? No. get in the dirt.
It's the only thing they can do besides getting the bounty room top, but I don't know how they're going to get there.
Do they have a shovel? Have you checked?
They do have a shovel, yeah.
Oh.
No, nobody made the call. I feel like that's supposed to be 9 that makes that call.
Yeah, please, guys. There is a way, but unfortunately, it's not going to find it. Snaking's going to go down. Bounty Hunter under the tier 4 towers. He's just running in circles like he's been doing for most of this game, to be honest. Feels so bad for him. There's once again getting eliminated, and Team Spirit, they will go for the Megas. Lina finally has the money for a buyback. Now, they make the play forward onto the Void Spirit. Can they bring him down, though? No seems to be the answer. In fact, he just comes back in place. He's looking to be aggressive. Nine gonna have to pop a BKB here, but can't get off the damage before Yatoro takes him out. Yatoro gets a kill, and the GGs are called. Game number 2. It goes the way of Team Spirit, and now Team Tundra are in dire threat of elimination from this group stage. Oh, dear.
I mean, dude, Spirit is just looking incredibly clean. Like, they do well in the lanes, and at very few points did it look like Tundra could do anything to get back into the game. It was just like flawless team play from Spirit when it comes to team fighting, as well as it was really good, like punishing Tundra for moving around the map and trying to split push like last time. Dahak was 1 in 11 in that game. So he could not do the same split pushing shenanigans that he was allowed to do in the previous game. And Skeeter was 1 in 12. That is a rough couple of games from him. Picking him the weird heroes does not seem to be a solid strat for Tundra given this series.
Nope. And I mean, I kind of feel like that's Skidder all over, right? Like he is used to playing some different things, as apparently Mahoshka had no items at the end of the game. You know, he did
Classic.
pioneer the carrier Baden, and, you know, used to bring it out occasionally. It was something he liked to play around with, but in this series, it really didn't look good. It does look like, you know, a substitute can make all the difference, and it feels like Tundra, there's something going on with them, whether that's a substitute, whether that's just the land pressure, I'm not really sure. But this wasn't the Tundra we've seen in the EU DPC for many, many weeks.
No, and Spirit looked on point today as well. Like, I think there's some days where Spirit can look like, I mean, they talked about it during the major. Like, they can look like they have, you know, some internal problems. They look like they just aren't playing as well as they are at their peak. It just happens in Dota. Like, sometimes your heart's just not as in it. Maybe you just don't like the patch that much. Maybe, like, who the hell knows? Maybe you're not eating the right foods. You know what I mean? Like, the vibes on a team, it has to be right. Everything has to click when you're playing at this level. And it looks like this Spirit is absolutely clicking.
Yeah, they look damn good. They look really, really good. And back in their LAN form, it seems like they are definitely feeling great. And this man is feeling particularly great. Toronto Tokyo gonna be our MVP for game number 2, 13-3 and 26. This guy had a field day.
Yeah, amazing performance from him. He had a tough laning opponent. 9 was quite huge. Elena versus Void Spirit. But yet, Toronto Tokyo was able to have a large impact on the game. His supports definitely helped out in that effect. But the way that they played the early game made it look like he wasn't in like a tough lane. Like the fights were just incredibly good from all of Team Spirit. It was hard to pick an MVP for this one because I feel like this was just like a really good performance from all of them. Like, they were all about at an equal level. I just slightly put Toronto Tokyo above because I felt like he was in a tough matchup and then still had a really good performance.
I would like to see Mira. I would like to see Mira get the MVP because he had a great game, just jumping in, you know, throwing out that parkour. But I know what you're like, Jenkins. You don't want to give it to the guy playing the OP hero.
That's right. That's right.
I know what you're like. Yeah, I mean, it is looking really good for Team Spirit. So I guess we should look forward to their next series. I mean, do they stand a chance, I guess, is the question. You know, they've got a series coming up against Secret, the Giga Chads off this group. Can they actually take them down?
I think so. If they are maintaining the form that they had today, let's see, who did Spirit lose to? They lost to LGD already. So I don't feel like losing to LGD is something that is like, that's fine. It's LGD, you know what I mean? Like, any of these teams can take games off of any of these teams. I think Team Secret is looking absolutely amazing, but you know, on honeymoon period, whatever, Team Spirit, they've been through all sorts of struggles together, internal issues, coming back and having good vibes again, winning TI, anime running at the Animajor, you know. This what was their original team? Yellow Submarine, right? That's what they were.
Back
originally.
In the day.
These guys have been around forever. So yeah, you know what? Screw Team Secret, Team Spirit. They've got this.
Hype. I can get behind that. Yeah, I'm on the Spirit train now. I also like the shirt, by the way. Kind of looks like you're impersonating that Weaver, right? You're giving off the same vibes.
Exactly. I'm the queen bee, and Yutoro is my king.
Beautiful.
That came out of my mouth before I even thought about it.
I can tell. And poor old Tundra, you know, they do get basically eliminated from this. I believe there is still some shenanigans which can happen where they can stay in if they lose their next series 2-0 on Team Spirit, and then Tundra get the 2-0 win, then it's going to be a draw, so it's going to be a tiebreaker. That feels like two crazy things have to happen, though. Spirit have to beat Secret, which maybe not so crazy, and then Tundra have to beat LGD. It's hard.
Which if LGD beats Spirit and Spirit beats Tundra, then effectively, you know, transitive property, it's not going to happen, you would think, but it's like, this is Dota. I feel like Tundra has had times in the DPC where they look like real rough, and then they come back in the next week and they look like literally the strongest team in the world. So yeah, it's so hard to say with these teams, and Spirit as well. It's like, you know, they have some weak performances by their own analysis, and then they fix the vibes, and all of a sudden they just completely crush like god tier teams. So yeah, anything can happen. My gut says we will actually get a tiebreaker, but we'll see. That's just like a gut read on these teams. I feel like it depends on the day who's going to beat who. It's just rock paper scissors.
Yeah, it feels like we should, right? It feels like these teams are close enough to deserve a tiebreaker, but I think it's hard to happen with well, I guess with the matches we have, you know, best of twos and stuff. It does get close, but I don't think we've had a draw in this side of the group. Actually, we haven't had a draw.
That's right. We've no draw. It's all been 2-0s. That's weird. That's very weird because it's been all over the place in Group A. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah, trading wins like anything in Group A, but in Group B, it's all 2-0s going around all over the place, which I guess should make things more defined, but it kind of doesn't. But hey, guess what? We now have an interview available, so we get to talk to a member of Team Spirit, and we get to talk to the lovely Toronto Tokyo. Hello, sir. How are you doing after this win? And you excited to be here playing this event?
Hi guys, what can I say? Easy game.
Hell yeah.
That's the energy we like. What did you think of Tundra's carry picks for this series? I'm interested.
I don't know. The first game they didn't other heroes. Second game they wanted to dodge bounty hunter matchup on mid. I think it was bad. Decision from them. They should anyway put bounty hunter. That's all logic, you know.
Okay.
Anyway, Tundra. I think Tundra is a great team. I think they just are not together right now. That's why this is happening. I think. Yeah.
Let's talk about you guys though, because you know, when I spoke to Maposhka at the major, he said he felt like it was all very rushed. They didn't have time to properly prepare for that event. Is it different this time around for this event?
It's a bit more different, but I think we still didn't find our best strategies right now, but we are improving. We are improving every day, so I think if we will get to the playoffs, we will get stronger. I hope every day, yeah.
So does it feel like that kind of same energy you had at TI, you know, because there is a lot of money on the line here. Does it feel like similar vibes to what you were feeling back then?
No, it's not the same one, I think, first of all. But anyway, it's big, but we don't really think about money, I guess. Personally, I'm not thinking about the money. I think it's a bit more motivation to win this tournament compared to major, maybe. But nothing special, I guess. Yeah.
Nothing special, just playing that Dota. All right, Jenkins, you got any questions?
Hello, Toronto Tokyo. My question is, what is your favorite support to play with as a mid laner? What do you really like roaming to your lane to make your game easy?
It doesn't matter. Whenever my supports dies on sideline and TPs me to refill my bottle, I'm happy, you know.
Okay, I see. It doesn't matter. That's good. That's good. Okay.
Second question. It can be even core, you know. If
true,
it will
that's
be
true.
post 1 or post 3, that TPs me, I'm also happy, you know.
It's all the same. Yeah, that's right. Have you, Toronto Tokyo, ever been to Toronto or Tokyo?
No, but I'm planning to visit these cities. I think I will visit them maybe after TI. We will see.
Very nice.
Hell
very
yeah.
nice.
Hell yeah. Hopefully it's not as hot in Toronto after TI. There's a heat wave here now, so it's pretty rough. But...
Are you going to do the flight from Toronto to Tokyo?
Okay. It would be hype, you know. If I fly from the Toronto to Tokyo, I will post something in my Instagram. Maybe
nice. We look forward to it.
Or something fun.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Go and follow him on Instagram, everyone. Look forward to it. All right. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Bye.
you asked him good questions, so I had to ask him some garbage. That's how this goes. That's how this goes. I love it. Anytime we get a Spirit interview, I'm just like they're all just so happy, so smiley. They're goofy guys, man. They're trolls, actually. They're trolls.
Dude, they're loving it. They're happy to be here, you know, and that energy is what gets you wins, you know. It's what gets you TIs, you know. You have fun with it. You enjoy your time here, whilst also obviously preparing super hard. And yeah, I do find it interesting how he said that it was different from the major completely, because I don't know, like you talked to them a little bit, right? Like they were scattered at the major, you know. This was not the team spirit we wanted to see. And that was all due to the fact that, like, you know, with the visas, with everything going on with them, relocating, it was really hard for them to get out to that event in time. So we didn't get to see the proper team spirit. So it does feel like this is the first time we're seeing proper LAN spirit in a very long time.
Yeah. I mean, obviously with the world events, like Eastern EU is like at that time was not in a good place. I mean, obviously still not, but at least it's at the point where they've probably done stuff to deal with it and feel a little more comfortable that they can like focus on their job. So I don't think anybody blamed them. And even if like you're not consciously thinking about that stuff in a game, it's like subconsciously, it's obviously going to affect the vibes of a team. So that's something that you have to very consciously like work to fix if you're trying to play at a competitive level. And I'm sure they have all sorts of staff that helped with that. But it's the first step is like identifying that the team, it's like, guys, like we're talking over each other, or like one guy should be talking more and they're not talking as much. Somebody should focus on their gameplay. Like sometimes just the way that you're communicating and the vibes of the team are not working, and you change them, and then all of a sudden, like a week later, you're winning everything. Like that's just how teams work. That's how EG works. And every single season of DPC of the NA DPC is like they suck at first and then they progress, and then at the end they're like god tier. It's like it happens with plenty of teams.
Yeah, you got to ramp it up indeed. That is a momentum you need. The tournaments are just a momentum-based thing, you know, like pure skill alone, it's not enough. You need to have that momentum to carry you through, to deal with the pressure, and to really come out with a win at the end of the day, and we know Spirit are capable of that. Will they pull it off? Well, you guys have to keep watching to find that out, but for this series, we are all done. Thanks for watching, but of course, we got some highlights to keep you entertained over the little break, and then we'll be back. I believe the next series on the stream is going to be RNG versus Liquid. Ooh, that's going to be a good one. So we'll see you soon for that match. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a great couple matches coming up to you for the rest of the day, but the first one, of course, is going to be Royal Never Give Up versus Team Liquid. And we've been seeing a lot of both of these teams recently. Of course, the group stage is the round robin best of 2, and I've had a really great time watching RNG recently, and you know, Liquid has been showing some interesting things too, especially with Ana.
Yeah, Liquid is technically out right now, and by technically I mean literally. So what they're playing for is the difference between 9th through 10th, where they'll get 100,000, and 7th through 8th, where they'll get 150,000. So they are still playing for 10,000 a pop, which is, you know, $10,000 for 2 games of Dota. You're still going to try really hard, but I feel like RNG, considering that they are. I think they could even tie for first in some scenario, and then get first, which would guarantee them to go through to the semifinals. RNG is going to try extremely hard in this one. They're going to be unrelenting.
Yeah, and you know, they definitely want to be just bringing their A game. They've been showing a lot of momentum throughout this tournament, and we have a nice little video of them just to hype them all up. I love seeing those like gestures that they do, like, you know, really cool gamer moves. What would your cool gamer move be, Jenkins? You had to shoot one of these.
Okay, can't put the camera back on. Oh, never mind. Okay.
We'll talk about
Chalice killed me with his, like, just the come at me, just watching like a sweet, nice looking gamer guy just be like, come here, bro. Come on, let's fight. It's like, I don't want to fight you. You look nice and lovely. Yeah, we have Ghost today.
Yeah,
That's
we
great.
have a picture of him, which is nice. We can stop making the Ghost joke. And yeah, you know, they've been looking very, very strong. I think Somnus has been very, very impressive throughout this tournament. We had yesterday that Nature's Prophet that he played mid that absolutely destroyed, just completely popped off. It's like on international.
That's right, Moxie. I heard everything that you said. Definitely Royal Never Give Up, looking absolutely beautiful. All of their players, I would say, they've been looking extremely good. But you know who else has been looking good? That's Team Liquid. That's not a good segue because they're out of the tournament. We're going to watch a hype video anyway.
And we talked about some nice, friendly-looking lads. That is what we're seeing here over on the side of Team Liquid. And, you know, they've been having a bit of a rough time here at this tournament. Do have a stand-in.
That's right. They do have a stand-in. It's a 2-time TI winner stand-in. But we have heard Seb on the panel talk about some of the intricacies of playing with a genius like Ana, and I don't kid when I call him a genius. It's like 2-time TI winner. Like, he obviously is one. It's just that like geniuses, you know, they're always a little quirky. And Ana apparently, you know, barely speaks in the game. You don't know what his like status is, and it can be hard to integrate somebody like that into a team where like your strategy still makes sense, especially considering like I'm pretty sure Matumba's a pretty big voice on this team normally. So yeah, it's you know, anytime this happens, like anytime you have a tournament where there are stand-ins for these big teams, like it's always going to come into question, especially if they're not doing well. Even if they are doing well, like with Secret, it's like, oh my god, maybe they should pick this guy up as like a permanent roster. It's always going to be a topic of conversation.
I mean, that's one of the interesting things about this particular tournament, too, is that we've seen several teams having the stand-ins. We've had the Hawk, who was standing in over on Tundra. We've got Ana here standing in on Liquid. And these are really, like, top-tier players. But again, it comes down to having that synergy and being able to kind of not mind read one another, but just have that confidence and trust to move together and play at the tempo that you're used to. And that can be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like, if you have a stand-in and they're an exceptional player, and obviously Ana. I was like, I don't know how many times you have to bring it up. 2-time TI winner. The guy's like, people, when he won both TIs, they're like, this is the best player that's ever touched Dota. So it's he's a fantastic stand-in, but Dota is a 5-man game. You change one guy, and all of a sudden the drafts that you were picking, where you were drafting around like Matumba's hero pool, all of a sudden like your mid-hero pool needs to change. Then because your mid-hero pool needs to change, you don't value runes as much because the mids that are valued in that draft style don't need runes, and so the supports change. And so because the supports change, the offlane changes. It's a snowball effect, right? It completely changes the entire team, just one player, and sometimes that can be for the worse. Sometimes with Team Secret, it can be for the better as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see what is going to be happening in this game. We hope that Liquid might be able to bounce back. I want a competitive series because it's always way more exciting when you have that happen. But RNG, they've been looking really, really hot recently. They're definitely stepping it up, getting ready for that TI, hitting back. You know, we were always concerned about having that region lock coming into play with China not being able to make it to a lot of these international lands. And they're still proving, like, you know, this is still a top tier international team. So be interested to see what they're going to draft here, especially over on the side of Liquid. But RNG, they're going to go full tilt, full throttle here in this game for sure.
Yeah, they have no reason not to. They've either 2-0'd or went 1-1 in all of their series. So I think they're not feeling too bad about how they're doing. Like it's really easy to have a mentality where, you know, if this was a best of 3, guys, like we would have won. Like, we're the better team. It's just when you're playing these best of 2s, like sometimes you can lose a game and you still feel confident that you probably would have won the series, which is another argument why, from like a competitive standpoint, having a lower bracket is also better. But from a viewership standpoint, having no lower bracket does make every match hold a lot of gravity, which is cool. So there's arguments for both. But for RNG, they're sitting there thinking like, yeah, guys, like we're the better team, and we just went 1-1 because it's best of 2s.
And now, of course, we are seeing some very meta bans. We're not seeing the Marcy. The puck, which is kind of an interesting, has slipped by a couple times throughout the draft, and we've seen it picked up. But this time, RNG, they say we don't want it. Liquid, on the other hand, they know that RNG values the tiny pick very, very highly. They've opened up with it as their first pick in a lot of the other drafts. So they've removed that completely, and they don't want to see that Razor. We've been seeing so much of that in the off lane. We've seen Chalice play it. It's just not worth it to leave it in the pool.
Yeah, Razor makes the game really hard for your team. It's like it like you need something to solve him in the lane, and then probably even something to solve him in the game. There's a lot of 4s, I think, that benefit a lot from playing with a Razor. We even saw in the last series a Queen of Pain off lane being played, playing with these 4s that also really benefit Razor. These like Tinies, Marcy's, like even Clockworks being picked up. Earth Spirit, Nyx Assassin. There's the Nyx. Okay,
there it is.
Yeah, like these like 4s that are not damage dealers, but they're like tanky frontline guys that will set up for you and stun for you to do damage. So I would imagine with the Nyx Assassin, like usually what comes after a Nyx is like Viper, Death Prophet, Leshrac, like these ranged heroes.
I'm curious too, because the Dawnbreaker is still in the pool. I'm not sure if that's something that they consider picking up, because Nyx Assassin is, of course, a great way to kind of counter that as well.
Yeah, it's a hard counter. I feel like you probably don't go for it. This is presumably a big reason why RNG does first phase pick the Nyx, is because it limits these next 2 picks from Liquid, and then RNG also gets the response pick.
What do you think Liquid wants to pick up here? Like this kind of an opening, is there? Well, there it is. We talk about the tanky kind of frontline. We get a Clockwork and the Nature's Prophet. Okay. Your favorite?
Yeah, I love Nature's. This is a good hero. I mean, it's like Clockwork's really nice for Nature's because he can set up in jungle. You can, you know, go like hunting on your own, and Nature's can like globally TP in, just like Nature's with Nyx. It's just like Nature's is always a +1, and Clockwork, honestly, a lot of the time does enough damage on his own and just needs like a little bit more. And then RNG, they picked up the Nyx, so there's no counter to the Dawnbreaker in the pool, or no like really hard counter. And they feel like against Nature's and Clock, I mean, you can Dawnbreaker hammer out of the Clock cogs, and Nature's Prophet, you are a global hero to counter his global presence. So yeah, feels like a good Dawnbreaker game. They may as well just snag it up. It's a top tier hero.
Yeah, I like how we've got this kind of like global movement coming out from both of these teams, right? With the Nature's Prophet, we've talked about this before, especially when you see it in that mid lane, but being able to have that global teleport, being able to show up for any sort of ganks that might occur. And then on the flip side of it, though, you do have this great sort of counter initiation coming out in the form of the Dawnbreaker. I know you were talking about this with like an alchemist or something. You know, you have one hero that's off farming in the jungle, they try to gank it, and then Dawnbreaker just shows up and immediately you know, turns the game back around. Hopefully, you know, not always, but that's generally the idea of it. So lots of options here with this. I think we're going to see a really like heavy action packed game with a lot of fighting early on.
Yeah.
Not so much of just passive farming.
For sure, because I mean, both of these drafts are like identical so far in like what they do. You have a 4 or 5 position in like the Nyx and the Clock, and both of these heroes, like what do? They don't stand around jungling. They don't just they hunt, right? And Nature's Prophet and Dawnbreaker both want to like push out some dead lane or farm some dead jungle camps that nobody wants to take, and then they TP in globally. So it's like you got 2 heroes that are hunting and then 2 heroes to globally TP in. So like they're just, in terms of what they do conceptually, it's the same draft, just different heroes.
I mean, I like the Nature's Prophet a little bit more just because of the fact that he's got massive amounts of damage, but also can push these towers. Right now, that is something lacking on the side of RNG, but I'm sure that they will, you know, adjust and put something in there that's going to be able to do the physical damage, that's going to be able to tower push. But again, just very strong openings from both of these teams.
Yeah,
a lot of flexibility too.
RNG could still go for a death prophet if they want to run like a DP mid or like a Dawnbreaker as the pos 5 Dawnbreaker carry. Like Dawn is just flexible. Dawnbreaker can go anything. We've even seen a mid Dawnbreaker. Enigma ran that with Sumail playing at mid. So there's good tower push solutions for RNG still, because their heroes are not really locked to any role. Even Nyx can be played as a 5 and a 4 perfectly fine.
Seeing some of the off lanes get banned, just a bunch of kind of a potpourri of heroes that they just don't want to have to deal with and see here. Not any specific role necessarily being locked out. Let's get the Bristle back ban. Been seeing a lot of that Bristly boy recently.
Yeah, that hero's powerful. He's strong. It does feel like some teams, they get to the like Ags BKB late game on Bristle, and he is just an unkillable monster that's also 2-shotting your entire team. Very powerful here. And Zeus actually made it through to the second phase, which is very surprising. People have been opting to first phase this hero. It's like, I think the 3 or 4 big first phase heroes are like Marcy, Dawn, Zeus, and then Puck. And then Tiny is making his way into there as well. We can see he's banned here. So Zeus makes it through because of the like inter-team meta that's formed. You can see like these second phase bans are all RNG specialties, other than the Bat, which is just kind of a toxic mid hero you never want to let through into the later phases. But the Kunkka and the Bristle are definitely RNG targeted, or at least the Kunkka is. Bristle is just like a cheese hero you want to ban out.
I love this idea of the Zeus. I'd like to see it maybe being run as a position 5. I know that Kuro likes to run that over on Nigma, but the idea of like, you know, having the strong laning presence, putting down those nukes, but also like having the ability to scout using that Thunder God's Wrath, like just being able to go and use that to like get the information, and then the follow-up coming out from like your Nature's Prophet, who also has a global ult, and then a Clockwork who's going to be able to use all of this vision, use, you know, the rocket flare. Like I really like what they've got going on here so far over here on the side of Liquid. On the flip side of that, though, you've got the Ember Spirit that got picked up. It's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. It's going to be able to clear out some of those treants. And it also makes it a little bit more difficult if they're looking to do anything with illusion heroes.
I've seen Ember do pretty bad against Zeus mid. I almost feel like Liquid, I mean, depending on what this next pick is, like if it feels like there's not much that is good at like jumping a Zeus, you could run the Zeus as a mid and then go for another like Liquid support to run around and hunt with the Clockwork. Because I really like the point that you mentioned of like you have the Zeus ult into Clockhook, into Nature's Prophet TP, and Zeus Global. Like they've got a lot of potential with that, but I feel like they need a little bit more. And they go with the offlane pickoff instead of going for some support pickoff. Okay, Slardar.
God, I'm so used to seeing Slardar getting picked up on Liquid and thinking, oh my god, Boxy Slardar. And then I have to remind myself, like, no, that's not anymore. It's probably going to be Zai playing the Slardar unless they decide to do something a little wacky, send it into the safe lane. But Gives you some more vision too. Gives you that negative armor. It's an interesting choice. And then the Enchantress picked up for RNG. That is a great hero that's going to be able to, you know, grab a bunch of creeps, perform ganks, stack some of those auras if necessary, and also just wins lanes. Like, that's a big deal with the Enchantress.
Yeah, that's like the #1 reason I think people pick her is like, hey guys, we have laning problems. Okay, pick an Enchantress. Now we no longer have laning problems. It's also the tower push that you're looking for. That answers that. That gives early game tower push. You can take the tier 1s, maybe not so much like the tier 2s, tier 3s, but I don't feel like those matter as much because people don't really push those anyway unless you run some like full summons lineup or something like that. I actually feel like Slardar is pretty bad against Enchantress because you can purge the you can purge the Guardian sprint, and that feels really bad for Slardar. But I would imagine something's coming out for Liquid on this final pick that's going to make the Slardar, the reasoning behind the Slardar, like apparent. I mean, Lifestealer seems like a pretty obvious one. There's two great Infest Bombs in the Clock and the Slardar. I mean, RNG's probably thinking like it could come out, but maybe they just allow it because Lifestealer's like a bad hero.
The draft coming out from Liquid feels like a hit 'em hard and fast sort of thing, like a drive-by, so to speak, with what they have currently. You know, you find the target, you burst them down, and then it's up to RNG. Do you want to take this fight with one person down, and also your team sitting at like, you know, half health because of all the global that they just tossed out, or do you commit to it? They do have multiple ways of being able to heal, though, and I think that's super important to mention because we have seen a nerf to the salve meta. So with the Enchantress having those sprites, you've got a Dawnbreaker who's going to be able to go and throw the heal out on top of that. Do have some solutions there, which is also good because Nyx Assassin, not the strongest of laners usually, but paired up with something like a Dawnbreaker definitely makes it a lot stronger. And they pick up the Lone Druid for RNG.
I actually feel like this is a pretty good Lifestealer game for Liquid. It's just depending on like, does Ana feel like playing it? He could just be on a Jug or a Spectre, some like classic Ana hero, but it's good against a Lone Druid Bear. It's good in lane against Dawnbreaker. It's great against Nyx, against Ember. Like, there's absolutely no disable for a Lifestealer. Am I crazy? It's not banned, right? Yeah, I mean,
I just like when you said that Ana's just sitting in his chair and he's just yawning and stretching. He's like, all right, time to play some Dota 2. What am I playing, Aiden? Let me know.
I feel like this guy he just does not feel any pressure. Maybe that's wrong, and I just don't know him very well. But it really seems like he just doesn't care at all how much money is on the line. He's just playing Dota, like truly more than any other player that I've ever seen.
No, I'll agree with that because like this is a guy that, you know, he takes like a lot of the players that I know do nothing but Dota. Like we talked to, you know, SVG about this and he's like, yeah, you know, we're joking around like, hey, come play some games with us. He's like, no, I only play Dota. Like it's just, you know, everything is Dota. And you talk to other players, their whole lives are Dota because, you know, it's their job. That's what they love. But then you've got people like Ana who's like, yeah, I'm gonna go play MapleStory. I'm gonna go play some unranked Dota. Like it really feels to me that he's one of those people that really just loves playing the game and, you know, kind of wandered into this position of like, hey, you're really, really good. You should start playing professionally. He's like, sure. Why not?
He definitely wandered into it. He definitely did.
Could be totally wrong on this, but I like the fact that, you know, it's nice to have someone who loves Dota, but at the same time, like, doesn't have that like nonstop, like, oh my god, I have to be constantly, you know, grinding and being the top of the leaderboard, blah 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 blah. Like he's playing with like his friends that are like Archon half the time. I love it.
Tidehunter, eh? Okay.
Mickey Tidehunter.
All right. Wow, Ana carry natures and a Tidehunter for Mickey, which will do very well against an Ember Spear mid. You go entirely, of course, through his magic damage shields because the Anchor Smash is physical. I think you'll do very well. You can take off the Searing Chains with your Kraken Shell. It's pretty good against the bear. Anchor Smash versus the bear, reducing the damage of that. It's fast. Like, it's really fast. Running around with a Nature's Prophet carry and a Tidehunter Ravage. Like, you could really take some towers down for Team Liquid. But RNG, I mean, they're fast as well. Lone Druid Enchantress, that's an incredibly strong lane. Also, both heroes push towers very quickly. And then the three other remaining heroes for RNG are all, like, low cooldown skirmish heroes. So both sides, like I feel like this is going to be a brawl.
I'm really, really excited for it, honestly, because we saw yesterday how fast RNG has adapted and is playing just at lightning speed when they hit those specific item timings or the specific levels, what have you. They play so quickly and so aggressively. And with the lineup from Liquid, they have to do this. Like, they have no other choice. So very, very excited to see how this is all going to unfold in this game number 1.
Dude, that Nature's Prophet looked like a Sith Lord with the shadow on his face. That was terrifying. Anna, what is wrong with you?
Prepare for battle.
He is the secret Sith Lord, you know? He's the one holding all the puppet strings here.
Yes, he really is. Mikke is bronze tier on Tidehunter. Now the
That
question
does not
is,
pass the Amar test.
he does not pass the Amar test. That's right. And we've a Grandmaster tier Kaka Nyx, or a Master tier, sorry. And a couple of golds and a platinum here or there for RNG. So I think on average here, RNG looks more comfortable on their heroes, or more comfortable spending money on Dota Plus, depending on how you want to look at it.
Well, we know that Ana is pretty casual in terms of his different profiles, so he probably does not have that set up. I think he's playing on... Is he playing on his account here? I wasn't sure.
I don't know. He just earned Immortal on July 12th, so I think he just started playing Dota again. He has 21 streak, 86% win rate on IO. I would say that is most likely Ana.
Most
that's
likely.
all. Yeah, he's on his main account. He's on his main account.
Okay, yeah. Some of the players, they like to come up with different names and call them, you know, their various Smurf accounts of other players, but it's usually just them trying to mess with each other.
This is true. It's gotten quite meta at this point.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start changing my name to Jenkins Dota and start talking about tubas and Pepsi in all of my pubs.
Yeah, go for it. Spread the the discipline, the religion of tuba. I'm down for it.
See, those little treants here are already making their way towards the other side, getting some information.
Chalice started with Celestial Hammer too. He's fully committed to this. He thinks he needs it for getting range creeps or something like that. Because sometimes you see the Starbreaker. I mean, that also secures range creeps, but it's just from less of a distance. You have to like more hard commit for it.
Yeah, I feel like you see the Starbreaker picked up earlier on when it's more of a support just to provide that extra disable. Can be annoying.
Yeah, it's like 50-50 for a core. Sometimes you see people. I mean, both of these abilities are incredible at level 1. For the mana cost, the damage that they do is like it's the same as like some level 3, level 4 abilities in Dota. It's really wild.
I love Dawnbreaker. She's so much fun to play. A little bit of skirmish though here at the bottom rune spot. They're just gonna push back at Sania and ensure that they can snap up the bounty rune. They do get 2 others over on the side of Liquid. And a bit of pressure being placed on Zai now.
And Chalice on the top lane too is getting equally chased away from these runes. Took a bit of harass for that.
All right, so where do you think we're going to see the first blood in these lanes? Because, again, this is a very aggressive draft coming out from both of the teams.
I feel like Dawnbreaker is always a pretty big threat to get first blood once she hits the level 2. That's a pretty solid timing. Could go the other way too, though. Like Clockwork is super strong if he can run down Kaka here. But Kaka does have his Windlace, so cutting the wave.
Pretty standard stuff, but lost one of them. I feel like the Dawnbreaker lane, because of the fact that you have a second disable along with it, is pretty high up there. But with the way that they're playing currently, not going to be seeing too much action for a little while.
And bot lane, there's no wave cutting action from Liquid. They just let the lane come back. And by the way, it's Insania playing the position 5 Zeus in the off lane, and instead Boxy is playing towards top on the Clockwork, which we've seen a lot of teams do this when they pick these 4s and 5s of the current patch. It feels like there's always 2 4.5s in the current patch. Like there's never one hero where it's obvious that they're going to be the one taking the farm.
I mean, it makes sense too, because you want to pair it up. Oh, we get a little bit of a courier snipe here. Snova not going to be able to have that courier for a bit, but yeah, you know, you have the... I should be okay here. Oh, they have an impetus, actually. I think they thought they had just enough damage, but No, just gonna get a shared tango here from Insania. I think, you know, you want to pair up one ranged and one melee, right, too? And when you have something like this Enchantress down here that, you know, doesn't really mind... It's more susceptible to nukes and whatnot. I think that's a good choice to have this rotation.
Oh, Insania.
Insania. Got
Oh, nice jump.
Goes down to low ground.
That was a big distance because of the vertical axis there. But I think also Insania really likes being against the bear, just spamming it with lightning bolts, which is exactly what he's doing. Like Liquid on the bot lane, they're not going to kill any heroes here, but they could maybe get a bear kill, which is worth more than a hero.
It always seems to be the priority. Trying to get rid of that pesky bear. Done a lot of skirmishing though on the top lane as well. See that the harass is real coming out from both sides. Ana sitting quite low. Just still has some regen left, but not much mana left over on Chalice. He's been doing quite a bit of spamming those spells along with Kaka. And the mid lane is going pretty okay here for Mickey. 15-7, 13-0 on Somnus.
It's one of those matchups where Mickey can do damage through the shields, and so Ember, you know, doesn't like that, but also Mickey has no way of taking the shield off. So they're both just kind of trading farm, but going a little bit in favor of Mickey because, of course, Tidehunter with the damage reduction. Like, he's going to beat most melee heroes in lane. He can just out-deny the hell out of you.
I'd like to see some stacks getting made for Mickey as well. To really kind of elevate the status and get the ball rolling, so to speak.
I think Insania has time to do it as well, because this bot lane is not going well for Liquid. Zai is struggling, and, you know, it's Enchantress Lone Druid, so this is to be expected. Like, I'm not sure what would beat this lane. Like, these are very strong heroes. At laning, I should say.
Well, the water runes are up, and it looks like all these supports are very much engaged right now, so we will actually see the mid laners get the water runes. I know that's a big complaint that you've had recently, that it's always the supports who seem to be picking them up.
It is true. In this game, the supports they're too busy in the side lanes. It's one of those games where, like, if a support leaves the side lane, then the remaining support for the enemy team will kill the core in that lane. So, like, nobody really feels comfortable leaving.
The double rings here will ensure that they get the first blood right before X-Nova gets a kill on Zai bottom. That's one thing I hadn't considered, the fact that you've got Sprout and you've got the Cogs. So throw one down, wait for it to finish, follow it up with the trees. Like, you just have to be dealing with all these cages in this particular lane. And Chalice, he's going to be fine with that. You know, he's a dome breaker, can just use the hammer to get out, but not going to be quite as easy for the Nyx.
You can do cool stuff with Sprout and Cogs too. Oh, actually,
yeah, like
Chalice?
this is what we're seeing.
He's going for it.
He's taking a lot of damage, but again, he's going to be able to hold it up. Pops those charges. Chalice needs to be careful here, although not taking that many tower shots, so. That bit of aggression. Startling, I think, both of them a little bit here.
Yeah, that was Chad. I mean, I like that Chalice went for that. He's actually going.
He's going in.
Misses the hammer,
turn
though.
around. They got the Sprout. Yeah, if they hit the hammer, I think that's a little bit more of a committal. But again, it's a Nature's Prophet. So Ana, he's just gonna teleport home, get back nice and full, and teleport back to his tower. Ooh, Courier? That's the second time that X-Nova's gonna lose it. Oh, and Ghost Courier too. All right.
Yeah, double Courier sniping action. Insania is way back putting a ward down, and then Zai, of course, is cutting the wave because he does not want to lane against a lone druid. Also gets the creep camp block in the meantime, so the lane will not be pulled back.
Top lane trying to do those shenanigans again, and Chalice has already used the hammer. Ana doesn't have Sprout, though, for a couple more seconds. You're gonna see Boxy open up with the battery assault. A good impale will slow them down, but there it is. There's the Sprout. They need just a little bit more damage, and he's just barely got it. Just barely has that reach. So get the kill on Chalice. Now with that battery assault, chasing after Kaka, hoping maybe they can get enough damage. They just don't have the mana that they will be able to throw out the Sprout, and he's just gonna cut through.
I love this. Boxy is doing the disassemble assembling trick with his tranquil boots. Look at Boxy's inventory. I think he's gonna disassemble the tranquils. Yeah. Look. Oh, that's so cool. You never see this happen in pro matches, even though, like, this has been a thing forever. So the reason that you do this is because when you disassemble them, they can't be broken, and you get the HP regen from the ring, and you completely lose that if you have full tranquil boots. That's nice. You can also
Definitely.
like assemble them while you're chasing to get some move speed. Although now he's left them because the laning stage is over. But I'm still excited about that. That's cool.
And that is something that's neat because I don't think a lot of people consider that a lot of the times or have, you know, the ability, the movement to do it. So we'll throw out the Sprout and the Cog, a nice little Venn diagram, but not going to be able to quite hold Kaka in place this time around.
Kaka very aggressive into a clockwork. Feels confident he can just like spike Carapace and walk away.
I think it's funny too, we were talking about how, you know, Chalice is on this Dawnbreaker and how, you know, you paired up with another Disable with Kaka being on the Nyx. But in reality, it ends up being Ana and Boxy here being the more aggressive.
Yeah, the double circle strat appears to be OP.
We've
It's
seen
actually
that for a while
owning.
now.
It's actually owning. I'm down for it.
Try this in your pubs. Next Jenkins video. The power's in the circles, guys.
That's right. Venn diagrams, ladies and gentlemen. It's the way to win Dota.
Wonder if you could actually get it exactly like that center portion of the Venn diagram, because then you have to fight through so many layers of the ring. Think about that.
I think you could. You just cog somebody, then sprout them when they're in the cogs, and that'll probably happen. Zai is he's struggling. Desperately trying to get a 6. Yeah.
Again, with this kind of a lane, though, what do you expect? It's just going to be difficult for him.
Yeah. The slaughter pick was really interesting. It's like, in retrospect, it's obviously, I say obviously, I mean, it's insane, but for the Tide Hunter, right? It's like they're going to do some crazy like physical damage strat with the Tide and Nature's Carry and just run at them really fast with minus armor. But it does mean that they sacrifice the lane. Like, this is just full pressure from RNG.
Long range impetus. Somnus making the rotation. Gets kill on Insania. Zai is just hiding in this tree line. He's had such a rough game. He's like, please, I just want to get my 6. We will see the teleports come out with a Ravage landing over onto Ghost. They need to get rid of this bear. It's sitting pretty low. They just last tower shot. Nope, not going to be able to quite finish him off. We'll be able to get themselves a courier instead. First Ravage used of the game, though.
I'd say RNG are pretty damn happy with that. They get a kill, they pressure the tower to 50% HP, they make Mickey waste his Ravage, and Liquid gets nothing from it. That's fantastic for RNG.
Rotation, the Dawnbreaker coming in with Solar Guardian. Got 4 heroes now over here in this mid lane area. As Boxy, he is going to be left high and dry as they will collect themselves a kill on the support, but they'll be able to get Mickey out safely.
I do wonder for RNG what their solution is for Mickey on the Tide Hunter, or maybe they feel like they don't need to solve him because he's just a big fat Tide and useless, but like they don't really have a great Silver Edge carrier. I don't like, maybe Lone Druid has a timing where he can, the bear is strong enough to like kill the Tide Hunter through the Kraken Shell as
Ooh, Kaka.
Okay.
In comes Ana, goes for the Sprout. He's gonna get a couple of these clicks off. They need to put a little bit more damage, and they have it. Waiting for that uphill mischance that we always get whenever you're playing a hero, right?
Yeah, that's right. Feels like 80%.
Ana's lucky. He is a blessed one.
Yes, he is. He's the chosen one. Gaben's grandson. Claymore on Ana, by the way. That's why his right clicks are doing so much damn damage. He did not have any stacks of Wrath of Nature. He is just Inch Treads, Claymore, Lightstone. That's why he's hitting so hard.
Top lane. Some moves being used over on Boxy, but they'll turn it back around because Mickey just whacks away at Chalice. Next Nova also here. I do have Insania sitting in the bottom river bit. But, oh, look at this. Kaka sees the opening, smells blood in the water, and they'll clean up.
Mickey's going for a Deso on this mid-tide. That's cool.
I'm down. I like it.
I'm guessing he's going to go like Deso, Satanic maybe, and just play as a right-click carry. Why not? Level 25, the 50% chance of Anchor Smash Talon is utterly broken. It actually makes him like the strongest carry in the game. It's just that getting to that point requires you to have a tied carry, which is and playing for 25 timing is also very stupid in Dota because most games end before then. But if they do get there, it is insane.
Look, it's high risk, high reward, okay? You can't do all the fun things unless you take the risk early on.
That's true. This is a Hail Mary for sure.
This is congratulations. You survived the early and the mid game and somehow made it to late. So we'll give you a fighting chance with this one talent.
Yep.
Bit of a smoke play here in the bottom area. They find themselves Zai. This has been a rough game for him. The Impale connects. Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in hot. And will ensure that they get this kill. Mickey turns back around. They've got the hook shot coming out from Boxy, so they'll be able to hold Somnus' place. And there's going to be the follow-up Ravage. This is not looking good for Somnus. He's going to fall. Now, they turn their attention over to Ghost. They want to get the bear, but they're not going to be able to follow up after that.
Yeah, that's the Ana Orchid reveal. So Somnus was just not expecting that at this time. Gets caught out. And I don't even think they needed the Ravage there. I think just with the Orchid, it's enough damage with all the minus armor they have too.
I think it might have been also the situation where they don't know who else is on their way over, if there's a Nyx assassin nearby or whatnot.
Oh
So
yeah, for sure.
They just figured, why not?
Yeah, it's
a good enough kill, big kill.
It's an important kill. It's like, obviously, it's something you can only really see in retrospect. It's like, well, in retrospect, like, there was nobody really there. The key was dead anyway, but it's, you know, this is like the enemy mid laner that's snowballing and owning, and it's Somnus, so it's like, yeah, you're gonna use Ravage to kill him if you're not stupid. Like, of course you're gonna try for it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Kaka doing a little bit of hunting. He's gonna stumble over near Zai, and Ana's nearby. They could turn this back around to go out for the Sprout, the Silence over into Somnus. We'll push him back. Spike Carapace coming into play, though. We'll push Ana away. But they get the tower over in the mid lane, so RNG has to be very pleased with that. And they have been taking quite a few towers already. Bottom lane. Ana gonna try to teleport out. Should be able to do it. This RNG will defend their bottom tier 1.
Yeah, they've defended their bottom tier 1, and they've got their mid tier 1 alive too. They've taken the mid tier 1, taken the top tier 1. Like, they're pretty okay with just like chilling and farming the map for the next few minutes, and then going on some timing. They're close to Ember Maelstrom. They're close to semi-close to Deso on Ghost. Oh, wait a minute. Is he going Deso? Are they going 2 Desos?
He's got the Orb of Corrosion.
Chalice is going for Deso as well.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
They need to communicate about this, I think.
I guess it's not that bad.
We do have a little bit of a gank coming out, but the Solar Guardian, like we talked about, is enough to keep X Nova alive just a little bit longer. But there's the say coming out. Yeah, they'll follow up with the Thunder God's Wrath. They'll get themselves the kill on X Nova that they came in here for. Somnus zipping back in again. We'll end up losing Boxy. Now they're gonna chase after Chalice. Can they get enough damage off in time? Oh my god, they just blow up Ana. Now Mickey, what can he do here? He's gonna have Ravage up in just 1 second. Does he opt to even use it, though, is the question. Because the rest of the team, not around it. The big damage dealer in the form of Ana not gonna be able to join this fight because he was already picked off, so.
Mickey does have a Deso, though. Like, I feel like if he did get that Ravage off, he might have just one-shot Somnus there, like, close to it. He's, yeah, Deso plus the Slardar amplification.
Oh, that's the amp. Oh my god.
That's 10 plus 6. Ember has 9 armor, so he'd be minus 7 armor. I mean, it wouldn't one-shot him, but it would have chunked him really hard. And maybe a couple of right-clicks, he actually dies. I'm super interested to see in this next fight if they can get amp on somebody and Mickey actually gets an anchor smash off. Like, somebody's gonna die, especially for Enchantress.
Oh yeah. Enchantress has very little armor as they find a kill on Somnus.
He is going for the Satanic next on Mickey, so he's just full-blown, like, mode carry. That's cool. I like this a lot.
I mean, Mickey Boo's been on a hot streak recently, and why not have a little fun while you're at it?
Yeah. He's looking real powerful.
He's pairing up with Zai here, too. They're looking. They're hunting for someone. You can see Chalice over in the mid lane. Perhaps that'll be their next target. Yeah, look at the way that they're kind of making their way over. They're playing tightly together over on the side of Liquid, whereas RNG, they're a bit more spread out. They do have that capability, though, like we said, with having Chalice just being able to Solar Guardian in. rejoin, and Kaka kind of just wandering about. Does end up getting dusted earlier. They're headed over towards the top portion of the map. Looks like they want to start Roche.
Yeah.
This is...
The flare was just used too, so
yeah.
Liquid has like a false sense of security about this.
And there's no Ravage up over on Mickey.
All right, now they know. Now they know.
Are they going to be able to get over there fast enough? That was the question. Like, they're beelining there. You've already got Kaka into place. Mickey walking over, throwing himself here. Thunder God's Wrath coming into... All right, so they're going to have to get out of that pit, and they want to fight.
Oh,
as you can see, Mickey just rips up our Kaka. The back line, they're looking over at Ghost. They'll get that kill as well. The buyback now coming out from Kaka. They're getting chased away. Chalice throwing out the hammer, goes back in. I'm not sure that was necessarily the play. As Ana tries to TP out, is he going to be able to do it in time before he burns? Yes, he's able to get out just in the nick of time. Kaka was hoping that he could go and get that impale off. Did buy back for this Liquid. They're just going to send some of these guys back. They know that big boys are not going to be able to make it to this pit right now. So they're going to have to trade back and forth a little bit. And Sadia taking so much damage. There it is, though. There's the Aegis.
Oh, it's on the ground.
But it's on the ground, and X-Nova goes and he snatches it up. They got the Roche, but they end up getting the Aegis. They end up losing Ana. X-Nova God, as now Mickey forced to run for his life. What a crazy fight here. And they're not even done, because they do still have multiple heroes. It's a triple kill now for Somnus.
All right, X-Nova's the carry now. He's the carry, officially. After that, he's got that Aegis. Max out impetus. Feels good. Yeah, that was nice. That was a great impale from Kaka. Right at the last second, like salvaging that absolute disaster for RNG. With a Ravage, a counter Ravage onto... I think... I don't know if Mickey, like...
Mickey didn't have Ravage during that.
Yeah, he did not have Ravage, but maybe near the end of the fight, it was like just barely coming up. That feels really bad. Yeah. The fight was going so well for them. Mickey was doing a lot of damage with the Deso and also the minus armor from Gush.
And Chalice almost, look at that, like the burn damage on Ana, like just barely TPs out in time.
This here it is. Great. This looked great though up until this point, but then the Ravage, the poor man.
Impale. Oh.
You know, the funny thing is Nyx Assassin just got that the range buff on his stun. Where it has like a bigger search radius. So without that, I think that probably doesn't catch Ana at the end there.
Well, you know what does catch is that connection over on Insania, because they were hunting through the tree lines to get rid of him. As this is going on, do have a little bit of a gank over in the bottom lane. They see themselves Chalice, so they'll be able to get themselves their own pick off. Get a courier too, so not going to be able to have the Dawnbreaker assisting in this next area as Mickey finishes off those mid-tower.
Finally, he was going for that one for quite some time, slowly chipping away at it. Looks like they want to run for the tier 2 now, though, which I can understand. When they have Ravage, it feels like Liquid is really strong, even into the Aegis. I mean, it's Enchantress Aegis, so who cares?
Yeah.
Mickey is still a beast right now.
There's a jump forward from Zai, plus the Slithering Crush. He does have that Spike Carapace in place. Oh my god! Oh, that Anchor Smash. Whew. There was a Nyx Assassin there.
Actually didn't die as quickly as I thought he would. 8 armor and a Pupil's Gift, so decently tanky.
I know. I just saw a big portion of his health just disappear, though. So
I was hoping for the one shot, though. That's
you want a one shot?
That's what I want. Yeah. That's when Mickey's got the Aghanim Shard, then we'll get the one shot. It's bonus 75 damage on the Anchor Smash, which will be nice. He's gonna get to that 25 talent, Moxie. I'm telling you, like he's very, very much on his way there. And then he gets a Moon Shard.
Moon Shard Tide Hunter with oh my god, with Deso. Oh baby. Yeah, he's sitting at the top of the net worth right now, 11k, followed by Somnus, and then Ana sitting at 10k, and Ghost around 10k as well. So fairly close still. Only a 1k net worth lead currently going to the side of RNG. Big boy Philly. There's the Satanic completed for Tide Hunter.
I don't know how they kill him. I really don't. Then again, I would have said that before the previous fight, and they obviously killed him in that one. It took a very long time, but they did do it. And by the way, the largest difference in the net worth is just the fact that Zai is struggling so much. Although he
Yeah.
does have a Mask of Madness, which on Slardar is a farming item because his bash does more damage to creeps. So this is like a catch-up Mask of Madness.
With the immediate smoke after the Thunder God's Wrath. Kaka on the hunt here. Somnus is going to go grab up the rune. I mean, it's been hard for Zai, but he is getting the items, you know. He's, like you said, he's got the Mask of Madness, but he's also got the Blink Dagger, and he's been able to be a part of a lot of these fights. Ana, though, in the top lane is forced to BKB out. And Insania somehow does manage to teleport away from Somnus as well. As into the bottom lane, they find themselves Chalice, and they'll find themselves a kill. Zai, though, now has to be very, very careful here. The drum's getting popped. Ana is now stuck in the trees. They have the fear. And this is looking like a very Dead Nature's Prophet. So they do manage to get Chalice, but they'll be able to take out Ana. And that seems like a very, very valuable hero to be removing. But Mickey's here. Mickey's wandering through. He's got the gush over onto X Nova, and they'll follow. Oh my god, again, these big anchor smashes with that negative armor. It's very, very scary. The bear holding Zai into place. Mickey just trying to put himself into position. We'll go for the Ravage. Zai already sitting super low. And he goes for the Satanic Blade, just whacking away over here onto Ghost. Needs maybe one more hit to do it. No, he doesn't quite have it because it gets rooted into place. He'll turn his attention now over to Somnus. The hookshot comes through. They'll be able to clean up over onto Kaka. Baxi not looking quite as healthy, though, as he eventually gets clicked down by this Enchantress. Insania, running for his life, is going to be forced to use that Heavenly Jump. They'll follow up with Chalice, teleporting in, using that ultimate. They'll clean up Insania finally. Hunt is still on, though. Somnus and X Nova are chasing after Mickey. But looks like they're going to back off.
That was an impressive fight from RNG. I gotta say, like, the way that they kited Mickey, it just looked incredibly frustrating to be Mickey in that fight. If he gets an anchor smash on, like, there's a few heroes there that if he anchor smash them, they're gonna die. And they just kept Ember on him, changing him, even though, of course, he's got that Kraken Shell to take it off. They were slowing him with Enchantress. They're force-staffing people away. They've got Drums of Endurance. Like, they're just keeping their distance. And Mickey, he had like 3 anchor smashes in that fight where they just barely missed somebody because of the kiting from RNG. And it would have gone totally the other direction if any of those anchor smashes connect.
I mean, we saw how much damage that they did to the Enchantress when they do actually connect. You can see Zai just frantically trying to just put down as many of these corrosive hazes as possible during that fight to further, you know, amplify Mickey's damage. But it was tough. RNG played that quite well, like you said.
Okay, Mickey got a blink. I was gonna say, I feel like after that fight, you definitely queue up a blink if you don't have enough gold for one. And he got it, because it's not even like a blink Ravage that he needs. That's usually why you would get the blink on Tide. It's so he can blink anchor smash, like, within the fight. Because a single anchor smash, like you said, Zai's focusing really hard on just pressing Corrosive Haze on as many units as possible. If you just blink anchor smash, you're going to full to 0 most heroes, or at least full to like 10 or 20%, and then they can't fight anymore.
I mean, I feel like that's the name of the game, is that Liquid wants to take these fights where RNG is already sitting so incredibly low that they're feeling a little bit, not frustrated, but like, do we fight this? Do we not fight this? How do we approach it? It just makes it a lot more difficult for them to engage.
Liquid does finally get the bottom tower, though, which they've been angling at for quite some time now. So that does even up the towers of the game. And still the gold lead is not huge for RNG.
Yeah.
The game is basically even.
You have the BKB. I mean, we've had the BKB completed for Ana for a bit now.
He's going for AC next, so even more minus armor for the Tidehunter. Everything seems to be centered around Mickey and him pressing his buttons.
Get the hook shot, and there it is, as they'll try to burst down X Nova. Don't quite have it, though, because Chalice, again, following up with that Solar Guardian. Kaka also running in. Boxy is just going to get punished for trying to make any moves. And Mickey's just like, nope, I'm out.
Unfortunately for Liquid, against an Enchantress, you obviously can't hit her with a Tidehunter. One anchor smash is enough to take her to 10%, but she just heals to full. They need Zai around if they're going to make a play like that with the Corrosive Haze. And even the right clicks from Zai, he's got a Mask of Madness, so he's the one hero that can hit through the Enchantress ultimate, the Untouchable.
I mean, I feel like now that you know that the Solar Guardian is down for like a minute, you could potentially try to make another play, try to get a pick off. because I feel like that's really what's happening in a lot of these fights where Liquid, it starts to look really good for them, but then they have that global presence like we talked about where, you know, the Dawnbreaker just ults in, heals up, makes them scramble. But, you know, they don't seem to care about that because they're in the pit here on the side of RNG. And this Roche is just crumbling. There's no way they get there fast enough. This is going to be the second Roche. This has a nice juicy shard on it.
Ooh, that's the dream. Getting the Dawnbreaker shard from Roshan for free so he can buy Deso BKB. Yeah, that is nice. That's a very impactful shard. Like, most people rush it, but Chalice was a bit greedy in this game. He figured that he could wait on it and definitely benefits from that mentality.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very nice. Ooh, spider legs. Okay, that's a huge pickup against this Nature's Prophet. The leash talent, it's like, legitimately, Nature's Prophet has like 10% more of a win rate in a game if spider legs does not drop for the enemy team. Because it is the one way that you can kill the tree and walk out.
Zania is going to walk into a lot of heroes here. They were a couple of them smoked up, but no Zeus available now, so Liquid probably just gonna chill for a bit. Xnova dropping that sentry, go for the D ward. So I would assume that, you know, they're gonna be patient. Do they still try to make a play into this Aegis, or is this one of these things where they're just gonna play pretty defensively for the time being?
I think you can. You can, I mean, it's a lone druid, so like you can just focus on killing his bear. That's kind of what you want to do anyway. And also, they have Ravage. You can like stun everybody, kill supports, and then get out or take the fight if it looks good. But they're gonna like tentatively fight it. If the high ground push comes, Mickey's set up for it. But they don't want to defend the tier 2s, which I think is reasonable. Instead, they're gonna smoke towards the top lane and look for some sort of side lane pickoff. They're gonna run into Kaka. Oh man.
Go for the dust. There's the hook shot in over onto the Nyx, but like we said, they do have the Solar Guardian, so they're going to be able to counter-initiate. They'll throw out the hammer. Kaka, though, sitting very low. He is going to fall for this, and Boxy also getting quite low, but not going to be able to do enough damage to him as they'll end up losing Chalice. And do you see Somnus running out here? Mickey finding himself Xnova. He's just going to say, yeah, whatever, you're an Enchantress.
Doesn't ravage, yeah. He's like, you're useless. I'm not going to ravage you.
Not worth his time.
No, much longer cooldown than the Enchantress's death timer, so very reasonable. Yeah, in that fight, Chalice just, you know, goes to save the Nyx, which he does very successfully, but his BKB is worthless to a Mask of Madness Slaughter that's going to constantly bash him, so there's no way he's going to get a Starbreaker off, and his team could not respond with the swiftness that he could.
Gonna send the Ghost Bear for... Oh my god, look at this bear! That is so much damage as Chalice throws out the tip. Good lord, Assault Cuirass and the Desolator, Orb of Corrosion. You know, we talk about this negative armor strat coming out from the side of Liquid, but this bear is ripping off your own armor. Yeah. That's gonna be terrifying. It's like opening a can of like human meat. Or whatever meat's inside.
Human meat.
This bear is a can opener.
That's a very disgusting image. That's very grotesque. I'm offended as a Canadian. There's a lot of bear attacks here.
There's bears all over where I live too.
Usually it's honey that they're eating, but not people.
A little bit of an opening over onto Mickey. He's gonna get slowed down. They get the Centaur stomp, and he's very tanky. Has opted to go, turns around with a Ravage. Just wants to back off though for the time being, as they'll jump back into the base, and they will end up losing Chalice though on the side lanes.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're such weird fights because I feel like they go after Chalice because they don't want him to join into the fight, but then Liquid still ends up like not getting as much as they'd like out of the other engagement. I don't know. It was like very even.
Yeah, two fights happening at once. I think if Liquid doesn't kill Chalice simultaneously as they like waste the Ravage there. I say they waste the Ravage, but it was forced out by RNG. Like RNG knew what they were doing. They're like, we're not going to kill this guy.
Oh my god. Did you see how close it was for getting Boxy there?
No.
Yeah, Somnus in the top lane. He like just went for a casual like slight and nicks him right as he teleports out.
He almost got can open, didn't he?
No, that's the bear. The bear is the can opener.
The bear, I see. He was in the area. He was ready to get over there and open that can. And Clockwork looks, I mean, he is a can.
Is a can, yeah.
He's
I would
literally
agree
a
with that.
can.
He's a little toaster.
Yeah, with human toast inside of it.
No, he
Or
doesn't have human toast inside.
Goblin toast.
I feel like you know a lot about goblins. This time, X Nova is dude, barely survivable with the hookshot. It takes 3 heroes. Actually, technically 4. Because they had to drop the Nimbus during that.
And in case
I
anybody's
mean, they
wondering,
didn't have to, but...
he does have the Nimbus. He's got that big boy Philly, so Insania quite farmed just from that. I mean, 70 GPM, 80 GPM is insane. Like, when you look at support GPMs at the end of the game, it's like 300. Like, you're getting like 30% GPM or something, extra GPM from getting one item. It's actually crazy. What a good item.
I love this item as a support player. It's like, I feel like, because remember like the old days before we got neutral items added in, you would be struggling, like your team's losing, and you can't even step foot out of the base. You just die every single time. Ana though has to be careful. Yeah, Kaka. BKB comes out from Ana immediately, and they're gonna try to put up enough damage to get rid of the Six Assassin, which they do have. Chalice, he's rejoined in, like we said, has his own BKB. They turn their attention over to Ana. They'll be able to kill the Nature's Prophet. As off to the side, Boxy gets himself a really nice cut, but he's just getting munched away here. Eventually, they do get Boxy, and now Zai beating away over onto Chalice. He just doesn't quite manage to get the final hit off. As they'll turn their attention now to X-Nova. Zai, he wants to get more. They'll go in for the Ravage play. They need to get a little bit more damage. X-Nova finally going to die. And it looks like Zai, is he going to be able to survive as the Emperor? He wants him so badly. And again, Zai testing the limits, going back in, is going to eventually expire. But with some luck, they do manage to get a triple kill over on Mickey.
That was just a man fight. They just all slammed each other until somebody died. That's hilarious. Wow, yeah, Mickey is being, he's very effective in these fights with the Anchor Smash damage reduction.
25.
The bear seemed to be kind of useless with the damage reduction, all the kiting that was going on. I was wondering, I saw misses happening in that fight. I was wondering why. It's because Somnus actually has a Radiance. So that's an interesting pick.
That's not a common thing to see. Why do you think you went Radiance?
I don't know. Damage over time against Tidehunter, I guess. I don't know. He's got a Daedalus on Mickey, by the way. He's got a Daedalus. He's got the 25. He's got the 25 talent. He almost took the tower on his own. He forced out the fort. Yeah, I'm not sure on the Radiance. It's I mean, it's generally like a better item than it was before now because of the 15% evasion component to it. That's definitely a lot nicer. And you know, Tidehunter not a hero that likes to build into like MKB, but of course the Anchor Smash will just go through that entirely. And Furion does like building MKB, although he's not going for one. He's getting a Bloodthorn instead.
Yeah, it does pick up the Satanic now too, so a little bit more survivability, which seems pretty important because they have been kind of just leaping on top of him, and a lot of it has been facilitated by Kaka, right? The fact that he's been doing the scouting, they have the global with the Dawnbreaker, so it's just a little bit difficult for him, but now he's going to be able to stand his ground and fight a little bit more, and perhaps buy enough time so that way the rest of his team can make their way over to him. But they do go for smoke over on the side of RNG. And gonna walk into Mickey. In fact, Mickey blinks into everyone over here and then runs away, assuming giggling a little bit. Tee-hee, getting a lot of these clicks up over onto the bear. They want to just get rid of it. But over here, Boxy, maybe just a little bit too separated from the rest of his team. Does have the cogs out, but that's so much damage coming out from Enchantress. Will end up dropping the gem, but Zai over on the back lines does find this opening. Gets a couple bashes off over here onto Chalice, as he's just gonna wail away, and he'll get the kill on Dawnbreaker.
Okay, the biggest kill in that fight is not Chalice, it's not Boxy, it's the bear. He just resummoned the bear. It's 71 seconds without RNG's carry. Liquid can do whatever they want for the next 70 seconds. If they knew that there wasn't a resummon, which maybe they do, maybe they don't, considering how Ghost is playing, they could just go high ground. And they got a DD on Mickey. Oh my god.
Baby. Big boy.
That is dirty. That is dirty. Oh, he's so dead.
God. Oh, Ghost. Yeah, they even go and they use the Ravage on him, for God's sakes.
I think this is over. I think
yeah, you don't have a Lone Druid, you don't have a bear.
They have Tidehunter. He is so good at he is so good at taking buildings right now.
Yeah, he's just chasing after X Nova now. It's getting kited pretty hard, so let's be a bit careful here because the follow-up from Kaka, Mickey actually. You need to be careful, my friend. They actually get the kill. That's a monster kill streak. They'll turn their attention over to Zaya, get that kill as well. And Ansania teleporting out. And Ana going down to the bot lane. So maybe not putting enough respect there to go for that, just hitting the buildings and chasing after X Nova. That was one hell of a debate, honestly.
Yeah, they got a little too excited like I did. They're like, oh, dude, we killed their carry. Like, let's go throw. Look how much damage the Tidehunter is doing. And then all of a sudden, X Nova is kind of just beast mode. He's got the Grove Bow. He's got the Dragon Lance. 20% pure damage on Impetus. I mean, Tidehunter can't do anything to pure damage. The kiting is really nice, too, from Enchant.
I mean, we joked about it earlier when X Nova managed to go and get that, managed to get the Aegis, but he is really just performing very, very well as they do set it up over here onto Insania. And look at all these Impetus. It's just so much damage. He drops the Nimbus, hoping that perhaps they can get some sort of a follow-up kill. And Kaka is being held over to the side, so they'll be able to find that. And now with the cogs over to X Nova, again, it's pretty difficult for them to take down this Enchantress, but they don't have Chalice's ultimate this time, so I don't think they're going to be able to save X Nova. There's the click, double click now for Ana, and Chalice is going to use the Shadow Blade to just get himself out of here. Somnus nearby, just providing that little extra support should they go for this jump.
Why make a tip Zai? Buyback from Kaka. Buyback
from X Nova. All right.
They want to take this before Mickey is up. And they can
they're going to be able to. It's going way too fast. Well, they use Rocket Flare, but they can't get over there fast enough. And there it is. Refresher Shard. And they are feeling very, very happy about this. Aegis over on Somnus.
Ana,
do have to deal with some of these treants, though, on the bottom lane.
I think they're going to go for X Nova right now. He's waiting in the trees for Zai to get there.
I got to be careful, though.
Yeah, the timing's a little off because the rest of RNG made their way back there. They're looking for it, though.
And a lot of them just don't have buyback. Like, you don't want to take that chance, I think, right now, if you're Liquid.
Yeah, Ana needs 1,000 gold. He's so farmed that like, buyback is way too expensive for him. That's such a bougie like nature's prophet problem. It's like, guys, I have too much net worth. I can't afford buyback.
First world problems.
Yeah.
Should have just been poor. Clearly.
That's right.
They wouldn't have that issue.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh god.
Do it with flair.
Zai's got the plus 150 slithering crush damage, clearing out these creeps very quickly. And they do just cut through these trees really fast, even the big ones.
Maybe that's part of the reason behind the Radiance on Somnus as well, is just magic damage, AoE, to deal with the trees, and also more magic damage to go with this Mjolnir to deal with Tide.
They go for the scouting ultimate, and they realize that they're smoked. Liquid staying pretty close together. We'll see that the outpost is getting shifted eventually. Go for the hook shot. We'll land over onto Ghost and push back over on the bear. See Somnus with those spider legs running over along with Chalice. Do manage to find Insania. Again, he is the position 5. He's going to go drop the Nimbus button. Doesn't have the rest of the team in position to come and assist him at this time. Ana just going back to the bottom lane, living the life of a nature's prophet. It's like, all right, we took a fight didn't go well. They got a pick off. I'm just going to push. But they're still hunting over the side of RNG. Foxy standing up over on the eye spot. Does have a gem still. They opt to go in on this, though, is the question. Love to grab Somnus. All right, nice slithering crush coming out from Zai, but the follow-up, oh my god, Kaka just got obliterated here. And now the follow-up Chalice sitting over onto the top eye spot. They're gonna end up losing Zai. Boxy trying to climb away. Mickey goes for the Ravage, but he's gonna have to go and pop the Satanic to try to stay alive because they have so much going on. And Boxy dead now. It's just Mickey standing here against the world trying to just buy more time because on the bottom lane, Ana is just taking the tower, taking these racks. They have to get there fast and they've got to get out of there. And it looks like it's not gonna be a problem. Ana just teleports away. He got a tower. He got a Rax. They end up losing almost everyone, though, over on the side of Liquid during that engagement. I don't know, Jenkins.
Yeah, the break is very effective versus Tidehunter at this point. This is the weird thing with like getting to this point in the game. You have this insanely high damage hero with the anchor smashes that are constantly going, but even though those are physical damage, they do not pierce through spell immunity, so it does not work during the BKBs, and they're using those to kite him, and then they're breaking him, and because he doesn't have a BKB, it is enough to kill him. Not that you can take off the break from Silver Edge with BKB, but at least the BKB lets you be magic and spell immune while you're broken. So yeah, it's a weird situation to be in for Ty, because technically he's really strong, but he needs support. He needs his team to be alive.
They're ripping through these racks. They're looking to rip through Insania too.
Now they could maybe.
Oh, they zip over. Look at it. They see Ana. They see Ana. Can they hold him in place? That's the question here. Ana trying to man fight here. He's got a lot of clicks up, but he's gonna get stunned up by Chalice. Be careful. Still trying to fight through this. It's gonna take a lot of doing, but they do manage to kill the Nature's Prophet. It ends up taking 3. It ends up taking a BKB, but they get it.
So they don't know that he has no buyback. He's very close to it. So, you know, even if they're looking at his items, it's going to be like impossible to calculate. So I don't think RNG is going to like run down a lane or something. Or maybe they do, but I don't think they're going to run down mid and try to throne. They'll maybe go try to poke something. They are extending their lead on the map, though. Oh, maybe they do run down mid, actually.
I mean, they are running down right now. Perhaps they realize this. They do have a sentry. They can see Kaka, so gonna trap him in a little cage there. Boxy spider legging away. And they'll cut off their entry point here for this mid, but they'll just turn their attention now to the top. Bit of the jump here coming out from Zai. Gonna try to burst down the bear. Mickey coming forward. All right, that is a dead bear. Do have a summon, though. Get another one up. The Aegis gets reclaimed. So Liquid, they'll hold, and they have not needed to use the buyback on Ana. Not yet.
Yeah. Yep. Now Ana does have buyback. And that's a bear resummon too, so
if they can get another kill on the bear, that's gonna open a big window for them.
Yeah, it's huge. That's the carry. Nothing else really matters other than the bear. I guess Somnus is pretty powerful at this point too, especially because he has Refresher. Does not have the Aghanim Scepter though, so he's not gonna do some like crazy cool like 10x Remnant thing. Can't do that just yet. He's gonna be refreshing his BKB mostly.
But hey, if that's what wins the fight, then I think you're still very happy with that. Not the flashiest, but gets the job done.
And Ana doing some more split push action, making sure that Chalice or somebody has to come down here and deal with it.
That's so annoying. Every single time, like having to deal with this Nature's. And they don't, yeah, they've got the travels over on Somnus, so they do have a solution, but it's got to be very annoying for him to have to go back and forth like this. Luckily, though, again, do have remnants. Can go right back in. In fact, they ping out.
It is my opinion that if you lose a game with 2 racks up on Nature's Prophet, it's your fault. Like, I feel like it's... At this point, the world is your oyster if you're Ana. You can just be so annoying on this, like, 1 remaining racks.
Oh, Zai walking into multiples here. There's no way that he's even able to just get that BKB off. Change over the outpost. They'll send Chalice back to go deal with these creeps. It's looking hard for Liquid to find an opening. The RNG is just combing through methodically and getting anyone that's a little bit too far out.
I feel like Liquid could take a fight on them if they go with Ravage together. They're focusing a lot more on like split pushing and not being together in this case. But their read on it is like if they just take a full 5-on-5 fight, it's not going to go well for them. But it might be forced here.
Boxy continuing to just use the cogs, try to buy a bit more time. Ana really just hard committing here. Will make his way into their base as do have this damage though coming out from the bear. Boxy trying to slow down yet again. Will get stunned. There's a jump forward here coming out from Mickey and he does so much damage. All right, this time they just rip apart X now, but they rip apart Ghost. Do manage to get the kill on Boxy, but they find this opening and look at this here. Ana's got to teleport out fast. If he's not going to be able to do it though, he's going to get just stunned up and he's going to end up losing his life for that tower.
Yeah, he had BKB. Like, he had BKB before and man fought Chalice. He couldn't TP out because Chalice has Skull Basher, so chances are at some point he's going to get bashed during that TP. Instead, he committed for the tower. I mean, Ana has buyback, so he's probably okay with that. Also, you trade for Ghost, which is, of course, carry for carry, and trade support for support. So, yeah, if you're Nature's Prophet at this point, you feel pretty good about yourself. As long as you hold buyback, you can kind of suicide for racks like this, and slowly but surely you take megas. And when there's megas, the game is very easy to win.
RNG's going right into this pit. Roche is up. Doesn't go down quite as fast as when they've got the whole crew, but the question is, will Liquid realize this? Because they do go for a scan over there. Roche sitting at about half health. Yeah, Zai making his way over. They see him. Blink forward, not going to be able to quite land the Impale to follow up with that Spike Carapace. So the rest of the team is going to make their way over. This is very scary for them now. So follow up, BKB coming out from Zai, but they get a couple of these hits, and then comes Mickey. Does not have the Ravage, but boy, does he have the negative armor as he rips them open. And the follow-up over onto Kaka. Do have Somnus jumping around over onto the back line, so I'd love to get the kill on Insania. So they're kiting Mickey very effectively, but Zai jumping back in again with that blink. There's going to be another buyback. Chalice jumping in. They want to just get rid of Mickey, and he's just taking so much damage. He needs to be able to hit something because he has the static, but he's just not able to with these stuns. And Sania trying to climb away, then get the cogs off, will be able to hold Somnus in place, but also holds Insania down. So he will also have to buy back to be a part of this fight. But now Ana is up. They'll buy back on Mickey. They don't want to allow them to get this Roche. It's already sitting low enough. Zai, waiting patiently off to the side, is just going to bide his time. And we'll see what they end up deciding to do here on the side of Liquid, and if RNG tries to climb back into this pit.
Yeah, and Ana still has buyback, so he feels very comfortable just running around and split pushing. Although he's gonna go for Roche.
Let's head over one of the little creepies. They see it. Somnus zipping around, going for the Thunder God's Wrath. X-Nova jumping into this pit. He wants to kill on this Roche. He's trying to do it, and he gets the Aegis a second time. It's beautiful. Look at the damage coming out, though. The AoEs, the Ravage, everything, but they still end up losing Chalice. And that Aegis is popping right back up again. Mickey does get bonked a couple times here. It's a jumping from Zai. He is making up for that terrible game earlier on because they find the kill. They'll chase down Somnus. X-Nova over here on the corner. Mickey is just continuing to just very, very slowly smack around the Enchantress. My God, what a fight.
And Ana, I mean, the whole time he's still got buyback. I mean, I think they can just go down lanes and take megas right now. Mickey, he got the Ags. Brilliant Aegis steal between Cuckoo and X-Nova, but yeah, it's just...
Can't believe X-Nova stole a second one.
Yeah, it's too much damage. I mean, good call from Liquid to just blitz the Roche. Like, they knew they could kill it in time. This is Megas.
Blinks. Yeah, it's just straight up Megas. There's the hook shot coming in from Boxy from downtown. Mickey is on a killing spree. And we'll get one more buyback. There's no other buybacks available now for the side of RNG. And yeah, there it is.
All right, Liquid buzz killing RNG. Liquid is guaranteed eliminated. And
they put up one hell of a fight. They're still playing this out here. Again, Mickey just does so much damage. Somnus doing whatever he can, but there's just too many heroes here. Too much damage. There it is.
Wow. I mean, Liquid is not the type of team to start messing around in a tournament when they know that they're not going to make it through to the next stage. That's just not the type of players these guys are, not the type of people that they are. We've seen in interviews time and time again with them that they just play every game to win. They've got the competitive spirit. They did basically the same thing at the major too, where they felt like it was going pretty rough for them, and they just wanted to, like, every day come back and be a better team. And we're seeing that here. They completely changed the way that they drafted. Obviously, with the stand-in, you're probably going to be doing that anyway. Tidehunter mid. There were glimpses where maybe it wasn't going to work out, but then also glimpses where it was absolutely awesome. It was cool. This was really cool from Liquid. You love to see it.
Yeah, and we do have we have a little scoreboard going on here to get kind of a glimpse as to what's going on. We saw a lot of participation because, you know, we talk about this Tidehunter. We talk about how, you know, in the beginning, it's looking a little bit not so great, but it is, when it comes down to it, with this particular draft, all about the rest of your team being in position. Because Boxy, you know, doesn't end up getting any kills, but boy, did he facilitate so many of these hook shots, these cogs. And then Zai, he struggled so hard early on, but the team was able to make that space. And then we saw him just do these incredible plays, these moments where he just blinks in, gets a crush on like 3 heroes, and turns everything around. Very cool stuff.
His amp was really important for the game, of course, with the, you know, to empower Mickey on the Tidehunter. And I also think that the bash with Mask of Madness was very important for this game too, because he would just like lock onto Chalice, and he would either lock onto Ghost's bear during the fight or lock onto Chalice, and the bear would just die, or Chalice could not get off a Starbreaker. And for Dawnbreaker, when you have all of these items, Abyssal, Deso, Silver Edge, you know, like you're all about getting those Starbreakers. So Chalice didn't really get to have a game because of Zai, and Zai's 2-11. So that's not a great trade to have a strong Dawnbreaker feel like hindered by a relatively weak Slardar. Ana kept up like the split push pressure the entire game, and Insania, he was emotional support for his team. He was vision, he was scouting.
He was vision, yeah.
Yeah.
But we do have the MVP, of course, and I think you can all guess who this is. It is, of course, Mickey. With that Tidehunter, Liquid deciding to do something a little bit different this time around, and it ends up paying off.
Yeah, this was really cool. The build Deso into Satanic. It is such high damage. It's high risk. It's high reward. I love it. I think it's amazing. It probably works best when you draft heroes around it like this. I think it's enabled by the fact that there's a Nature's Prophet carry, which is a hero that can kind of farm anywhere and do anything. So it's not like, you know, you have an anti-mage that you're taking this like carry space away from. The off-lane Slardar as well, like they sacrificed the lane. It didn't go so well for them, but then they have this amplification factor. They also have a hero that's going to stun and stick on people, so the Tidehunter can actually get his spells off. Yeah, great, cool draft from Liquid, and I'm glad to see it going into TI.
Yeah, I'm super excited because we've been seeing some really interesting hero pickups today. You know, we saw a safe lane bounty hunter earlier with Dundra. Now we see the mid Tidehunter, and I'm really curious to see what we're gonna have in game number 2. But before we have that, we are gonna go to a break. So go grab yourself a nice drink, a snack, whatever it is. Get yourself nice and comfy because you don't want to miss game number 2 coming up.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, everyone. We have Royal Never Give Up versus Team Liquid, and we saw quite the showstopper of a performance in game number 1 coming out from Team Liquid. Joined with Jenkins Dota, and Jenkins, that Tidehunter, it was very impressive.
Yeah, that was cool. That's the sort of thing that will ruin pubs, so that's always great to see. I can tell you there's been a lot of Arc Wardens in my goddamn games. I'm not too happy about that. They're completely useless after watching a lot of these G8 performances from people. So yeah, we'll probably see a lot of Tidehunter, and I think I'd prefer a Tidehunter mid than an Arc Warden, to be honest, because Tide is at least easy to play, Moxie.
That's true, but you do have to really trust your teammates, as we noticed in game number 1, because although Mickey very, very powerful, if he wasn't surrounded by the right moves, if he didn't have Zai there, if he didn't have Boxy to kind of get this initiation going and hold him in place, they just kited him around left and right. So
that's right, Moxie. And we have to be surrounded by the right sponsors in order to make this event possible. And shout outs to Spotify, which every time I've been saying a different artist that I've listened to on Spotify. I've actually not listened to Spotify in the last day because it was a lot of casting yesterday, so I haven't had time, but I do want to use it. And shout outs to Asus, which I have been staring at the screen for about 15 hours a day for the last few days. So that's been more Asus for me and less Spotify, but I'll be back to about 50-50 once this tournament's over. So shout outs to them. Thanks for sponsoring our beautiful, wonderful game.
For definite, sure. I've definitely been listening to some musicals recently in my downtime, and so I will take up the brunt of listening.
Musicals, eh?
I'm a big musical person. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's hear a shout out. Let's hear a call out. Which one?
Hear a call out? Well, I've been listening to a lot of Lin-Manuel Miranda. Actually, I've been listening to a lot of In the Heights, Hamilton. Those are ones that have been very popular on my playlist. A little bit of what's the other one that I've been listening to?
I'm familiar. Of course.
Some Mel Brooks as well, good stuff for sure.
Oh, I've heard of that guy.
Very funny individual. Yeah. But shout out to our sponsors because they do make this possible. It makes it so that way we have more Dota events, and that is something that everybody would love, is to just see more of these events, more opportunities to see these international teams play one another. And we are going to see more international team play because we have of course game number 2 coming up. So what can we expect to see from RNG? Because they've been typically doing a split, right? They either go 2-0 or they go 1-1. I don't think they've dropped a single full series yet. Yeah. And I guess I'll repeat what I said when we first casted RNG versus Nigma.
I felt, actually, let's see. They lost the first match and then won the second one. And I remember thinking, like, this is not the sort of team that just rolls over and like loses an entire series. Like you would, this is just not that team. They can like fully reset, pick something entirely different where they put like the carry potential on their like mid laner, or they pick an anti-mage. They do something that's like totally out in left field compared to their previous draft, and the game looks entirely different. And I don't know what is set up in their structure to allow them to do this. Obviously being very versatile as players, but also being able to like mentally reset after losses is very important, and they've shown they've been able to do that. But with that being said, they did lose to a team that is already going to get relegated, so maybe it's a bit different. I mean, I doubt it, but that's the only potential like curveball, is losing to Liquid does kind of suck, because maybe you go into it with some expectations that you're going to do very well, and then losing sucks. Hard to say. I think that this is definitely a team that always wants to put its best foot forward. I think both of them do, honestly. But like you said, one thing that I really admire about RNG is that when they come back from a loss, they're not afraid to just change up everything. Like, you don't see them picking the same exact heroes a lot of the time. They're like, all right, well, this strat didn't work against this team, so let's do something completely different. Let's pick, something that they're not going to be expecting. And in some cases, Liquid did that in game number 1 here, where they went for the mid-tide hunter and, probably threw them off bounds. Because, I mean, how often do you see this? You don't expect to see the mid-tide. No, you don't. So there's like 2 ways that you could look at that if you're RNG. You could look at that and think like, okay, how much time did Liquid have to prepare cheese strats? Is it worth it for us to ban that one? Because maybe that's like one of only a few cheese strats that they have currently that they've actually practiced recently with this roster. And so maybe just ban it. Or it's like, it's just a weird hero. Change your draft and play the game like better than you played before, which I would assume with RNG it's probably the latter. I don't see a Tidehunter ban coming out in the future, and if it does get banned, it's not going to be a first phase ban. Maybe like super late phase.
We'll have to see, because Liquid, they could go for the tiny ban. That is something that RNG really does appreciate. Often likes to pick it up in the first pick, but not going for it immediately here. They're in pretty good spirits over there. You can see Jarek smiling with Ana. They go for the Nyx instead, so that will open up the doors if they want to go for tiny.
Kaka looked really good on the Nyx, to be honest. It's like one of his best heroes. It's a fairly trending hero as well currently, because I think a lot of people have discovered that it counters a lot of very meta heroes. Like Marcy's not that good against Nyx. Neither is Dawnbreaker. Obviously, every int hero in the game doesn't like playing against Nyx because of the mana burn. So, yeah, don't give Kaka like a specialty hero. He completely hard carried the last game with it too. Almost. He was like the only reason that RNG, or not the only reason, but he was a big reason that RNG was like still in that game.
I'd like to say X Nova coming in with those ballsy plays in the Roche pit was
it was always
Kaka
too. And X Nova too, though. Like it was always Kaka hitting a Ravage and then X Nova going in and stealing. So just getting that out, because it was a huge pain in the butt for Liquid.
And interesting that this time around, RNG is going to be the ones who ban the tiny. So they're not opting for that for themselves. They get it removed. And Team Liquid, now that they don't have to worry about this Nyx assassin, they, all right, you know what? We're going to take the Dawnbreaker this time around.
Yeah, also tiny banned out. I think that's another good hero against the Dawnbreaker. A sort of like later phase hero that people have been picking to somewhat counter the Dawn in the game is Weaver. So we might see that get second phase banned by Liquid, or possibly picked up by RNG. Has RNG picked the Weaver in this tournament? No, they have not. But other teams have been playing it as the Dawnbreaker counter. It's just like you can never really connect your spells on Weaver. Like all of the spells, you can very easily Sakuchi away from the Starbreaker. You can Sakuchi away from the Hammer, and the Dawnbreaker ult. You can go in, like, mess around, force out the ult and Sakuchi away, or just press Weaver ult. Like, he has multiple ways of getting away from the Dawnbreaker. And then also tons of minus armor on a hero that likes to play long fights, and a hero that disables her own auto attack by pressing her Starbreaker, right? So it's like she doesn't kill the bug, but not gonna first phase it. Instead, RNG, they go for Puck, which we've seen not too much of, actually. It almost never gets through, and when it does get through, it gets ignored for some reason. But very powerful hero, like best hero in the game right now at forcing out BKBs, maybe barring Tiny. And Wyvern, which is also something that people are using to counter Dawnbreaker. Winter's Curse right on top of the Dawnbreaker ult, and it kind of nullifies the ult.
Yeah, I was curious if we were going to see something to try to counter the Dawnbreaker, because I know also we watched GH play a very successful Tusk against Dawnbreaker, because it has a lot of ways to be able to cancel out her channeled spells, especially with the Walrus Punch if she has the Shard. But this is also another, BKB piercing, so to speak, way to deal with Dawnbreaker, to kind of interrupt anything that she wants to do with these fights. So solid play here. And then I think it's kind of funny, we've got Dawnbreaker and Night Stalker. We've got Dawn Mommy and just Night Daddy here going on. An unlikely pairing.
Well, she breaks the Dawn, which means she makes it nighttime. Otherwise, she would be repairing the Dawn instead of breaking it.
Dawn Repairer?
Is that Mew or Mewtwo?
I think that's Mew.
I think
Mew's
that's
the little
Mew.
one, and
Mew's
Mewtwo is
little.
the big like adult looking one.
That's a cool tattoo, actually. It's a really cool one.
There was a cosplayer at the Stockholm Major for Tundra, actually, and she has a Wooper tattoo. Wooper's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Wooper?
Yeah.
Was that like 7th generation?
He's a happy little guy. Look him up. He's super cute.
I have to Google that.
He's just this happy little water boy.
He is cute. He is cute.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
She said she had a
Alright.
Whooper tattoo, and I was like, I already love the fact that you're cosplaying Templar Assassin, but you have a Whooper tattoo, so you are like the coolest person here right now.
Yeah, the tattoo's like a +1, but the TA is like a -1. Actually, -7 armor on the Meld Strike.
But she does that to other people because it's
That's
not
true.
her.
That's true. That's true. Ben,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
+7 for her, I guess.
She doesn't gain that armor.
No, but you bring other people down to bring yourself up. That's the lesson.
Oh, that's terrible. That's not a good lesson.
Yeah, as they bring down the Nature's Prophet from Ana. That's not going to be picked up this time around. RNG was not happy with the split pushing action going on.
This is interesting too because I felt like they shut down Zai quite well. Well, of course, it is Liquid who's banning out the Slardar too, I suppose, because it is a good initiator sort of thing.
Cool.
Won't have that.
I wonder if they think that Dawnbreaker is just hard countered by Slardar. Because
Maybe because of the bashes, like we saw it in the previous game.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make note of that if we do interview Liquid. Go ahead and ask for those spicy hero takes.
But no Ember this time around. That was something that Somnus played in the last game.
Yeah, kind of
yeah,
banning out all the guys from from last game. Really, it's like, okay, let's that went that way. We'll play a new game of Dota, and Earth Spirit
Busting
comes
out
out.
the Earth Spirit. Yeah, I like this.
It's very good against the or very good with Puck. You can snap the coil, and Puck really enjoys playing with heroes that rotate to mid early, secure runes, and also, you can probably kill somebody level 4, level 5. Like Puck just needs a little bit of extra damage to nuke somebody full to 0. Earth Spirit provides that, but Liquid does have the counter pick on mid. They could pick a hero that's just very difficult to gank between these two, which there's not many because they've got a lot of disable.
There's not many that are super good, I feel too. Like unless you get something that's like super sturdy that trying to gank it would be like difficult, right? Like
that's what I was
DK.
thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like DK Tiny, obviously Tiny is banned, so that's not coming out. I mean, I guess Tidehunter, maybe.
Well, that was a fast draft there. So we got a Doom pickup, and the Shadow Shaman, it makes sense. We've seen a lot of this hero recently, especially because of the ability to just shut down this Puck. It gives you a bit of that tower push potential, and it's a very strong laner. We're either seeing these supports that are super strong laners or that provide some sort of a heal, and this makes sense coming out from the side of Liquid. I'm curious with this. We've got like all the off laners right now in the Liquid draft, right? You've got a Doom, you got a Night Stalker, you got a Dawnbreaker, and all of these can be run in various positions. Is it more likely that we're going to see the Doom in the mid lane?
That's kind of what I was thinking. I know some people think Doom is like a Puck counter. You get a Centaur, you stomp, and then like if you ever catch Puck with the Doom, Puck is dead. And then also you can shove out the mid wave with Scorched Earth and just back off and go jungle and be greedy against the Earth Spirit. And with items, you are pretty sturdy. Like Doom's base armor is quite high now, and his base strength is good too. Like his stat gains are decent. So I would assume it's mid. And with this Shadow Shaman versus Puck matchup, I think that Puck is a first phase hero. Mostly because people are unwilling to pick Lion and Shadow Shaman because, like, let's face it, Lion is a pretty bad hero, and Shaman was nerfed recently so that you can't solo Rosh anymore, which was a big component to why he was so OP. So both of the heroes feel a little nerfed, and honestly, they're the two best Puck counters in the game because of the instant hex. So Liquid, they say, okay, maybe this hero's not the most OP thing in the world, but it's the Puck counter, and I like that. Like I think you can let Puck through if you're willing to pick one of these heroes. Obviously, Tiny is like the #1 solution, but if any team is going to pick Puck, there's no way they're going to do it into Tiny. It's just insane at the moment.
All right, well, coming down to these last couple picks here in bans, and they've banned out the Templar Assassin, figuring that they still need something that does mass amounts of physical damage over on the side of RNG. And feels like RNG maybe not 100% sure where everybody's landing. They probably have a decent clue, but They did opt to take out Beastmaster to avoid that extreme tower push. And again, Liquid has been thinking outside the box. No pun intended with Boxy being on the team, but they're not afraid to pick things that are a little bit weirder, a little bit different. So
I feel like for RNG, going back for the Lone Druid is not that bad. They could also go for like Naga Siren, which does very well versus Night Stalker in lane. There's nothing really to clear the illusions and to deal with Naga right now. I think it pairs pretty nicely with these other heroes on the RNG side. They have like tower push, they have team fight. Oh, they have Naga's banned. Never mind.
they're like, yeah, get rid of that. Well,
okay.
It was a good idea, clearly, since Insania is like, yeah, we don't want to see that.
PL is not on the same level. It's like, it's the same idea where the illusions are like fairly unkillable and it's a decent lane, but I think it's less of a free lane. And Dawnbreaker is better against PL than she is against Naga Siren because all the PL illusions are like together usually, right? So I guess Terrorblade is not bad either, but RNG, they've been playing really fast in this tournament other than their like AM game. And even in the AM game, they had Death Prophet, Tiny, Void Spirit. Like they were playing fast on their other heroes. And they did end up losing that one. So picking a super late game hero might be a bit weird.
I don't know what the pick is here for Liquid. There's a lot of melee heroes coming out right now, which the Death Prophet's going to absolutely love. And with the Viper like ban, I'd assume that they were like, well, we don't want to see like a bristleback or something like running at us, like anything that's, or like I don't think they'd go for a Dragon Knight. But oh, okay, all right, we get to see the Alchemist. And this is something that we were discussing the other day, where you were saying, you know, one of the great things about having Dawnbreaker Alchemist is that Alch just wanders off into the jungle. If anybody ganks him, all of a sudden there's a Dawnbreaker there, and she's going to turn this right around and cause them to rethink their choices. So
now RNG definitely wants to play fast. They wanna run at guys. Lone Druid still seems pretty decent if they want to do that, and they've been really liking this hero recently.
Ursa, okay,
okay.
The big bear. I like it.
Finally, I'm so glad to see people doing this. Like, this hero just obliterates Alchemist in the game, and Al can even have more net worth than an Ursa. Nomad was saying this interesting stat about like gold damage for gold, and like Alchemist damage for gold stat in the game is like 0.6. I don't know what Ursa's is, but I would imagine Ursa's is like 1.5 or something. So like Alk can have legit like half the net worth, or Ursa can have half the net worth of Alk and still like full to zero him. There's just nothing Alk can do to an Ursa who like blinks on him, and you just burst him before his ult can heal him, right? It's it's one of the highest win rate heroes in the game versus Alk, and yet
but I have to point out, it is a Zai Alchemist. This is an off-lane Alk.
Oh my goodness.
So yes, in the situation that you are talking about, if it were to be Ana playing this Alchemist, it would make things very difficult because, you know, Ghost's gonna be hunting him. But in this case, it is an off-lane Alk with Ana in the safe lane on Doom, Mikke as a mid-Night Stalker. They have just taken the box, shaken it up completely, and just been like, all right, these are how we're gonna play these roles today.
To be fair, off-lane Alk does play exactly the same as a carry Alk now. Like, people usually get Radiance and they usually farm. It's like weird, but it is the way that people normally play it. So I still think that it's really good to have Ursa in this game, regardless of what position Alk goes into. Unless it was like a 4, you know what I mean? If it was a 4 Alk, then it would be an Alk that's like playing around the stun and blink and maybe a solar crest, something like that, and then you don't counter it as much, but it's still going to be this like strong, important Alchemist. I mean, and Ursa's great against Doom too. It's like I feel like you just like any of these heroes on the Liquid side, you jump and they feed to an Ursa, and then in lane Ursa destroys Alchemist too. I like this RNG draft a lot.
I also just feel like the fact that they're able to make this shift with the Alchemist, yes, it is a counter for sure, and RNG made the absolute correct choice, but also it's not as bad because you can rotate it, you can change things around, you can take them off guard. And I feel like in a match like this, especially against a team like RNG, who's very fast at adapting, but also, you know, plays a little bit more textbook, I guess, for lack of a better phrase. Like having some sort of way to take them off their guard is very valuable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the Night Stalker and the Doom is like the more like weird flex to me here. Like Night Stalker mid, what the hell, you know? Weird, very weird. And the Doom carry, I mean, maybe a little less weird. There was a while people were playing Doom as a carry hero, but the Alk offlane is actually like it is pretty textbook these days.
Oh yeah.
Thanks to Seb. Shout out to Seb.
The battle begins.
All right, well, two of the runes going over to the side of RNG and 2 going over to the side of Liquid. So an even start right off the bat. I'm curious how this Midnight Stalker is going to work.
Doom offlane. So Ana is playing an offlane Doom, like a carry offlane Doom.
And Zai's playing the core, the safe lane.
Is safe lane, offlane, Alk? I don't know what's going on.
All right, throw everything we just said out the window now, apparently, because they're mixing it up a little bit. But you know what? Again, a little bit of chaos. Never a bad thing.
Yeah, I would imagine that Zai's been fiending a lot of Alchemist because it is like one of the most popular offlane heroes currently. It's also like a very edgy one that people are picking, where it lets you do some interesting things in the draft. So
it's funny that you use the phrase edgy, because I think edgy and I think of it being like a little like sassy, a little risky, like, you know, your teammate's not really happy that you're picking it. I don't think of it as being that edgy.
I do.
I don't know.
Are you kidding me? You want to have an offlane Alk in your game? Like most people just want like, oh, pick Centaur, pick you know, Mars. Like
Centaur.
People want these like normie offlaners that just have stuns. Then you're like, Alk has a stun. They're like, dude, no, you're not farming stacks, bro.
I play so much unranked Dota. I guess I'm used to the chaos.
That was cool for Mickey, by the way. He used the silence so that Somnus could not use his spells to get the range creep. Then Mickey walks up, uses his hitbox so Somnus can't right-click it, and then he gets the deny. A cute little play.
Top lane. Zai sitting very low, so it's going to be Chalice who gets the first blood. And Insania is going to have to run here. He's already used that Celestial Hammer, but he's going to be fine for the time being.
Yeah, Death Prophet versus 2 big, beefy boys is definitely something that you enjoy playing against. Spirit Siphon. You don't even need to buy salves. You can just Spirit Siphon off of these tanky heroes.
You see the water runes getting picked up by both these mids. Top lane, though, Chalice, this time around, they have the level 2 on the Dawnbreaker. They're a bit stronger, so they are going to be able to get a revenge kill here in this top lane.
This happens sometimes in Dota. I feel like this happens a lot these days, where you get a kill, and like couriers are so slow and like salves are so bad, people don't really have enough regen. You just die because you wasted a lot of resources going for the kill. Now Kaka might do the same thing. Or Insania, because the supports have just been here chilling.
But I also think, yeah, look at this. They pop the mangoes. They're getting ready to do something here. In fact, Insania gives a couple whacks away. I feel like this hero like really starts to unlock, Dawnbreaker rather, once you get that level 2. I think that's when it's more likely you want to make these plays.
Yep, she probably has the strongest level 2 timing in the game right now.
Followed up with the Starbreaker, a little bit off the mark here. So, Insania, he's not looking too healthy here. They need another hit to take him out. Still gonna be able to survive on 12 HP as in comes Zai. He's got the Unstable Concoction, just needs to smack Kaka around a little bit, and the hammer coming through from Insania is going to ensure that they get the kill.
I love this concoction build that people are going for. Like, if you look at Acid Spray and Grievel's Greed, the way it scales is like, they're not that great to level up. So 2 points in the Unstable Concoction, some people are even maxing it. It means that you can not be a useless hero for the first like 10 minutes of the game, which is pretty insane considering like we're so used to Alchemist just being this like useless pile of garbage. More often than not these days, you see Alk lanes getting a lot of kills.
Bit of harassment being placed on Ghost here in the bottom lane, but they do have the Cold Embrace, so he's gonna be just fine. In fact, they could turn this back around, perhaps on Boxy or Anna. In fact, they're gonna hop forward. Boxy, they're trying to do some body blocking. He turns back around, has the shackles, will heal up. Still going to die here, but will at least be efficient with these spells. And I think, to go back to your point about this Alchemist build now, I think that's why I don't mind seeing it so often being run in this off lane. As there it is. This is looking... Oh, good interrupt, though. Not going to be able to finish off with the Starbreaker and the Spirit Siphon coming into play. Be able to heal back up again, but they have another concoction here. They're going to have another hammer in a moment. So a couple hits over onto Kaka. Does have that hammer, is gonna go for the play. Starbreaker as well, but just rolls on out. He ticks down with a little bit of that flame damage. But again, we have another concoction up and ready. So they'll toss it on Chalice. He's taking a bath in all of this lovely acid spray, but still just not quite enough to get the kill.
Alk is actually such a strong laner now.
They're going in on him again. Then the hammer, can they turn this around? Yeah, they'll end up getting a kill on Chalice, and now Kaka has to run away.
Insania.insta/Taiga Dota 2 is on a killing spree already. 3-0. This man has all the kills of his game, 100% kill streak, 100% kill contribution. He's huge.
He's having a good time, that's for sure. Like how you went and you did the entire URL there.
It's his name. Somnus has
Weren't
another...
you Insania at one point? Didn't you get a birthday cake?
That's right. Now I still am Insania. He stole my name.
How about that? The chase on in the bottom lane. Ana trying to dip dive around these trees. And do get the teleport coming out from Boxy. But they've already lost the Doom. So a bit of a aggressive dive coming out from the side of RNG that pays off. Snova trying to just pull these creeps here. Boxy running over, does have boots. He's got the shackles up in a moment, and you can see now that Mickey has made this rotation. He'd like to get this kill, and the Cold Embrace isn't going to be able to save Xnova.
Yeah, that is just free for Mickey. Easy kill. He's got that regen rune to fully regen up afterwards. That feels good as a mid laner.
This is the Starbreaker. Does manage to buy a bit more time. Do they go for the dive, though? Feels like they want to. Oh, that last hit. It's just enough. Just enough to kill Insania.insta/Taiga Dota 2.
That's right, Moxie. That's right. Mickey's doing quite well in this mid lane for being a melee guy versus a puck. But it is Night Stalker, so that silence is quite effective versus puck. Like, in the game... Like, generally, Night Stalker is like a puck counter, but usually it's from the off lane, you know, because the lane is not that good. It's supposed to not be that good, but apparently I'm wrong about that.
I think it's been interesting to see the way that Mickey has been playing this. Like you said, you know, putting out the silence that way Somnus can't get that last hit on the range creep, and just kind of thinking outside the box. It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's min-maxing it for sure, which makes it a lot more viable.
Unstable concoction coming up. They've used the silence though, so Insania can't follow up with the Starbreaker. So Zai actually going to just get ticked down here as they ended up using the exorcism as well. Mid lane, a little bit of movement coming out from Boxy, but they have the ward on the side. Somnus will be protected for the time being.
It will be a free D ward later though. Oh, Mickey.
Double damage for Mickey.
That's an easy kill.
Like when a cat falls asleep with his paw open and a mouse just walks. And top lane, though, they are going to try to chase after Chalice. He's pretty fast, though. I don't know. Okay, does he go for a dive? Yeah, he's going to use a little bit of the nuke. Try to go over here into the sides of the trees using that flying vision thanks to Dark Ascension.
Oh, he wants the courier.
Grabs the courier instead.
He's an animal killer. He's a bird killer, just like a cat, like a house cat. It's a big problem. Google it.
Oh, and he makes this lovely rotation over onto Somnus with that double damage, with the silence. Look at that efficiency. Look at that flight plan. Bottom lane, though, Boxy does end up getting ganked by 3 heroes. So they are trying to take advantage of the fact that, you know, they have these heroes moving around the map on the side of Liquid. Bit of a consolation prize, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, Ana and Boxy.
They have Doom up.
They're struggling. Ana and Boxy.
They have Doom up.
They're struggling.
Let's just run at them, and that is exactly what they're doing. So turn their attention over to Ana. Mickey jumping onto the back lines. That silence getting dropped around in the AoE, going to be able to push everyone back here as the puck also makes this rotation, but they're already out in the top lane now. They'll turn their attention over to Chalice, and they have plenty of lockdown, but is regenning up pretty nicely. Boxy, though, following up with those shackles. Will put out the cold embrace. It's going to buy a bit more time here for Chalice, but they have another unstable concoction up and ready as they'll toss it out. The Spirit Siphon doing so much as Mickey just... All right, he was just bottom lane. He's already back here in the top, and they get a kill on Ana while he makes this rotation, but they'll also get themselves a kill on X-Nova. So, God, there is just action everywhere. And now Mickey's already back in the mid lane. Man.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah, Ana's... He's really struggling against this Ursa in this game. I mean, like, which liquid core would you have lane against the Ursa? You know, it's like there's not really a good one. So I suppose they allow it to be the Doom because at least he can devour and still get some net worth up. But it's gonna come to the point where Ana like just needs to go recover. Ghost is having a very solid game. Once he has that defusal, he can be a lot more active in these engagements. And Chalice surviving for that long will mean that Ghost can show up and do some murdering of his own.
Definitely doing a great job in that lane, and this is something that, you know, you want to see your Ursa snowball. You want to see him become this powerhouse where everyone else on the enemy team, although Sam is going a bit deep here, does see Mickey, but they're already in position. They'll go in with the Exorcism, and Sania following up with the Starbreaker, but the Silence are able to kill Somnus. Boxy is getting just ticked down here by that Spirit Siphon as Insania tries to go in with the Solar Guardian to protect him, but it's just a little bit too late. Chalice just doing a little bit too much damage with the Spirit Siphon and the Exorcism. They really want this tower. Ghost revealing himself, just runs right up here. Starts Fury swiping away, and the mid tower will die. The roll forward over onto Mickey with a nice kick back. This is the power of an Ursa as he gets himself a little snack delivered here in the mid lane.
Kaka's so good. He's so good. That's just like an Earth Spirit player pick off right there. Like he's just been on two of his best heroes in the previous two games and absolutely like showing why he's known for playing these heroes. Like Mickey just was not expecting the roll to come out at that like perfect angle, and it was right at the max range too where he caught him. Super nice play from him.
Again, we don't see a lot of Earth Spirit currently, but when you do have a good Earth Spirit player, when you've got the specialist, it just always looks so good. Man, Somnus has been down here for like a good minute just harassing Ana.
Oh, and, I like this.
Oh, we're going for the Roche. All right, all right.
This is nice.
Double damage though here. If Ghost, they don't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. Yeah, look at the scan too. Insania, oh god, Insania's sitting so low. He's gotta be so careful here. All up the shackles again. This is being very, very careful. This is going on as Ana just gets coiled by Sama, so they do end up losing the Doom, but they will be able to get the Roche. So Mickey picking up the Aegis. It feels like Ana is just the sacrificial lamb. So, oh, Kaka though, look at this. He's like, I would love to get a kill on one of these very low heroes like Boxy. Hello, friend. Get that kill. Unstable Concoction. We'll push back Kaka as X-Nova does try to use the Arctic Bird to slow down Mickey, and he did just get this Aegis. He does not want to give it up in this manner, but it looks like he's not going to have much of a choice here. They have the double damage on Ghost. Buyback coming out now. They're going to try to chase after Mickey. They have the Special, the Silence coming down, and Sania jumping in with the Solar Guardians. Going to use the hammer to run away. Boxy is kind of left in no man's land here. Beautiful Winter's Curse now coming out. Chalice already getting just doomed as Zai is just searching to see whatever he can get. Does not have much mana here. This time 9 stick charges though, so eventually the nuke coming out from Mickey will be able to take out Ghost. Chases on over to X-Nova. Have the Silence and the big AoE. They need a little bit more lockdown though, and they need a little bit more damage because now Chalice has that Exorcism back up again, and they'll get a double kill on X-Nova, but now Ana has been left high and dry as they'll get the hold up over onto Somnus, but Foxy, oh man, it hurts. It follows up with a beautiful Starbreaker. They do manage to get caught up, but they'll lose Foxy in the process. They'll turn around, they get the kill on Somnus, and is Zai gonna make it out? No, he just cannot do it fast enough. What a fight.
Yeah, everybody's dead. Everybody's dead, Moxie. There was a buyback too from Boxy at the start of that fight. Yeah, that was a goofy fight because you know that RNG, like everybody's theory crafted this Shadow Shaman taking Roche thing, once the nerf came out, like every single pro team thought, oh, you just do it with a tank now, right? Nobody's really done it like that, where they smoke in and do the Roche soloing play with Shaman and another support. So when they see that Roche dies, like RNG knew exactly what happened. They're like, yo, these guys are low. Like you cannot do this with the Serpent Wards now. Oh, Mickey.
Yeah, Kaka, right place, right time. Knew where Mickey was. Has Somnus and X Nova to back him up. So that is a kill for Somnus.
Yeah, Mickey's just venturing into territory where Liquid has kind of given up in the last few minutes, and so he's standing directly on a ward during the daytime with very little HP. That's an easy kill.
I do have a question here. So they went for this Roche play, right? And that was a little bit unconventional in the way that they did it. Is this a situation, though, where it's better for them to have taken the Roche and losing the Aegis on Mickey than to allow it to go over to Ghost on this Ursa?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that's always a consideration when you're against an Ursa. Like they 100% had that conversation in the game that it's like more important. Like either you go sneak the Roche or Ursa's gonna go sneak the Roche at some point. So it like takes that pressure off of you, where you think that they might take Roche from you. 100%. I mean, they probably, if there's no Ursa, they most likely don't smoke for the Roche. Instead, they just like wait until there's like a regular game opportunity and then kill it with Serpent Wards and like out tanking. But against Ursa in particular, like yeah, it feels pretty good to go sneak Roche.
I saw some pinging that they want to get the jump on Ana again. He does have the Doom up. He's got Mana Burn and the Mana Aura, but look at the way they're making their way down. Don't have the vision, though. They know that he's been hanging out here consistently, so if Ana's smart, he stays hidden. He'll be okay. Will Kaka find him, though? Oh, maybe. Oh, he goes the wrong way!
I don't think he gets any vision for that either. You can roll off the map and get flying vision.
Oh, Ana,
He's going for the Doom.
Ana goes for the Doom, and they have Insania coming in with the heal, so I don't know if yeah, they're going to be able to get this kill on Ghost. He's just ticking down too much here as they slow down just enough. A little bit more now. They'll end up losing Ghost. They're going to end up losing Kaka. No, maybe not, actually, because they have the rest of the team in position. They'll end up losing Ana instead, and now Insania will be the next one on their hit list. So somehow, after all is said and done, Kaka will survive, thanks to just his teammates being in a good position during all of that. I thought for sure he was dead.
I guess that's probably worth it. It's a carry for I know it's Ana, but it's technically an offlaner in the 5 for the carry. And I feel like Ghost is pretty strong in this game. And his snowball has been pretty hindered. And this was space for Zai to farm up the Radiance, which he now has completed.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye, Boxy. Well, they get the tower at least, using the Serpent Wards. But 3 rotations to the top lane. Ensure Shadow Shaman will not be on the map. And that's a good point that you just made. The fact that, you know, this Alchemist, I feel like a lot of us are like, oh my god, it's Ana, he's back. And he is an incredible player. But in this game, like, he hasn't had the highest of net worth. He already got his Doom off. So it's not like it's sitting around on, like, a cooldown. And Ghost right now, this is the time that he's supposed to be really, you know, starting to escalate.
Yes, it is. Ana's the offlaner. Like, let's just be straight. Yeah. He's literally the offlaner in this game. He's just a Doom, so he's going to build greedy anyway. Like, he goes for the Midas, but BKB Blink, like, these are not... He's not getting to Battle Fury, some crazy carry build. It's just... This is offlane Doom. That's all this is.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke play coming out from RNG as they make their way towards the bottom area, towards Ana yet again. But, of course, Mickey will break the smoke on Ghost. And you do have Insania poking away over here at Chalice. It's going to have to just teleport out. They use the Exorcism. Ana also knowing, all right, I can just teleport out as well. See you later.
Wow. Kaka flies by, and so actually giving Ana time to TP out there. I was sure he was dead. Chalice popped Exorcism.
Yeah, he was fighting Insania. Oh. But Insania just realizing, like, all right, I'm silenced, I can't join into the fight, so I'm just going to teleport away. And so I think they're very happy with that, because Chalice not going to be able to do too much here as they fall up Solar Guardian, because it didn't get used earlier, but Mickey is just getting too much damage taken. So they'll go drop the Winter's Curse over onto Boxy. It looks like Kaka perhaps gone just a bit too far as Ana crouches his way over. They'll be able to get the kill on Kaka. And now Mickey, he buys back. He wants to be a part of this fight. The Doom will get used over onto Chalice. He's the top net worth right now. X-Nova, though, left behind as Zai joining into the fight. Somnus poking away over here, back and forth. But there's only so much that he can do. But Ghost joining again. He's a big, scary bear. The Winter Wyvern will fly back to still have the mid tower open here. And the tier 1 Somnus just dodging away from that unstable concoction. But the jump again over onto Ghost. They're just jumping all over this guy to get another heal coming out, but it's not going to be enough because Ana will be able to finish off Ghost. And the chases on Puck is just so very hard to get your hands on when you don't have Doom, when you don't have that AoE silence. In fact, he finds the opening on Zai, pokes away. Ana's just being held into place. So is Mickey. They're leashed up. X-Nova, he did buy back. He can't afford to die here, but it's looking like that's going to be the case as they're still fighting. Mickey somehow still alive after all this. Boxy waiting patiently. He wanted to get the kill, but Kaka going to be able to follow up, making sure that he can't get the spells up. But now he is the one who's going to be targeted. They even go and drop the Serpent Wards for him. And that, I think, is that the end of the fight? I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't know. This game is just constant fighting.
Double damage here too. Oh, man.
There's some crazy things that happened in that fight that swung it both ways. Like Zai throwing the stun out.
Yeah, look at the fight recap. Open up that fight recap and look at it. Every spell possible.
Yeah. 2 coils. What? Is that right?
Oh, I'm in mine. I think I clicked mine a little bit faster than the observer did there.
It said 2 coils. The arcane rune coil twice? I mean, that was a long fight.
That was indeed.
Maybe
and Chalice is just feeling himself here. The way he just manned up against Mickey.
Yeah, he knows it's daytime. Night Stalker does not have ult. He will have it soon. Kaya and Sanjay Chalices. He's a big boy. He's a big juicy boy in this game.
I'm gonna try to make the play on Insania. The silence, the slow, the fury swipes, and Chalice will get the kill. Another scan over near the Roche pit. You see that there is some movement there. Bottom lane again. I just feel like Somnus continues. You know, usually it's the Doom that bullies the Puck, right? Well, this case, it is the Puck that is just bullying Ana as he's forced to use that BKB. That's a fresh BKB there that he had to use to teleport out. In the mid lane, though, they are going to try to make the play over onto Chalice. A little bit of a Winter's Curse will hold Mickey into place. Does have that double damage as Somnus plunking away here over at Boxy. So they're not going to have that ability to have the lockdown for this engagement. I'm not sure if they're going to opt to continue doing this. Chalice obviously would love to since he popped the Exorcism, but they need to have some way to hold them into place, and they haven't quite managed to land that Dream Coil on anyone just yet. Okay, so with the double damage, they'll jump forward over onto Chalice. They even use the Doom. They want to make sure that this Death Prophet cannot be of any help here. Now Ghost is forced to run away. Ana continuing to chase after him as they end up losing Kaka. And they'll go and drop the Dream Coil. Ghost, oh, they just continue to kite the Ursa, though. He's not able to get the final hits off as Ana eventually does fall, but they'll finally get the kill. And Ana will actually be the one to slay him as the chase is on. Zai has a Blink Dagger. It's hard to get a hand on this Puck, though. Somnus just always a little bit faster than what Liquid can do. But let's see. When's Roche up? In about 8 seconds. This is pretty big for them if they wait around.
And you know Somnus wanted that Rudy. He was gonna maybe blink on it.
Did he not see?
Oh no, not this again.
Oh my god.
Not
oh my god,
this
he's
again.
right in the space.
Every time. It's always with Liquid too. They always get the Roche spawning as they walk out of the pit treatment. You know what, Sania? We asked him about that one time in DPC, and he said, he's like, oh, I knew it always happens to us. I was gonna walk in and check afterwards. Not this game. Again, it happened again.
I mean, Beast Coast has this happen to them occasionally. They'll throw the hammer and they'll see.
Okay.
And there's a smoke.
And Sania learned from his mistakes. I see. Very good.
He's like, surely it must be up by now. Chalice. Doesn't have the Exorcism. Somnus blinking forward. Go. Get a couple clicks off. They'll be able to remove Boxy immediately. As you can see, Ghost, he's like, all right, you guys go handle these guys. I'm going to handle the Roche. And Sania is the next one to fall. And they know that this Roche is up, so I'm curious if they're going to try to do anything here or if they're just going to push towers. Because they do not have these supports that are very important. In fact, it looks like He's Coil Ana. Oh, the dodge away from Somnus, and the immediate TP's over towards their side of the jungle. They'll get the kill on Zai. Ana popping that BKB. He has got to get out of here. He's just going to try to slow down a little bit, but Somnus closing the gap. They're just giving off the clicks. This is going to be a dead doom. A beautiful play coming out from the side of RNG to send Ghost into the pit and just let everybody else handle the rest of the map.
That Centaur stomp there at the end of the fight is what Ana wanted to do in the fight, but Somnus was very quick at dodging.
That was super fast fingers.
Yeah, it's hard against a puck that's paying a lot of attention. If you have to wait until the phase shift is on cooldown, which obviously has very high uptime. Chalice, still top net worth. This guy's an absolute beast.
That's why he had to come at me, bruh, during the hype video. Look at this guy.
That's right, he's a Chad. Chadless.
I don't think that works.
Okay, that's right.
It's all right. You took the chance. You tried it.
Come up with something else for him.
I believe in you. It's the classic Dota 2 caster. You just start throwing stuff and see if it sticks.
You know what Kings have? They have chalices. That's right.
That's true. Yeah.
They have chalices. Golden chalices.
X-Nova getting jumped on by Mickey. Does have a Ghost Scepter. They're going to use the Dark Ascension here because they just want to get something, so... Will be the Wyvern who falls. BKB completed, though, for our boy Chalice. So he is already very fearless. And he's going to probably be even more now, so that he doesn't have to worry about that AoE silence. Still has to worry about the Doom. Seems to be that's one of the big targets here for Ana. But top of the net worth.
He's gonna be so hard to kill on Chalice, actually. Like, he's not had the BKB, which is like the #1 item in the game for staying alive in fights. Like, even with the nerfs, everybody's rushing BKB first.
Jump over onto Ghost. They want to get rid of this Aegis, and they will be successful, even dropping the Serpent Wards. Now, Kaka is standing nearby. He's going to roll a little bit too far over, though. They have the Unstable Concoction. They're going to try to follow up with the stumps, with the lockdown, with the hammers, with all of this damage coming out from Illusions, even going so far as to use the Doom, because they just want to get him off of this map. So, turn around, they get the stun, and Insania will ensure that he will fall. Now, Kaka was trying to roll away. He's not going to be able to because Ana's here. He got the stomp. You've got Boxy here with all sorts of lockdown, and he's going to finish up on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Ghost playing a little too aggressive with the Aegis. Like, you get that item and you feel like, oh, that, you know, what are they gonna do? Kill me? And then they do. And then they do it a second time. I can see why he feels strong. He's Ursa with Enrage, so he's got all the status resistance, but Liquid has so many disables. And you have Nightstalker Silence, which status resistance does nothing against this. Shadow Shaman, his abilities are long.
Somnus poking away at Mickey. They put the Lotus Orb over here. He's got the Silence, but already Chalice has popped that Exorcism, so he's got the spells going that he wants. And it's going to... Look at this. Look at the balls on this man. He just teleports right into their base.
He's 3v4, and he's
Good
just...
God!
He's feeling himself. It looks like they're waiting for the ult to end, and they might go on him.
Throw out a Casual Concoction and the Fey Grenade. Look at... He's just literally taking these racks by himself.
They can't fight him if he has the ult up. I think he'll just turn around and kill all of them.
Can't believe that he's just did that. Gets a kill, teleports into the base. Like, he's terrifying.
Yeah, just like that, RNG. That's a momentous turn of events for them. That's yeah, amazing. I mean, like Arax, you know, it's only 1k gold lead for them, but Arax's eventual advantage, and at 28 minutes, it is significant. When it starts getting to like that 50-minute mark, yeah, then sure, like Arax doesn't matter that much. But at this point, it is impactful.
Gold and sweet.
All right, well, man. I love the aggression that we're seeing, because Somnus just not... Oh, they left behind a Psychic Headband. Looks like they find it, though. Somnus has just been super, super aggressive, in fact.
He
gets found in the tree line by Kaka. He's got the Lotus Orb on himself, and Lotus Orb being placed over on the other side, too. So that's just... Oh, dead Insania.
Yeah, that is worth the tip. I like that RNG also, like, every time they get a kill, they immediately TP over to the other side of the map because they know that they're going to be split pushing there.
Got the vessel charge. Chalice is here. And man, look how fast he just melts.
Yeah, Anna's no TP, so he
The
could
buy
not...
back down to the bottom lane, though. Gonna see Insania joining back in, trying to keep Zai alive and trying to get the kill on Kaka. Will be able to manage it, but Zai, despite the BKB, is going to end up falling to Ghost in his bare claws here. McGay blinking back in, sees himself an X-Nova. He'll clean up on the support. Now the chase is on after Ghost. He's gonna just try to stand there and man-fight it. It's a little bit difficult, though, because they do have this lockdown like we talked about, but Insania needing to be very careful here because he is just getting sliced away by Ghost. And with the arrival of Chalice, it just makes it so much more difficult for him to stay alive.
There's a lot of split action going on in this game. Multiple fights, multiple lanes. RNG going top because they know that Anna's going to be up there on his own, split pushing. Liquid taking advantage of that, trying to go bot. RNG responding to that play bot because they feel like Liquid is not strong enough to be making that move at the time. Lots of good stuff going on. Chalice, he's going for a Lincoln Sphere. As if he wasn't unkillable enough, they're going to have to pop one of their disables in order to get the Doom on him, which is not even going to last that long because he got the Sange out of the Sange and Kaya, so he's a beefy
Such
boy.
an impressive Death Prophet performance. For real. They have to be careful. That courier just swings right by Chalice. Like, look at Ghost. Like, I saw it here. Doesn't opt to put anything on it, so doesn't end up losing anything aside from the courier, but smoke play coming out from the side of RNG. They're hunting. They find the Doom, though. Yeah, they will. Look at this. The BKB comes out immediately, but they have to be so careful because he still has the Winter's Curse. So Anna's just trying to make space at this point, realizing I'm dead here. I can't use that BKB. I'm just fish food.
Yeah, Anna's been struggling for the last little while.
Yeah.
Somehow he gave away 800 gold for that death.
Really?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. That seems like a lot. X-Nova's pausing. He's like, wait a minute. There's something wrong in this game. Calais, okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Like how Mickey also joining in on it.
Surely
it's been kind of a wild game, though. If we look at the graph here, we've had a couple dips and dives after that Rax being taken, though. It has just gone up super in favor of RNG. But looks like they're going to wait and see if the lag goes away.
That admin looks like Purge.
Oh my god, he does a little bit. The profile, right? It's the hair in the profile.
Yeah, yo, admin. Get him to go back on camera. Can somebody tell him? 360
I don't think so.
That's not good.
I don't think they're going to listen to us.
That's not good.
We've seen a lot of doppelgangers recently, right? Because there was the Miracle lookalike. We've got a pseudo Purge lookalike.
Did you know? On the other side of the planet, there's a 100% chance that there's another person.
Another person?
That's right.
Really?
Yeah, what do you think I was going to say?
I don't know. I thought you were going to have something else there, but
no.
I've definitely it's funny because we have like we found a lot of pictures of people that look very similar to Kevin, actually. I know Slacks has one. I found one where he's like a punk rock version. Looks so much like him. I did a double take. I was like, what the?
I wanted to do a content where you sit down with somebody and then go through like random photos on the internet. You could even use AI generation with that. Speaking of Calais, the DALL-E Mini that people are using to generate AI, and look at photos and then say who they look like from the Dota 2 scene. You know, you got a French-looking guy, and then you're just like, oh, that's, Seb, because Seb is also French. But then I realized that could very quickly get quite offensive.
Yes,
and
that
so
could definitely get offensive.
There would be some serious issues with that.
I'm glad nobody greenlit that.
No, I ran it by Valve, and they were not impressed. They told me to exit their office immediately, and they don't know how I got in here. It's It's midnight and we're closed and I'm the janitor and why are you talking to me?
And then
Get
you
out.
crawled up through the air vents backward.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Like the Grudge Girl. That's how I'm imagining that.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine you with your hair like all in your face and just like creeping through the air vents at Valve. I'm sure that's gonna give someone at Valve a nightmare now thinking about that every time they hear a creak late at night.
Do they have an office?
Yeah,
I don't even know if they have an office because I just can't imagine
Of course they have an
Valve.
office.
I can't imagine Valve being in a big boring, building with windows and all this
I
garbage.
think they have wheelie desks, from what I heard. I think Casey's got a wheelie desk.
Oh, that's not cool enough for Valve. That's not cool.
What would be cooler for Valve with the desk?
I don't know, slides and I don't know, like a food truck sort of office. Like you just move, you move the whole office.
The whole office. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what if your office is just made of people who have desks and then you just wheel your desks?
I thought you were gonna say an office made of people, which like the furniture. And I know a guy that did that. Actually, they made a movie about him.
No,
they made
it's so terrifying.
Have you heard of Norman Bates?
Oh God.
No. That's a good movie.
Good Lord.
It's a great movie. There's a series as well, actually, about Norman Bates called Bates Motel. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty good. People hate it.
I know you're into more of like the horror thriller genre than I am, though.
That's right. That's right. Because my girlfriend refuses to watch it, and when she's at work, I got nothing better to do.
I like wholesome anime, like Little Witch Academia.
Okay. A lot of Dota players are into.
That's not
anime.
necessarily the wholesome anime that they're into, though.
Yeah. Oh, Zany gave a bit of a glance at the camera.
He
I
is
like
a
that.
ham for the camera.
I was with him. I got Korean barbecue with him actually a couple of weeks ago.
I'm so jealous. Why didn't I get Korean barbecue with you guys?
I think it was like the day after you left. Actually.
It always is. It literally every time that I'm there, the day after I leave, you guys go out and get Korean barbecue without me.
And Insani, I told him, I said straight to his face, I say, you know what? If I was born with your genes, looking like that, big sexy guy genes, he's Swedish, Swedish. If you're Swedish, automatically you got a +10 to charisma score in life, and Dota genes, got this smart guy brain. Like he wears glasses, so he's smart. Obviously, all smart people wear glasses. I'd probably be at least 8K MMR. That's what I said to him.
Well, if you want to wear those glasses, just start staring into the sun, and then you too will also have glasses.
He told me something really nice. Actually, it was one of the highest compliments I've ever received from somebody. I was doing some stupid stuff. He said, "You're the spice to my life, Jenkins," and I was truly humbled by that.
You're the little ghost pepper in his life. You're a spicy boy. A little bit of a cheeky play in the top lane here. Yeah, we are back into the game.
Okay, I see.
We have the shard picked up now for the Shadow Shaman, so he made a little hop over onto Ghost, and then immediately it was like, nope, I'm out. He had the Shadow Amulet, so yeah, just a poke. Story time's over, Jenkins. Back to the game.
Yeah, back to. I couldn't tell if this was a replay or not. There's been a lot of split push action and TPing out going on with this whole game, so more of that.
A long respawn time for Roche. It's about 50 seconds until it's going to be back, and RNG is playing around the pit because they do feel very much like they want this win condition before they take another full-on engagement against Liquid.
Yeah, that's fair. It protects against the Doom in particular. I think that's really important to get that on Ghost. I don't think Chalice needs it. Chalice has already got so many items to protect him in the fights. I feel like if he's going to die and then respawn, like, the game's already going to be rough for them, so get that for Ghost and feel good about him running into the fights like a madman. Dude,
you say
Chalice.
that, but I feel like Chalice is the madman.
He is. He's going for a Lotus Orb. This is the most, like, he's going to be so hard to kill. All of his items, barring the Spirit Vessel, are, like, just tank items. Like, and it's good. I mean, there's a bunch of targeted spells on the enemy side, and also, armor and status resist is really good in this game, too. It feels like an excellent build from him.
All right. Roche is up, and we got a refresher shard on this bad boy. Double the fun, double the exorcism, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's a chalice item right there, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Double the BKB, like, you can't kill him already.
Double Lotus, Moxie.
Hell yeah. There it is. There's the shard over on Chalice as expected.
Cool.
They're about to bring the pain. Yeah, look at this. They ping out. They're like, Anna's up here. We should go mess with them. And Anna's like, nope. Already just teleports out immediately.
He's got a Shiva's guard on Ana now. So he's gonna be a little bit more tanky. Yeah.
Not sure how much, but it helps a little bit.
The vision element to the Shiva's guard too, I think, is very underrated. Like catching a puck who's, you know, blinking through trees, and it feels nice. I mean, there's like a bunch of heroes in this game that can be hiding in trees. Like the Wyvern can fly over them, Earth Spirit Roll, Ursa Leap, Puck, all of Puck's abilities basically, and the Blink Dagger. So the vision element is really good.
That's a good point. Liquid, though, taking up the residency in the bottom Radiant jungle right now. Boxy using that Shadow Amulet just to get into a good position. And you can see the way that RNG is just beelining now towards this bottom area. They're going to run into Mickey, who immediately blinks away. You can see Boxy just like, nope. The roll forward from Kaka. They're going to have to use the Dark Ascension to pull Mickey out. And they're using him as a little bit of a bait here, because they do have Zai in the position, and Boxy just gets sliced into pieces. The Lotus Orb does end up wearing off, though, so they'll be able to get a kill over on Kaka, but they'll end up losing Insania on the back lines. Now they're going to try to chase after this Alchemist. They'll use the Winter's Curse. The Zai is not going anywhere, as they'll use the first Exorcism, and they'll be able to get that kill. Okay. Oh, he cancels out the TP, but just a little consolation prize at the bottom of the cereal box here.
Yeah,
Ghost.
I'm not sure how much it matters.
He is alone, and there is no Winter's Curse, but I'm not sure if Liquid feels confident with just the two of them to make this hop. Because again, it does have that Aegis.
You can tell they're talking about it, though, because they know that they have no Alch for 50 seconds, and this is going to be a Rax push. So if they could have taken the Aegis right before, maybe it makes it so this Rax push does not happen.
We've got a second Exorcism online now for the Death Prophet, so they got to figure this out.
And he's just standing right by the tower, which like legit triples the damage Exorcism does.
Top Lincolns, they get the Doom off over onto Chalice. They're gonna probably end up losing Ana though, for so the really nice shackles coming out from Boxy will buy enough time to keep Ana alive. So gonna try to get as many spells out as can, but they do get a bash off. So Ana will be the first one to fall in this engagement as Mickey's trying to put out that silence. He's trying to burst down people, but they have the BKBs and they just can't seem to run away fast enough. The Solar Guardian coming out from Insania will keep Mickey alive just a little bit longer, but not nearly enough, as now Insania is forced to use the hammer, trying to run away, but they're just surrounded by all sides. They just slice through Boxy. Kaka, he's taking a lot of this fountain damage. Ghost, though, all right, they finally managed to go get the Aegis. Is going to be coming right back up again. Look at Chalice. Look at this man. He just walks right in. Kaka with the Ghost Scepter. They're just playing with them now, as Zai is going to get held into place with that Winter's Curse. He's right on the cusp here. Ghost does have to be careful, though. They do have that unstable concoction. Going for quite the dive here as Kaka again. All right, Kaka. That was maybe a little bit too ridiculous. Somnus now is going to just have to use that orb to run away, but the damage is done on the top level. They've got themselves the racks, they got the tower, and now they'll turn their attention over to these tier 4s. No Exorcism available, but there is only one hero alive at this time, and it's Zai, and he cannot go toe-to-toe with all of these heroes.
Come on, buddy, 1v5. You can do it. He can't.
I mean, Doom's up in a moment, but I'm still not convinced. Insania's gonna be up. They end up boarding up the creeps. All right, Ana's here. This is an open throw. Jump forward again, coming out from Somnus. Ana with the, oh my god, look at this damage. They're gonna try to keep Somnus alive a little bit longer. In comes Insania. They want the kill over on the puck, and they do finally manage to find it. Starberg coming through, and they have the BKB. They're chasing Zai around. They need to take down Ghost, as the unstable concoction does manage to connect. Ana hiding in the tree line will blink forward. They drop the wards, and they're gonna put the pressure over onto Ghost. But while this is going on, their Ancient is being attacked, so they do finally kill the Ursa. They've got to get themselves something more, though, here, as X-Nova does have that Shadow Amulet waiting right over on the side. Chalice will be able to get out, and now we've got two supports just kind of chilling together because they didn't have the dust just yet, but there it is. This game's weird.
Okay. All right. Nice little throne turnaround. Good patience there, waiting for some heroes to respawn before heading in. It's, you know, they're not going to be able to run down mid and really get much from it. The Ancient is still under attack, apparently, from what I'm hearing. Yeah, I mean, if they can kill one of these heroes without buyback, there's always a potential of just running down mid and throning without, you know, the net worth lead doesn't really matter. Going past 40 minutes into the game, like slowly but surely, the net worth lead just the value of it dissipates because you could just run down mid and throne at any moment.
I feel like they need to take one more really good fight here before they can kind of really push the envelope. Boxy, though, blinking forward, drops a ward. They've got Mickey nearby. I'm sure they'd love to force some buybacks, but I'm not sure if that's possible at this time for Liquid. Side, though, split pushing in the bottom lane. Does have Somnus teleporting down. The silence pops the Lincolns. Will end up using the BKB as Zai does have his ultimate up, so he's gonna try to stand there and fight. It's looking a little scary though right now because, all right, there it is. There's gonna be the follow-up from Insania. Mickey with the Dark Ascension, giving a little bit of that vision, giving some of that view. Wants to get rid of Somnus over here, but it's a Winter's Curse that'll buy a little bit more time. Ghost jumping forward here, does have that Abyssal Blade, so he's gonna be able to remove Insania, but they'll turn it right back around again. They use the Doom over onto Somnus. No puck now for 100 seconds, but they still have to be careful because Ghost is just running around in circles with Chalice, who has that Exorcism up. Mickey's finding this opening on the back line, wants to get rid of X-Nova, is going to have to blink away though. It's looking a little bit scary here as Boxy sits very low. The stone will connect. BKB is getting popped on Ana and Ghost. They're just chasing after each other, and they've got the roll, they've got the bash. This is looking like a dead Ana. He's down for 90, does have buyback. They'll pop that Lincolns again. Mickey forced to TP, and the line is drawn right down mid. They say, all right, fellas, we gotta go. Teleport, here it is. Chalice, he does not have the Exorcism,
of course,
at the very least, but yeah.
Of course, he TP's right in front of the enemy base.
It's go time. It's go time.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jenkins. They held once. I don't know if they can hold a second time here.
Zai is smoked up, so they're looking for something. It looks like Ana is maybe gonna buy back. I don't think they can wait for the 20 seconds for these
Hit the
supports.
jump forward, they find Kaka, they get the silence off, and again, another good heal. Holding him into place, they'll turn back around over onto Ghost. Try to get as much damage as possible, but this Ursa, he's too powerful as Kaka is still alive, and they're just focusing on different targets right now. That Lincoln's gonna get popped, they'll end up losing Ana. No Ana available, he just fought back. Mickey forced to blink away. Zai is just left here by himself, does have the BKB, and he's gonna try to run for the hills if possible. Turning back around, Solar Guardian coming in hot though, should be able to heal him right back up again. Not going to be able to probably do that much to Chalice. Is now Insania forced to use the hammer to go back over onto the high ground. Chalice still looking here, still feeling very aggressive. Goes for the refresher play, uses the Exorcism and says, I want this victory. I want this Ancient. We are not losing this 0-2. We're at least going to split this. Zai again was looking for the opening, gets silenced up, has the Lotus placed on him, but there's just so much damage. He is dead for 100 seconds. This is looking like the end here for Liquid. They put up one hell of a fight, but I don't know how you kill Chalice. I don't know how you get him off of these buildings, as they do get the kill on Boxy. A Dream Quest gonna get used on the back line, but these Ghosts, they are slicing through the Ancient. Mickey trying everything he can. He is gonna die, and they chase after Insania now too. The GG gets called. RNG, they will not get taken out 0-2. They will split this series with Team Liquid.
Yep, as usual. they won the series. If we get an interview with them, which I'm hopeful that we will, I am definitely going to ask about that. Why is that a thing for them? I mean, the great thing for them is that, like, they can beat anyone, you know, and also they have the capability of, it's not like they're winning the first game and then losing the second one consistently. They're losing the first game and then winning the second one. So they can consistently reset, which is incredibly powerful. And where I think that's going to matter a lot is TI. Like, think of the amount of mental resetting that you're going to have to do at TI. And it's not even like a reset where it's like you win one game, you lose one game, and then you win the next one. Because that's like easier to reset. Because it's like, oh, boys, we've won once. It's like, well, yeah, that's an easy argument, right? But when you've lost the first game and there's no win under your belt against that team, that's way harder to be like, guys, we can beat them, because you're just theory crafting, you're just BSing at that point, right? But they proved it's obviously not BS. There's no BSing.
No, very, very impressive plays coming out from the side of Royal Never Give Up, really living up to their name, to never giving up. And we can see here with the scoreboard, my goodness, Chalice on that Death Prophet, 25 and 21, a veritable tank. And just the way that everybody played here, poor X-Nova, you know, did not get any kills, but how long were these fights just elongated because he gets the cold embrace off and they just don't have enough nuke damage at the time?
Yeah, it's hard to choose an MVP for this game. I would say it's between Somnus on Earth Spirit. It would be probably. I mean, Somnus was beyond godlike in that game at a point.
Oh yeah, they have that swept around a little bit. Oops.
The Kaka on Earth Spirit though was there's a few times that he was just sniffing people out and sniping them in trees where you look as a spectator and you're like, oh, surely there's vision. Like, how does this guy have the game sense to go for that? And it wasn't. It just was game sense. He was, and then immediately after every pickoff, he would TP to the other side of the map and get a pickoff there. And then of course Chalice. It's like we spent the entire game praising him because he was just such a Chad, incredibly impactful with his ults and the damage he was doing. And the Sanjin Kaya meant that his percentage damage was just melting through Zai on Alk, and he was against 3 strength cores, so that looked incredibly good. It was him having that much farm and that much priority put on him was good in this game. It was really good.
Yeah, I really love the aggression that came out from Royal Never Give Up too. We saw that almost always you either saw like Somnus jumping in, Kaka jumping in, making that time and space for Ghost to get what he needed. And then of course, once Chalice started, you know, becoming so powerful, started getting so tanky, every moment, like he saw, like I still love that moment where he gets a kill. I don't remember, I think it was probably on Ana. And then immediately teleports into the base, like not even like the creep wave before, literally in the base, and just uses the rest of that exorcism to start destroying their buildings. Like it was very, very impressive. And it takes a lot of confidence and a lot of understanding of your hero to make these sort of moves and calculate that risk.
Yeah, that play that you're talking about like blew the game wide open. Because up until that point, it was like 1K gold lead for RNG. And yeah, sure, it did feel like they had the momentum, but in Dota, you win one fight, and then it feels like the momentum's like entirely in your favor. So that fight, like even after they took the racks, they had like a 1K gold lead, but it's a barracks. Like recovering from that is incredibly hard. You always have to have a guy in base pushing that out. It also gives this opening for like RNG to always go down mid, which they literally did at the end there. So then they did quite a few times, just going for pickoffs in the mid lane. So it was probably the biggest move that they made in the entire series, maybe actually, at least in terms of the game impact that it had.
Yeah, once you end up cracking that base too, it starts to put the pressure down for sure. So you definitely have that advantage, and then they really catapulted off of it. It was very, very impressive. But it looked like, unfortunately, guys, that we were hoping to get an interview because I had a couple questions, but it looks like the teams are focusing up.
Ask me. I'll pretend, and then I'll ask you the questions that I had.
Oh no, Ghost. I don't want to answer your questions. I know what your questions are like.
Now, these ones do not involve Toronto or Tokyo. So
okay, all right.
I had.
So who am I talking to? Who am I talking to here?
You're talking to Ghost. I'm Ghost. So
all right, congratulations, Ghost. You played a really impressive series. I do have a question though. In game number 1, when you were up against Liquid, they ended up picking the Tidehunter mid, and I'm curious, during that initial phase, were you guys concerned? Did you think that the Tidehunter was going to be as powerful as it ended up being, or were you more like, this seems like a little cheesy, this is no problem?
Yeah, definitely what you said, Moxie. We had a lot of thoughts towards that. I just want to say shout outs to Jenkins Dota and Moxie, my favorite casters that I have watched all of their casts, and shout out to Spotify and Asus for also sponsoring the event. I was listening to Spotify. I was listening to Moana actually while on the computer, on the Asus computer, while beating that Tidehunter mid, and he was pathetic. Back to your question.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that interview, Ghost, and congratulations on splitting the series. But we are getting ready for our next series coming up, which is going to be a real exciting match because it is Team Spirit versus Team Secret, who, as far as I know, is still undefeated.
Yes,
but of
they
course,
are.
we do have to go to a short break. So again, take this time, get ready, get yourself a snack, go use the bathroom. You want to watch this game. It is the TI champions versus the undefeated team here at the Riyadh Masters. So we will be right back. Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters by Gamers8. We have a very hype series here for you. For our last series today, we saved the best for last. We've got Team Spirit going up against Team Secret, who I believe Secret is still undefeated, and they're going up against the TI champs here. Jenkins, I'm super excited to be watching this game with you. What can we expect?
I would not count Secret out on, or Spirit. Well, Secret, yes, of course, I would not count them out. They're 6-0 right now, not dropped a single game. But I would not count Spirit out. They looked very strong versus Tundra, which was I casting that with you? Or wait, no, because I cast a lot. It was with Nomad, right?
Okay.
It was earlier today.
I have not cast a Secret game yet.
Okay.
So.
No, Spirit. I mean, all the games are like melding together for me. But anyway, I was definitely present there for the Team Spirit match versus Tundra, and they looked fantastic. They looked very composed. Maybe the games were a bit like, at least like game one was a bit like Spirit was, I don't want to say like playing with their food, because I don't feel like they ever treated Tundra that way, where they were food. In fact, Tundra was like working them when it came to like split pushing around the map and stuff like that. But Spirit never looked like they were going to crumble under the like split pushing pressure that Tundra is so good at executing. So Spirit, they look absolutely on point. If I had to guess, I would say probably the series goes 1-1. I think this is where it ends for Secret, their hot streak.
Is it going to be a shellacking? Are we going to see a shellacking, or do you think these games are going to be incredibly close?
I would be seriously impressed with Team Secret if they shellacked Spirit, because I feel like, actually, like, I mean, Secret, like they went to 43 minutes with the boosters, you know, they went to 40 minutes against Tundra, so it's not like they've been really completely shellacking people, and Spirit's looking good.
Well, we'll have to see how that's going to happen, but let's get hyped up and take a look at the little video we have here of the boys. See that they are in the zone, they're getting ready. I have to say, I'm loving that Toronto Tokyo is doing all these interviews. I feel a little bad for him because of some of the questions that you've been asking him particularly.
That was a good question.
He's an absolute like delight. He's so friendly in these interviews. So I'm really glad that we're getting this chance. But yeah, you know, these guys, they're TI champs. They're very motivated. They're, you know, ferocious to play against. I'll be curious to see how they do against Secret here.
Yeah, they seem to be like getting back in their form. Like I guess maybe they're not completely there, because I think their TI form was like, I don't want to say they're in their TI form, because their TI form was something to behold. Like that was ungodly.
It felt momentum, like they clicked and then they just rode that wave.
Yeah, something was there that was like magical. So I don't think any team ever gets that form truly, unless they're at TI. But Team Spirit, at least they feel like 80% there. Maybe they're 90%, but like my stupid brain like is not able to like discern what percentage they're at. Like they could do it because they're them and also way better. But they seem to be like in a good form at the very least.
All right, well, who also are in, that was very bad English, my goodness. But another team that is in top tier form is, of course, Team Secrets. Let's get hyped up for them. And speaking of lovely human beings and stand-ins and whatnot, we have Resolution playing on Secret. I'm a huge Rezo fan. I don't know about you. Have you had the chance to meet this guy?
Yeah, actually, I met him at TI. He's really funny. I didn't realize that at TI, because like, or prior to TI, because I'm so used to seeing him as this like excellent Dota player that just happens to show up randomly and looks like the best player in the entire world. Like that's what he's always done. He's kind of doing it again here. But then I'm meeting him at TI. He was insanely goofy, super funny. And then watching some of his stream too. His stream is like one of the best streams that you can find out there. He's amazing. He's a top tier guy, top tier player as well.
Yeah, and I know he's also done some casting work before too, but he's just a generally just very talented individual, very kind, very friendly, always interested in finding out more about any topic. He like grilled me for a while on all these sorts of things about vocal technique. But also, you know, you've got Zayats on here too, and like the two of them, the way that they play together, they're bros. Like it is so fun to watch the way that they can just play together. So a little bit of that X factor coming out from Secret.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that they speak Russian in lane together. I've had this like thought, this like creeping thought that, you know, those thoughts like always come back about laning and how on a competitive team, like you don't really need to, at least for the first like 4 or 5 minutes, communicate that much to your other lanes, and it's all just kind of noise. Like especially for the first like 3 minutes of the game, right?
Yeah.
And if you do, it's like one thing. Like you could use the in-game comms instead of like Discord. I was thinking like you could have a team where you have different Discord, different like rooms that you have for like each lane, 3 lanes, and then once like the laning stage ends, you combine them and all 5 players like start talking again, because there's a lot of comms that happen between players in lanes, and so to like a degree that's kind of happening for them because they're speaking in Russian during the laning phase, and only like the information that is pertaining to the other players will be communicated to the other players. And I don't know, it's just kind of cool. It's a cool thought. It's a cool experiment. I'm sure other teams have done it before because Dota's a very like international game with people speaking tons of languages, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is a very interesting thing to consider during laning and whatnot. But we do have a little solo action now. We've got a little basketball video, your favorite challenge here, Jenkins, and it's going to be Zayats who's going to see if he can beat the record.
And wait, I should take them out. Because they're going to... And... Too much. Too little. Too much. Halfway. Not done. How much minutes I got?
5 seconds.
Oh, so that's the last one.
3, 2, 1.
Almost
done.
Well, that was not Zayats, obviously. That was Puppy, and I don't think I've ever seen such a tall guy struggle that hard with basketball.
I love how into it he was. Like he wasn't even saying coherent sentences. He was just mumbling. He's like, okay, I'll go for the last one. Like he's just so into like trying to actually like min-max it. That's such a Dota player thing. It's like, dude, you're doing like a funny bit of content using some like child's basketball toy. He's like, okay, trajectory, change the angle by 62 degrees. Like, all right, dude, relax, Puffy. Relax.
I mean, that's just a gamer mentality, right? Like, you and I have had a lot of conversations about this. Like, even if you go to the gym as a gamer, and maybe you're not, you know, super into getting swole, but like you look at these challenges and you're just like, okay, last time I did this, how do I make this more efficient so that way I can beat this record and then get this out of it, blah, 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 blah. Like, our brains are wired, like, constantly to be at the most peak efficiency for whatever reason. But, yeah. He got 3 baskets. I think the best we saw was the who was the support player? God, I can't remember now.
Geez.
It was a support player though that just absolutely killed it. I want to say it was X Nova.
Was it X Nova? I think it was X Nova.
I think it was.
I remember Tomato absolutely failing.
Yeah,
and you just remember the failures. That's you know, the failures in life.
Bad.
The negatives.
Bad.
Oh my God! Team Secret gets Chen again. I feel like when Puppy is Chen for the last 5 out of 6 matches and they've won all of them,
it's a real consideration to ban it. So Spirit has some prep. They've prepped for the Chen.
I mean, they've got their game faces on for sure here. They want to take the series off of Secret. They want to be the Secret Slayers. But a lot of healing coming out from the side of Team Secret. You've got a lot of global as well with the Hand of God. You've got the Dawnbreaker ultimate. So wouldn't be surprised to see someone who's like going to pick up a vessel, or sometimes, just the AA is never a bad idea. But with this Winter Wyvern pickup on Spirit, most likely not going to be seeing the AA, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's more of a it's actually pretty good against both of these heroes, but not exactly for the same reason AA is. Like, you counter the Dawn ult with the Winter's Curse. You just curse on top of the Dawn ult, and she comes into the fight and beats the crap out of like whoever she was trying to protect. And then it's also Chen does a lot of physical damage. Penitence is an ability that's getting the respect I think that it deserves these days. People are like even maxing it, going a 4-4-0 build, going creeps and penitence, and so you protect against that with the Winter Wyvern. The Cold Embrace, you deal with the creeps in that way too. You can clear the creeps with the Winter Wyvern Splinter Blast, and also if you Winter's Curse somebody with a bunch of Chen creeps on them, they're gonna melt. So it's a good pick. It's not as like a hard counter to the healing as the AA, but it's more like this deals with the creeps better than the AA would.
That makes sense, yeah. Gives you that little bit of shoving out of the lane. It gives you the heal during the laning phase and whatnot, so. Let's see what they're gonna pick up next. Yeah.
Just want to see that beautiful intro one more time before we switch to the players, as we can look in their faces, in their eyes, and determine what it is that they're drafting. And I can tell you,
all right, what is his eyes telling you right now?
He really wanted the Bloodseeker to get banned out. He really doesn't want the Bloodseeker to. And I'm not saying that because I'm in the game right now and can see the Bloodseeker was a banned hero from Team Spirit. It's a banned hero from Team Spirit. I am in the game. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. We're back.
We're back up. Yep. Somebody's cat just ran over the production PC and, hit a couple buttons. Cats do that.
That's right. So do dogs.
That would be a lot heavier, I think.
Hamsters eat wires as well, actually.
This is true. Hamsters do indeed eat wires. So do cats. So do dogs. Your dog is quite the gobbler too, from what you've told me.
She definitely gobbles things that you should not gobble. Things that have been gobbled before once and fully digested. If you get where I'm going with that. Speaking of fully digested, I don't know where I'm going with that, but Nyx Assassin.
Going with that one.
Nyx Assassin has been banned.
Try.
Phoenix as well. Team Spirit has been favoring this hero. One of the few teams that thinks that it's really strong, even if there's not any like really obvious synergy with it. They just believe in the hero and first phase it. And maybe Miposhka just enjoys playing it on this patch. It is really good at like holding lanes, and I feel like against a lot of these like summon or push type heroes like Beastmaster, Chen, having a hero that like sits and just delays a push is always incredibly valuable, which of course Winter Wyvern does do. It's just that Phoenix maybe is like a little bit better at doing it. Fire spirits.
I think Miposhka has always just really loved this hero. We share that in common, but having the Sun Ray and the Egg combination too now, like having that as a shard, it really gives so much more to these fights, because not only are you saving yourself, you're also making yourself a target, but you're also able to still contribute with either a heal or a percentage-based damage against some of these tankier heroes. So makes sense that they want to remove it, but feels like the team's really taking their time and trying to figure out what's happening with this draft, who's going where, what's going to give us this edge that we need in the laning phase. And the tanky boy taken out. We've been seeing a lot of these more tankier, initiator frontline sort of things trending back into play.
Yeah, Clockwork is like just seems to be a rising hero. Dealing double damage to creeps is really nice. It means you can actually clear creep waves and not be just a useless pile of garbage that has no farm. You can do something in downtime, which is nice because he doesn't show on the map a lot. So if you can like jungle a camp while not showing, it's really strong. And Spirit, even though it's very likely to be Puppy playing this Chen, of course, they still ban the Clockwork, which is the other Puppy hero that he's been playing. They think like even as a 4 position, the Clock is good, or maybe some other position if you want to go real crazy with it.
There are definitely options there. But I like how just, you know, obviously Team Spirit's draft a little bit more telegraphed with having the Razor, been seeing the Razor off lane quite a bit. And the Wyvern, most likely, I mean, we have seen a couple Wyvern mids, but generally speaking, especially like when you see that Dawnbreaker, it's picked up as a support, as sort of a counter. So a little bit of flexibility coming out from the draft here on the side of Secret. They could opt to run the Dawnbreaker as a mid. They could put it in the off lane. You could also just run it as a support. Chen, pretty clearly, you know, we know he's a support. So
that's the 5.
Yes, that is the 5. I like how you say that like a little kid who looks at like a chart.
Bananas are yellow. Yeah, I have seen, however, I have seen in EU pubs, there are a couple of Chen spammers that are getting very high rated playing this as a mid laner.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know about Nisha Chen. That sounds very weird.
I feel like if it was 9, yeah, I could see that. But Nisha,
yeah,
more traditional. As we say traditional,
wow.
We get a techies.
Okay.
Zayat's techies. Let's go. I'm here for it. This man is quite the master with this hero.
Yeah, that's his main guy. He's a hero spammer originally, and that's the one that he spammed that he was very famous on. So it's, I mean, I'm always excited to see techies played on this patch by these like grandmaster players, because it's just different from how it was for ages. You know, this rework. Like I'm interested to see what people's take on it is. Do they go for like the ethereal blade and try to like one-shot people? You know, what's the build? So that'll be fun to see.
We saw a lot of this actually in NADPC. We had a couple specialists that would play it. Moon Meander is one of those that come to mind, but also B-God over on one of the NA teams was quite the techies player. That and Skywrath Mage, those were the 2 heroes that he would play quite a bit. But you could see,
yes, and he got kicked after carrying him very hard. He got kicked. Yep, that's an NA special right there.
But you can see how much damage this hero can actually output. And the way that it can actually be quite useful, because they reworked the entirety of it. You know, it used to be like you were playing your own mini game back in the days of techies that Slacks used to love, but it has changed quite a bit. It's a lot more active and can catch you off guard. And it's a really good solution too to the Winter Wyvern heal, right? The fact that you've got Cold Embrace, it blocks out the physical, but not magic. And boy, do they have magic damage now too with a Bat Rider pickup.
Oh man, this is always like the late phase part of the draft where a Bat Rider pick feels so bad to play into. Like, you bat against the Cold Embrace, you can get tons of stacks of napalm while the person is embraced, and of course they're going to be standing in the Firefly for the entire duration of the embrace. It completely destroys Razor. It's one of the few heroes that can man up on a Razor and out damage him. Monkey King gets cut off the trees by one of Bat's abilities, gets knocked off the trees by another. It's like, yeah, this is a great Bat game. They need to answer it. Team Spirit needs to answer it in this next pick. I don't think you just leave this Bat unanswered.
But on the flip side of things too, right? It is a little risky for this Bat Rider, because if he, you know, dives into position and they don't have enough there to kind of be there for backup, you can get Winter's Cursed. You can have a Tusk, you know, drag people into like Snowball and try to like, you know, get him off guard. You've got the Monkey King ultimate as well, that you have to kind of make your way through. So like there are solutions to it. Is it a really good pick? Yeah, absolutely. But there are some ways that you can adjust and play just with what the heroes they have. And then also to keep that other point in mind, they have a Dawnbreaker, they have a Tusk. We saw GH do so much with this Tusk against Dawnbreaker. It has a lot of solutions in order to interrupt any sort of channeled spells, the Starbreaker in particular, because not only do you interrupt it during laning, but you can also interrupt it later on when she gets that shard with the Walrus Punch going through the magic immunity.
Yeah, it is really strong. I like it a lot. Also, Tusk technically still could be played in
a couple of roles here. Like we could see a collapsed Tusk. You know, that's possible. He's done it before. Yeah, I don't know what position they would think is better, because it is one like saving grace to the Bat Riders. Snowball's pretty good against Lasso, and you can snowball, and it's for the entire duration of Napalm. So you can like wait out Napalm stacks that way too. I mean, it's obviously scuffed. You'd rather purge. And they go for a Pango instead, just a fully magic immune hero that can decently lane against a Bat Rider. You just push the wave. That's all you do. But I have seen Bat also win that matchup before. It's like a very skill-based matchup.
Okay. That'll be a lot of fun to watch over in that lane. So we do have one final pick here. We do need a hard carry for the side of Team Secret, and we've seen a bunch of those removed already. There's no Ember, there's no PA. Piney was removed earlier, though it's not quite as popular in that core position as it used to be. So what plays at the tempo that they want? Because these are very fast drafts coming out from both sides, right? They need something...
Like Weaver is a pretty obvious one. Yeah, it can get out of the monkey ult. Tusk does nothing to a Weaver. You can get on the back lines and get a Wyvern. You beat Razor in lane 2.
All right, there you go. You're earning those dollars there, Jenkins. Right on the money.
Yeah, it's that, or I've seen Faceless Void against Razor too as like somewhat of a counter, and it's pretty decent. But Crystallis likes his Weaver, so he gets it.
All right, now taking a look at both of these drafts, which one, just based off the draft alone, don't take into account, the fact that Zayats is like, a master techies, but which one are we liking?
100% secret. 100% secret.
100% secret.
I'm like,
all right.
I am always
that bat
behind.
and the Weaver, like just the cherry on top.
I don't care about Weaver. Like I'm always behind a late phase Bat Rider pick where it's not banned and it like has a good matchup versus 2 cores in the game. Maybe not. It's not the greatest versus a Pango. Like it's a magic immune hero that's gonna be able to dispel the napalm stacks off of himself, but also a bat when he gets an eventual BKB can grab a Pango who's rolling as well. So it's not like Pangolier is like, oh, the last pick counter the Bat Rider. It's not like that at all. Like this is a really free bat game against Collapse on the Razor and Yatoro on the Monkey King, and that's what matters. And Wyvern too. Like all of Wyvern's saves don't do anything to bat. You have to curse him, which feels pretty bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, gonna get into this first game of Team Secret versus Team Spirit, and we'll see if Secret can continue the trend of just going undefeated, or if Team Spirit maybe has a couple tricks up their sleeves and will be able to stop their reign of terror.
And both teams starting out with the smoke, which seems to be the play right now. Even if you don't go for any like 5-man rotation, it's just to get some really solid early game vision down where you don't get scouted out. Because otherwise, like if one team smokes and the other doesn't, the one that smokes just sees the other one warding. So it's kind of like a prisoner's dilemma sort of scenario where you just have to smoke in Dota now.
Be interesting to see how the vision does indeed actually go down here, as Nisha and Collapse will run into each other here in the mid lane. I love the Cybercats little stickers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is always ready for a fight.
Just dropping all their signs. They're in a good mood here. Aww.
Nisha's doing the high 5 bait.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying for it.
Just dropping all their little signs here in the mid lane. You love to see it. You love to see them having a good time. Does that one say there's no vision here? There's 2 different ones. One says there's a ward here, and the other one says there's no. And I think that says niet. Or no? My Russian is very rusty. I'm not very good at reading Cyrillic.
I don't know what that has to do with the cat.
It has nothing to do with the cat. It's just like the cat is cute, and it's stating like there's nothing here.
I see.
Yeah.
They just wanted to put a cat in the game.
I mean, who wouldn't want to put a cat in the game?
It's true.
All right, it's a little bit of pressure being placed over into Zayas. It's gonna go drop a sticky bomb, but this is not looking great for him, I think. No, all right, it's gonna be Mira who dies first, and Zayas to die second.
That's his full null tally for lane. That's nice. I imagine he's gonna buy that up. This hero really uses mana regen very effectively. It spam out sticky bombs.
Huh, he's actually not going to bite. He wants to go for the full Urn. Oh yeah, I've seen him do this build. This is the build that he's been doing. Urn on techies. You're very active, so it makes sense.
Yeah. And it begins. The sticky bombs. This is a very cool Wyvern set. I don't think I've seen this one. A lot of slow being applied over to Zayas, though, so he's got to be very careful. So they do have the Jingu stacks now. They have the flying vision, too, so it's not like Zayas can really hide that easily, but does end up drawing them away from the wave. It's going to have a little fight between the supports here, and Yathro going to go right back to the lane and duke it out here with Rezo.
Do you remember when techies used to be slow? Like,
yes.
This hero's base stats are incredible. Super long range, longest range in the entire game, 300 move speed, 6 armor at level 1, 51 damage. That's actually not bad. His base damage is not pathetic anymore.
This is not looking good for Zayas, though. Yeah, with that Arctic burn and the slow. We talk about them being pretty fast, but not fast enough when you've got that burn on you.
Yeah, Wyvern Monkey. That's a double slow lane. Get those Jingu stacks up. Resolution. He's got his work cut out for him in that lane.
Checking in on the bottom lane here. Just a little bit of harassment going back and forth, about what we'd expect.
Puppy went for the heal build in this lane. He's got the headdress and Divine Favor, level 1. So some regen, some armor. Some Chens do skip this, but not in this game.
I think this makes sense with the aggression that this lane can possess here, with the fact that, you know, Collapse is going to be spamming out, you know, getting the static link plasma field, plus the tag team here from Mira. It just makes sense that you want that little bit of extra insurance.
Yeah, this says to me that they want to play this lane like kind of defensively for the first couple of levels, rather than like being too aggressive, which makes sense with like a Weaver versus a Razor. Eventually, the Weaver will be able to push the Razor out of lane. So, why try to make plays early when you can just wait?
We've got the Cloak Aura from the Centaur Courser here in the bottom lane too, which should help a little bit with some of this magic spam.
Big damage on that little guy too. 19 plus 8. That's like half a hero.
And checking in over on the mid lane. I like how they took this ward and they placed it a little further back here. Not the typical positioning that you see, but it does prevent it from immediately getting dewarded and gives you that little bit of high ground vision.
Yeah, you
Kind of
just
a
want
neat
that high ground. You want the high ground vision against Bat, because then you get the stick charges. It's really important to have high ground vision versus Bat. Ooh.
Ooh, oh man, look how low Miposhka is sitting. Zayas is trying to get these final hits off. It's going on a long chase. The sticky bomb coming into play will slow down Miposhka just a bit. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this uphill mischance. Oh, Fairy Fire gets used. Miposhka snapping up the bounty rune. Doesn't want to let Zayas get that. Turns back around with the Splinter Blast and does have the Arctic Burn, so he's got his own range here. That sticky bomb doesn't actually connect. Zayas sitting at 18 hit points. He's trying to just break these ankles, but at the end of the day, Miposhka with the Arctic Burn is going to be able to collect.
It doesn't even opt to use the salve on Zayas. I think obviously he wants to get the kill there, but I do think it's intentional that he's wasting so much time and dying, because with techies, like, you use the suicide and come back to lane with full regen, and he's kind of doing that. And sticky bomb costs a lot of mana, so he just wants to come back and keep spamming.
Oh, Puppy in the bottom lane. Those shards do connect with the tag team, the slow. They get a little bit of drain off of Chrysalis. Gonna see if he can get himself out of this predicament, but he's not going to be able to. Does get himself a little creep, though, that Cobalt Foreman chasing after Mira, but
Techies is such a goofy hero to watch. I mean, Rezo is getting a lot of space from the shenanigans that Zayas is doing up here.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's sitting 20-7, which is pretty gosh darn good, considering that Yathro is sitting at 22-5.
Yeah, I mean, against a Monkey King as a melee hero, that's never easy. I think Dawnbreaker is more of a spellcaster than a lot of other melee heroes, though, so I guess that is one consideration. Like, she can push the wave with Hammer.
Zayas to jump forward with the silence, followed up with the Starbreaker, and the Hammer should be enough here to finish off Yathro, but They need to close the gap a little bit more, and he is life-stealing pretty well, as Zayat sitting behind here is going to fall to Maposhka. Eventually, though, they'll find the kill on Yatro. So they'll end up losing that support, but they'll get themselves a kill on the safe laner. And as the mid lane, they get the Rolling Thunder applied over here to Nisha. Toronto Tokyo just kind of rolling around here in circles. They do manage to get the shards off, they'll pop him up to the higher area. He had the swashbuckle coming forward, but Nisha, he's super fast, and Puppy is here to keep him alive, so... His first Rolling Thunder coming into play and doesn't amount into a kill here for Toronto Tokyo.
That was cool. Nisha hit in a little crevasse there, and so Toronto Tokyo couldn't bounce around and get him, and then also knocking Mira up to the high ground outside of his own shards. That was like just sick little micro play from Nisha.
He is one of the best mids in the world. I'd expect nothing less from him.
I feel like, you know, if you put those expectations on people, eventually they usually like squander it. But like Nisha is the one guy that it's like everybody has these really high, like people appraise him very highly, and then he keeps showing that it's like, yep, that's me. I always perform. Like, all right, Nisha, relax, dude. We get it. You're an AI.
He can't relax. He has to be efficient. We talked about this. Dota players, we have to be efficient. If we can find some cool little trick to make our lives easier, we're going to use it. Top lane, the jump over onto Maposhka. They've got a snowball here as well, so they're going to turn back around over onto Resolution. Yatoro clicking away, and they'll be able to kill the Dawnbreaker. They'll chase after Zayat's next. Nice shards, going to block him from going out, so that's a double kill now for Yatoro.
Techie's lanes are so goofy to watch. I can't take it. He's just slowly waddling around, suiciding, almost killing himself. But great rotation from Mira. This is what I've seen for a lot of Tuskar lanes lately. Or sorry, not Tusk lanes. Razor lanes is getting the Razor some levels and then leaving him alone, because he's so hard to pressure after a certain point. And he can very easily push the lane in like 1v2. And so it leaves your position 4 to run around and be active. But I do say that Maposhka has decided to rotate towards bot to support Collapse.
They are trying to harass Mira here, top lane again, but Monkey King making his way over. I'm just going to force him out of this jungle area. Nisha doing a little bit of stacking for himself as the 8-minute rune comes up. It's going to be a haste for Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, look at this. They scan. He's beelining his way down here. He's going to be looking for Puppy, no doubt. He's going to walk right into him. Start with Swashbuckle. Goes for the Rolling Thunder. Cancels out the TP. He's just going to keep bouncing around like a pinball over here until he finally gets the hit on Puppy.
Yeah, I like that Toronto Tokyo immediately used the Rolling Thunder there. We're like respecting that Puppy was going to immediately TP. That just shows like good respect for the plays that Puppy's going to make.
Good respect, and it also is going to open up this down portion of the map, because Chrysalis now doesn't have anyone to protect him. Again, he is a Weaver, so it's not the end of the world, but it is going to make things a lot easier for Collapse. It's going to make Weaver a bit more vulnerable, because Puppy's going to have to walk wherever he's going next, since the TP did get canceled.
Chrysalis is really struggling in this lane, actually. It's 32-4 to 50-11 from Razor. This is my experience with this lane as well. Like, a lot of people pick Weaver into Razor thinking that, like, of course the Weaver can like run away from the static link, and then Razor just never static links the Weaver, and instead he constantly spams out the plasma field, maxing that instead. And Weaver's not actually that good at dealing with nukes. He has very little regen, like no natural way of regenning himself, and doesn't really build into regen items. People don't go Lincoln Sphere on Weaver anymore. So
I thought it was interesting they went for the Cloak Aura creep. That's one that Puppy picked up to kind of try to deal with some of that, perhaps. Of course, we do have the Kobold Foreman now, who's chasing around Zayat. So he's going to have that little extra burst of speed. It's a 12% boost. He looks like he belongs with the techies, like...
Yeah, he does.
They all hang out there. Snowball, though, top here, making the moves over onto Yatro. You can see the teleports coming out, though, immediately. As it looks like Reza's going to teleport away. Nisha not looking to be so lucky, because they have the Rolling Thunder. They have the vision on him, so they'll end up losing the Bat Rider. And over here on the side, Zayat, he's chasing after Mira. He wants this kill. They have the Techie, though. Toronto Tokyo going to be able to go forward, and yeah, they finish off the Techies.
Spirit's working him, man.
they're working them. Like, Toronto Tokyo has been super on point with his rotations, either like aggressive or defensive. Rotating towards the top lane. I mean, this is really important too, because you know that Batrider, like, this hero is picked to counter the Monkey King. So you know Nisha is going to follow around Yatoro at some point in this game. So Toronto Tokyo is very on point, like, knowing that Nisha is going to be up here.
Nisha teleports down to the bottom lane. Doesn't get anything out of it, so he's just going to have to jungle for now. Get some of the wards off, at least.
And Nisha's got his boots of travel, so he is pretty happy in this game, at least. Like, getting to that point is the hardest part on Batrider. And after this point, he gets to have the fun of just like running at people in lanes very quickly, doing 1 million damage.
Oh, they went for the dust play over on Crystal. It's not there, but they do see Nisha. Nisha does have Lasso available, doesn't quite have the Firefly up again, but the two supports over on the side of Spirit, along with Toronto Tokyo, they are all bottomed. They're going to try to put that pressure down. Do you have to be careful, though, of course, because there's a Dawnbreaker in the game, so any sort of initiation they make, unless it gets canceled, we can see Rezo just showing up to this fight.
Nisha's going for Witchblade on Batrider.
They're gonna use the curse? I was about to say, looks like they're gonna go use the curse, use the tag team, use the snowball, stun lock the Weaver, and there's nothing that Casals can do there.
Mira, I'm losing it. Mira also waited until the Winter's Curse ended to get the Walrus Punch damage, because without it, maybe it's even possible that Crystallis gets his ult off.
Top lane, kill on Zaya. Yatoro starting to wind up here for that multi-king ultimate, but he doesn't have it because they do manage to go use the lasso and they'll kill the Mucky King. But on the flip side of this, you see that Team Spirit was able to take themselves a tier 1 while they were paying a lot of attention onto this top lane.
Mucky King, dude, we're both losing it at this point.
We're both losing it, yeah.
We're completely losing. I was calling Kaka Cuckoo earlier today, too.
Oh, man. I've done that before. There was one game. Oh, it was Fly, and apparently my brain kept saying Flea, and I didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
That's a dead puppy. And it might be a dead Mira, because Rezo coming in with the ultimate. Will leash up Rezo, though, and there's not much mana left over on here. He's just going to try to put down as many spells as he can. Zayas getting chased down here. Nice Boundless coming out from Yatoro. Sticky Bomb gets dropped, but he's already dead.
Yatoro seems to keep rotating towards mid lane in each one of these games, like very early on, where a lot of other carry players are not doing it. It seems that he's identified that this is just, for whatever reason in the current Dota patch, good to do. Like, you show up as a strong carry and pressure the mid tower, and like it kind of ends up making space for himself too. Because all of this pressure goes mid and people are dead and the map breaks down, and all of a sudden he can farm wherever he wants afterwards.
I mean, I've always just loved seeing an active position 1, but I'm also a support, right? So support player, I like to just move around the map. I like to get kills. I like to see the opportunities, and I hate babysitting a core that's just going to consistently sit there in a lane and hit creeps. So I love the way that he's playing this here, and I love the way that Spirit is being super active together. It's definitely putting some pressure on the side of Team Secret. They do have that undefeated record right now here in the Riyadh Masters. See a Rolling Thunder as they're going to try to chase after Nisha, but he's used the Firefly. Zayas is nearby, and so is Puppy, though, so looks like they're happy with just giving him a little fright for the time being, and we do see the Battle Fury coming out now for Yatoro.
It's a good Battle Fury game. There's nothing really on Team Secret that's going to be able to outpace a Battle Fury. I don't think Weaver can outfarm. I don't think Batrider can really outfarm. And it's a way of dealing with the fact that he's countered by Batrider just by having more items.
Uh-oh, bottom lane, though, collapse, getting dragged back here. Maposhka trying to get into position, does have a Winter's Curse. Could potentially try to drop it, but I think, yeah, they'll do it. They're still going to end up losing collapse, though. Just too much burn damage.
Yeah. If you're collapsed, you're just like, okay, well, I'm in a game versus, like, I'm Razor versus Batrider. It's one of the worst matchups. You desperately need the BKB, which he is rushing, by the way. He just won a couple of stat items on collapse and going for the BKB, which is the more than typical build with Razor anyway. But up until that point,
anytime Nisha makes a move to that lane, it's going to be a free kill. There's nothing to dispel the napalm stacks. I imagine after the BKB, we'll probably see a Lotus Orb from Collapse as well.
Yeah.
It's like a very popular item right now in general, and on Razor. Just kidding, he's going Sanjin Yasha.
Or perhaps we'll see it picked up on another hero. Maybe one of the supports will get it eventually. But like you said, it does seem like an elegant solution to trying to deal with this Batrider.
Lotus is just like a dank item right now. Everybody seems to be going for it. I mean, Sanjin Yasha, it has a similar purpose though. It's like if he gets lassoed, it's very short duration.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like he can BKB to take the napalm stacks off, and if he gets lassoed, it's short duration, and he thinks that's enough to mean that he can like link the Batrider and do enough damage to kill him in a fight.
Rezo picking himself up that invis rune, does walk around these sentry wards though. Looking to make a potential play, and in fact, we do have them jumping over onto Collapse. He has finished the BKB. So they'll turn their attention over to Rezo. They wanted to stun lock him so he can't pull himself away. Hand of God's gonna get used. Mirror needing to be careful as he does get bounced back. There's gonna be the Rolling Thunder coming out from Toronto, Tokyo. Maposhka chasing after the Weaver. They've got to get their hands on Crystals. They've got to find a way to hit him, and they do indeed have another sticky bomb getting tossed out. Couple of clicks, a little bit of that diffusal action coming out. Still chasing after Crystals, but not able to get the killing blow.
That is very good timing from Collapse. Like, Secret was going on him when he did not have the BKB, and it comes out right on the courier at the last second. So he uses it. It was a bit of a debate where he was playing like more aggressively because he knew that the BKB was coming on the courier. So he was like playing as if he had it when he didn't. And it's just funny, Secret at the exact same time, we're like, ooh, he's got no BKB. Let's kill this guy. Like one more kill before he gets BKB. No, he had it. Toronto Tokyo has a Lotus, by the way, so they did end up getting one on him.
I like that. I think that's definitely value. It's going for the Boots of Travel next. And bottom lane, they use the lasso over onto Yakuro. And this is not looking good for him because I think he is going to get absolutely stun locked here. Can't even get the Boundless off, so a nice pick off going to the side of Secret.
Yeah, until he gets the BKB, anytime Nisha shows up in the lane against him, he's going to die. The saving grace, I suppose, for Team Spirit in this situation against the Batrider is that Nisha cannot be everywhere. If he's killing Yatoro, he's not killing Collapse, you know?
That's true. Oh, this double damage, this juicy double damage. Collapse will pick it up.
Where did Toronto Tokyo's bottle go? Didn't he have a bottle? Am I crazy? Did he not have one in this game?
I don't remember him picking up a bottle. I know he picked up that haste rune and it was immediately activated, so I don't think there was a bottle.
Interesting. Okay, no bottle Pango. Cool.
Big Boy Phillies found by the side of Secret. Always a nice item for your supports.
Oh, Nisha's going top.
Nisha wants this. Yeah, no lasso, but Solar Guardian coming in. The BKB coming out from Nisha as they're just gonna smack away at Yatoro. He's trying, but he cannot survive this. In comes the rest of the team, though. They're gonna be able to link up Rezo. He's gonna have to teleport away. It's like he should be able to do it. Maposhka, unlikely to use that Winter's Curse at this time. Or maybe he just didn't have the vision.
No, he tried it. He tried. It's just he was like hitting from the max attack range and just didn't get in range close enough to use the curse. He was just out of range. That was like a blunder from him, I think, which is not common from Maposhka on Winter Wyvern. But
that's why I was so concerned. I felt like he was like, well, maybe we'll just let him leave here.
No, that was a mistake for sure. That was not intentional. Like he tried for it at the end, but he just was barely off the mark. Like, he was trying to be greedy with it. He wanted to get the kill without having to use Curse.
It's a very rare thing from Maposhka.
He is a TI winner.
Fumble that. This is true. He is. He also likes cats.
I could see that from the I don't know if it was him putting the sprays on the ground. Somebody on this team likes cats.
Toronto Tokyo, I think, likes cats, too. Everybody likes cats. Cats are great.
Not Purge, apparently.
Purge doesn't mind cats.
Okay,
Purge sends me cat videos.
Yeah, well, because he thinks it's funny that it's always cats falling and getting hurt and things like that.
No, that's not true. He knows if he sends me any animals getting hurt, I cry.
What need have I for invisible?
I get adorable ones. There was one with like a kid with like a cat blanket. a bunch of kittens. It was great.
You enjoyed the one I sent you that was monkey hitting head then crying.
Which one was that?
I sent you monkey bonks head and then cries.
I don't remember getting that. When did you send me that?
Oh, ages ago. That's a classic.
I don't know. I think you might have sent it to BSJ and you just forgot here. Roll forward here from Toronto Tokyo. Knock him out of the shards, though. A little bit of a blunder there, because Toronto Tokyo not going to be able to continue his roll, but we'll push them away from this mid lane. They're just going to clean up the creeps instead.
They're looking for
perhaps
Rezo
jumping
bot.
on Rezo. Yeah, he's got the hammer, but it's going to get interrupted. The Walrus Punch coming into play. The Swashbuckle, the shards, a little bit more damage, and this time they will be able to catch the Dawnbreaker. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo throwing out the tips. They're a little spicy today.
Yeah. This time Poshka was in range to Winter's Curse. He was,
yes, I saw that.
I think he pump faked it too, just in case.
Zayas hiding behind this tower. We'll jump forward with the silence. The blast off. It's a lot of damage on Toronto Tokyo. He is going to have to back off, but the rest of the team is nearby, and they see Collapso, the drag from Nisha. Poshka trying to get over there as fast as possible throughout the Splinter Blast. Is going to run into Crystallis, though, so we'll end up losing Puppy because of the BKB being used on Collapse. It's able to sap some of that damage, able to get those right clicks off. I'm not sure if Spirit leaves here. I think they stay. Yeah, look at this. The Boundless coming up from Yatoro, jumping down over onto the ground. They'll clean up Zayats. And they're going to try to take down the Puppy Army as the Rolling Thunder from Toronto Tokyo popping over into one. Nisha is nearby, but doesn't have that last. So this tower gonna belong to the side of Team Spirit as they'll use the Cold Embrace to buy this one little creep a little bit more time. The fortification was used on the side of the Radiant.
Yeah, they're not going to commit for it. Zayats is almost respawned, and you get a couple of napalms on you from Nisha, and it feels pretty bad to push the tower. I mean, they don't need to go for it at this point anyway. With the Battle Fury on Monkey King, I think Spirit feels pretty confident going late. There's no way that Crystallis is going to be able to keep up with this. He doesn't even have a Maelstrom. He's gone for this Falcon Blade Dragonlance build with the Deso, which is what we've seen him do lately. Likes the Deso a lot, but it means that he doesn't farm that quickly. It's more for fighting and taking objectives.
I mean, when you look at their draft, you assume that it is going to be very, very active. And we've seen a lot of fighting. I mean, we've got quite the body count already. Bit of a ping over here on Rezo. You can see they're starting to converge a little bit, but nope, gonna just focus. Hit some creeps, push out the waves. Being very patient on the side of Team Spirit. Blink Dagger picked up from Oposhka, so that's going to be big. Positioning is going to be so more just valuable for the side of Team Secret. Got the name Secret and then Spirit for whatever reason. My brain is just like, hold up, hold, save the right one.
Our brains are mush at this point.
It is the last day for us here for the B stream, so it's been fun though. I've been enjoying these matches. I'm enjoying casting with you.
Thank you. Yeah, the gameplay's been great too. So. Yeah. Top tier teams playing for millions of dollars. What more can you ask for?
The mini TI, like we said. Nisha smoked up here along with Zayats. They do have the lasso, Firefly, but already Spirit, they just back off. They're like, okay, we chase after one, we didn't get it. No reason for us to push the envelope here. Maybe they go for a smoke, although they don't have any smokes right now over on Maposhka. Okay. Gonna punch a creep here, get collapse. Nope, Mira's gonna grab it up.
I like the resolution, by the way. He disassembled the Oblivion Staff for the BKB, and he did this before getting the Aghanim Shard. I think this is the less greedy build. Ooh, Yatoro.
There's the opening. Mid-potion. Oh, the silence, though, is not going to be able to go and get that Winter's Curse off right off the bat, but they still end up losing sides. Yatoro's still alive. He's just man-fighting everyone here. He's got so much life skill. As they kill Resolution, they'll get themselves Nisha, and they'll immediately collapse, teleport over to this mid lane. That was some
so
lightning-fast reactions.
I mean, it was so close to being a great jump. Like, it's so unfortunate when something like that happens in Dota, because I think that was the right calculation from Secret. It's just like if they get slightly higher damage rolls on their hits, or maybe like Yatoro presses Mischief just a second later, he dies. He also had 21 charges. Oh,
I mean, it's all about the details, right?
Yeah, he survived at 10% HP or less, and then all of a sudden heals to full because he's Monkey King. Like, of course, this hero with Jingu is going to heal to full, standing in the Wukongs. Yeah, that's unfortunate for Secret. That was a good jump. I mean, that's not wrong to make that jump.
I mean, it looked halfway decent too when you saw that, you know, Miposhka jumps and he was looking for that Winter's Curse, and he immediately gets silenced, right? So you're feeling like, oh, okay, you know, we've interrupted their plans, but again, you've got these stick charges, you've got, you know, the lifesteal ever on a Monkey King, you just have all these little tiny factors that they just happen to go the way of Spirit. And there's only so much that you can do to compute all those things in your brain while you're playing the game.
It felt perfect. I don't know, like it felt like a really good initiation from Spirit. But I don't know. Even Yatoro, like maybe he was on the strength power treads. It's like if any little thing was off, then Yatoro would have died. And also the fact that he's so farmed right now, so obviously he's got levels and items. So it's giving him the stats to survive stuff as well.
Oh, they want Crystallis. They see this little bug here. He's a greedy one. Hop down. They've got the dust. They'll slow him down a bit. Going in even for the Winter's Curse to make sure that he just cannot time-lapse out. So he's dead. As 5 heroes from the side of Spirit made their way to the bottom. They've removed the hard carry from the side of Secret. And they're just going to keep on rolling with this Reign of Terror now. A bit of that rolling thunder coming out. Toronto Tokyo sees himself a techies. Isn't gonna be able to quite get him, but they still have the vision, so maybe they will. In fact, they'll slow him down with the defusal. Mira nearby, Puppy also standing here. They go for the snowball play, go with the swashbuckle, hit the punch, and a dead techies.
Spirit, once again, I mean, we've seen this from a lot of their games. They're very quick at sweeping across the map after they get one pick off to like the obvious location where the enemy team is going to start split pushing to try to get their waves out. Because, of course, like, when your team is dead, what do? You push the waves so the enemy team can't just, like, run down and take a tower. So Spirit is, like, preempting that by just going mid and instant rolling. And now they're doing it again. They're going Rezo on top here.
Yeah, they pinged him out pretty quickly. He has a teleport available, but I think they have too much CC. I don't think he makes it out alive. Indeed, he does not. 10K net worth lead, 25 kills on the board for Team Spirit. And they're still going. Look at this. They popped the drums. They're like, hey, there's a Nisha here. They have the blink on this Wyvern if he wants to try to jump in. Does have the Winter's Curse. They'll find themselves an Arcane Rune for collapse over on the side. They'll find themselves a techies instead. They're happy with this.
Miposhka picked up a gem as well because the game is at the point where Team Secret, their way back in is to split push and delay, push the waves. And the way that you do this safely is you do it through vision. Through knowing where the enemy team is so you can get out. So Miposhka's going to try to deny all of that. He's about to get a ward. Maybe? No, he's not going to check it down there. GG. You
can see that Nisha's just trying to find farm wherever he can. Try to do this safely. Does not have a teleport. Look at this. Look at Miposhka. He's just like, hey, there's someone over here. Nisha just beelining it out as fast as possible. As they end up losing their top tower. Man, I feel like Spirit is just dismantling them right now.
Yeah, they are. I really like this ward from Miposhka, by the way, in his own triangle, because he knows that eventually Secret is going to need to go there in order to split push and in order to farm. Like, once Spirit moves across the map and goes into Secret's triangle, like, where's Secret going to go? And he also didn't ward Secret's triangle before leaving because he knows that once they leave there, Puppy's going to walk through and ward that, and they're more than comfortable, or to de-ward that, and they're more than comfortable just walking back into the area without wards because they have that sort of gold lead. Really cool supporting and vision game coming out of Miposhka, actually.
I really love that, actually. Like the foresight, right? Like you're thinking 3 steps ahead and the way that you're warding, because, you know, you're moving it together as a team. So, you know, yeah, in typical games, you'd be like, okay, if we're going to go invade this area, we're going to go ward. But the way that he's thinking is like, all right, we're so strong right now that as long as we're together and we walk in together, we're not going to have a problem. So we're going to just drop the wards over into that triangle area so we can keep tabs on them, because that's exactly where they're going to be. I love that. I think that's such a cool way to be able to think about the game. I think a lot of people don't.
He just drew a line between the two wards that he put, by the way, in game. And I've seen a lot of supports do that, like draw the line and then say something. I'd be so curious to ask like what it is that he said in that moment. Like, what does the line represent? You could like learn a lot if we knew what he said. I'll try to remember if they end up
I'll
winning.
write it down. I'll write it down if we get an interview with one of them later. They go for the Rolling Thunder. They've already teleported outside, and they are smoked, so they're going to make their own sweep over on the side of Secret. They know that they were going to be going for that bait for the techies, but I like the way that Mira's body is placed here. It's going to be able to break any sort of smoke, and look at this. It does indeed break, and they ping it. They see. Mira, okay, he's going to be the one who gets jumped on, but again, the Winter's Curse. They'll still end up losing Mira. Good positioning coming out from the side of Secret, but now they'll follow up with the Wukong's command, hitting over onto 3. They're going to obliterate most of these over here as they'll follow up with the punch. Crystallus can't even do a thing in this fight. He is just locked down, sapped of his damage, and Team Spirit's running a train at him.
Yeah, Resolution pings Winter Wyvern is missing. He's saying we need to go on Wyvern, otherwise he's gonna Winter's Curse immediately. And I mean, you could maybe even argue the same thing for Tusk. That's the problem here. Team Spirit, they have 2 heroes that are really good against the lasso. Like, sure, it's a really good Batrider game in terms of the damage that he can do, and there's no purge for the napalm, but in terms of the lasso, there's Snowball and there's Winter's Curse. So, by the way, I really like that in this fight, Collapse chooses to suck the Weaver instead of the Bat. The Bat seems like an obvious one to like try to finish off that important kill, but he goes on the Weaver so that Weaver has no damage and he has to run and can't fight. There's no way that Secret's going to turn that fight if this Weaver, who built Deso, who built entirely damage, has no damage.
Oh my god, are you serious? He tried to go and use his Solar Guardian to get out, and I think Toronto Tokyo got the bash off. So he's going to have to use his actual TP here over on the Dawnbreaker. But they've made short work of these buildings. There's the teleport coming out. The Lincolns is going to get popped. We'll turn their attention over to Collapse. He's got those spider legs, but over on the side, they get the drag over onto Yatro. And he is taking a lot of damage, but he does have that BKB here, so the Walrus Punch coming in handy. He should be able to do the trick over to Crystal, so just not being allowed to have a game. Poposhka, he's got to go and use his heal on himself, as now you can see the sap coming out from Collapse. Nisha trying to teleport away is going to be able to do it, but now the chase is on. They're chasing after Puppy's little minion creeps over here as they'll turn their attention over to these racks, and they're going for a little bit of a dive. They do have the shard over onto Rezo, but again, you've got that punch. Another Winter's Curse coming out from Poposhka. They are just ripping apart Nisha, and he's dead. No buyback over on the Batrider. No buyback on it. They just call GG. Team Spirit are able to end the undefeated reign of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I felt. I felt like Team Spirit would have a much better chance at this series than I think a lot of people were considering, just because when you look at their gameplay from the previous series that they've played, it's really fast, and it's also really like disciplined as well. Mm-hmm. Like they've played flawlessly to the point where one of the games was even boring because they just made no mistakes, you know, and people like to see mistakes because it's fun. It leads to like crazy stuff happening, but they just made none. And so it does not surprise me that they're the team after watching that to dismantle Team Secret. I don't think Team Secret is not going to be able to bounce back in Game 2. I think Game 2 could also go either way. In fact, I'm still going to stick to my
the split
idea. I still think it's going to go. I still think it's going to go 1-1.
So if you had to pick someone here, though, Jenkins, who would you pick for the MVP in this game?
That would probably be Toronto Tokyo. He is
Toronto
11-11. Yeah, he had a very good performance with aggressive defensive rotations in every way. I think his itemization was great. He went for the early Lotus Orb, which is amazing versus the Batrider. It lets him protect his team versus the Batrider. Early Lincolns, that's an obvious one as well. So he's got that double form of protection. Basher for canceling the BKBs and Boots of Travel because Secret had to split push in order to come back in the game. Maybe Poposhka is also an argument that you could put there because of his warding and I would imagine like captaining strategically
The way that Spirit moves around the map to thwart any attempts to get back into the game is always really impressive. At least for in this tournament, it's looked really good. But yeah, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend,
the
who's
best
never
interviewer.
He's never been to Toronto or Tokyo, but he will be taking a flight from Toronto to Tokyo.
Oh, he said he wasn't sure about that. He'd let us know via his Instagram, but he is planning on traveling. Apparently,
No,
maybe
he
after
said he will do it, and he'll post
he
it on his
will?
Instagram. Yes,
Oh,
yeah. So
okay,
he'll put it
all
on
right.
his Instagram. So that
Make
would
sure
be
you follow Toronto Tokyo.
Instagram.com/TT.
No, it's what?
Go
What?
ahead.
What?
I was gonna make one up, but go ahead. Do you actually know
Yeah,
his?
no, that I do, but it's not Toronto Tokyo. It's like something else. It's slightly different.
I'll Google it. We'll shout
You
it out.
can look
for
it
him
up.
for
Yeah, we'll
getting-
shout it out. Yeah, for getting the MVP. And also, I do agree that I think Maposhka had some very good positioning. The calls, the way that he warded. Again, I'm a little bit biased. I am a support player, but I do love the way he was playing 4D chess with the vision, and then also the way that he positioned himself in so many of these fights. Did you find
It is Toronto, Tokyo 17, or it could be Toron, Toto, Kyo 17, depending on how you want to spell that. And he has 69K followers. That would be a nice amount of followers that he has. Go ahead and give him a follow, guys, and ruin that funny number.
There you go. But we did have a very impressive game number one. It's a best of 2 series. And, you know, like Jenkins is saying, I would not be surprised to see Team Secret bounce back in game number 2, split the series 1-1. But I think either way, we can definitely agree this is going to be some exciting Dota. So we're going to throw you over to some highlights, have you relax, and get ready for game number 2. We are back with game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Team Secret. And Team Secret, they were looking very dominant throughout this entire group stage, but they have finally had their first loss, and it's against the former TI winners, Team Spirit.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is the team that's able to take it from them in this. You're the TI champions after all, but not only do they beat Team Secret, they beat the Puppy Chen that is undefeated at this event so far. Other than that, so that's quite impressive from Spirit. Looking good.
So now we've talked about this before, and I know that you've also said this is probably going to end up being a 1-1 series because both of these teams absolutely excellent top tier players. But my question to you now is, how does Secret bounce back from this? Because if this was where I'll never give up, you'd see something completely different coming out in their drafts. Is that something that we can expect from Secret, or are they just going to take the same kind of idea and just try to refine it even more?
The Secret drafts, I think like the big difference in their drafts has been like Rezo's heroes. I would say like they change a couple of things in their draft every now and then. Like maybe Crystals will be on like some Bloodseeker, PA, which is a bit weird of a hero these days. Like Darkseer, Rezo offlane. I think that was against Medusa though, so like that looked particularly good in that match. So it's like I don't expect a total 180 from Secret, especially because it's Puppy, and I feel like Puppy oftentimes like sticks to his guns. But probably a few of the heroes, like two of the heroes might be like one or two of the heroes might be some non-standard like switch up heroes, or at least the archetypes of the heroes will change, because it did feel like in the last game Secret got kind of baited by the same idea that I did in the draft, which is like, oh wow, there's a free Batrider game, like let's take the Batrider. But maybe that didn't work particularly well with like the other heroes, or maybe the Weaver, like the same thing where, oh, it's there's no stuns for Weaver, like it can do well against Razor and lane, and then all of a sudden it feels kind of like useless in the game. Maybe there were some baits in the draft that they can like avoid in the next game.
I do think that, you do have something a little different. They went with the Zayat's Techies, which again, not completely crazy because he is a master Techies, but not something that I think we typically would see within a Secret draft in the past anyways. So perhaps it didn't end up living up to the standard that they wanted, or the idea that they had. So maybe go back a little bit more towards a traditional sort of picks, but or just make it completely chaotic and go completely wild.
They did beat LGD with the Techies, so I feel like they will.
They did. Okay.
I still feel like they'll probably stick to their guns on that one. They beat the boosters with Weaver, and it's like the boosters, so I think they're expected to win that one with like basically whatever they have. Mm-hmm. So maybe the Weaver is the one that they swap out for something else. Maybe something that's like better for the game rather than something that's like a 1-to-1 counter or like good in a matchup, because it wasn't even good in the matchup. Okay, so that's one swap that they're doing is they take the Razor for themselves, and it does seem like that hero is a problem for a lot of these teams. Even answering it with a Batrider, once the Razor gets a BKB, it feels like the Razor, he just doesn't really care. There's not much that can deal with the BKB link and ult on Razor. Very little in the game.
Yeah, it does seem extremely strong, considering the amount of times that it's picked up and how many teams really do struggle with it. Flip side of that, though, they do pick up the Tiny. Have seen this hero flexed quite a bit, being placed in, you've seen it in a mid role, seen it in the carry role, a little bit less likely in the carry, but also as a support. So lots of options. Know that Mira definitely does play this to very good effect. And there's the Burb. They go back to Maposhka's Burb. Always a treat to watch.
Okay, and this time with the bird, they don't have like a Marcy where you have to do some like weird dispose to protect the egg, but it's actually decent. It's actually decent because you can dispose if there's like one guy hitting the egg, you can like knock them away from the egg. But Tiny, I mean, that's such an obvious like egg
protector hero, right? You just avalanche right on top of it, and it's like it's this massive AoE, and so like you're gonna protect very easily, and you can toss people away too. It's the same way that you can dispose. So great synergy here, and Tiny Avatos is also a pretty good setup for all of Phoenix spells to land and get some Sunray damage in too. So good opener.
I think that's one thing I really like whenever you see a Tiny and a Phoenix paired up, is the idea that you have this initiation in the form of the Tiny. Like, you're not forced to go in for like the swoop, using the Icarus dive. You kind of want to be a little bit more delayed in some cases. So, you know, you have the Tiny initiate, and then you can really be selective in the way that you want to place your egg. And it also gives you enough time to, if they're grouped up, you can drop those flame spirits and then get yourself in a good position, especially if you do have the shard and you can get the egg and Sunray off. So pretty strong combination. On the flip side of that, though, we do have the Dawnbreaker picked up for Team Secret. So I am curious. That's a little bit difficult. We talked about this before with the fact that Tiny is able to interrupt a lot of her spells that get channeled, the Starbreaker in particular. So kind of interested to see that they opted to pick this up into Tiny.
It's really strong lanes from Secret. I think that seems like a big thing versus Spirit, and I mean on this patch in general, I think strong laning is important, but for Spirit in particular, because they've just been like dominating teams in the laning phase and not giving up any lead past that point. So maybe the play is to just like pick lanes that Spirit cannot dominate in the laning phase, and it's like can't get that lead and play from ahead. Yeah, Dawn just has like the strongest level 2 timing in the game. Razor between Static Link and his Q ability, like these are also very strong level 2 timing heroes. So you pair them together, that's not going to lose lane. Or even if you put them separate, you can throw some random supports that are support or carry that's like good for the game, and you'll still probably win those lanes. Like it's really hard to find a lane that Dawnbreaker loses to, and Razor as well. We saw Dawnbreaker get crushed in the last game, though. Yeah, granted, it was paired up with the techies. So it's kind of like not supposed to happen. Like the lane was doing fine. Like he was going even in terms of CS, but then when like the rotation started coming in from Mira, then it was looking a lot worse. I think. And Zayats was like, you know, dying a lot on techies, but like that's kind of what techies does. Yeah, he's just trying to make the space. Interesting to note that we are seeing a bunch of puck counters being removed now with the Shadow Shaman and the Doom. So I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that come up for the side of Team Spirit, or if it was going to be the situation where they're trying to bait it out, perhaps. Yeah, surely the team that does not get first pick out of the phase should ban puck, right? Right. Yeah, that's what I would think. But you know, it could be some 4D chess. Yeah, I feel like Spirit should probably snag the puck here. It's like puck into Razor feels really good. There's nothing Razor can really do to hunt you down. Dawnbreaker as well. She can never really catch you with anything. But some teams just think that it's a counterable hero. That's also a like fine opinion. If teams are willing to pick Nyx and willing to pick Lion, then maybe puck doesn't feel as good if they have competent and confident players in those heroes. All right, well, one more ban left here. Here we go. They ban out the puck themselves, so I have no idea what's happening, to be quite honest with you now. Yeah, they realize like if they don't want to pick it for their game, then it's like too good of a puck game in general. Yeah. Even with Tiny, they still respect it enough to ban it out, which is interesting. Which means they probably want a different mid other than Tiny, and this will be a 4-position Tiny. What are we going to see, though, then? Because it seems like it's got to be something that's very mobile, right? Yeah. I'm trying to think what the choice is, though, because, like, again, the puck is the most telegraphed out of everything. I mean, the typical thing is like spirits, right? You're saying something like an Ember Spirit, perhaps. We don't really see much Void Spirit getting played by Team Spirit currently. Storm is just bad, as we've been over, because he doesn't have... I mean, again, you have the people... A lot of mid players will argue, it's not that bad of a nerf, but like his zips are a lot
less effective now because he runs out of mana so quickly.
Yeah, he's pretty bad. But Spirit has picked Storm, and they also just picked Void Spirit versus Tundra. So
they did.
They
okay.
could go. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one game. You're probably sleeping because the whole 3 a.m. here thing. But yeah, they did just pick it. Like they can go for any Spirit here. I think.
But which one do they value the most? I feel like Toronto Tokyo's Ember is so good. Oh, they go for Weaver. Okay.
So once again, it's the idea that Weaver should do fine against a Razor in lane. Obviously, that was not the case in the last game, because the Razor nuke is just so effective for laning. But also, Weaver against Dawnbreaker, that's a counter a lot of people have been picking because all of Dawnbreaker's abilities are incredibly hard to hit on Weaver, and she's a tanky hero that likes to play long fights, and the Weaver bugs. She doesn't have a great way of killing those. She doesn't really build attack speed or anything like that, and she disables her own attacking while she's Starbreakering. So you get a lot of minus armor onto her, and you can shred through her with Weaver. It's a pretty nice solution.
Be interested to see how they decide to deal with the Razor though during the laning phase. If they're going to try to get something that has some sort of heal and sustain. Again, like you said, not worrying so much about that link. More, oh boy, oh that is a oh god.
Oh, this is nice.
That's dirty.
Yeah, I love these two heroes together. These are it's a support pairing that can full to zero almost any hero between their combo. You can just run around and kill people with just the supports, which is awesome. They have the Dawnbreaker to come in. They also have, a Razor to gank too, and it's a really strong laner, so the supports can leave and go do stuff together. It's a super solid combo. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Clockwork plus Skyrath. In fact, I'm surprised we're not seeing more Skyrath combos in general. It's a very high win rate hero. And the reason that I like Sky as a hero is because he makes it so that you don't need 3 heroes to go for a gank. You just need 2, which means you can have your 3 heroes doing stuff elsewhere, which is incredibly impactful in Dota. But Spirit, they go for the Batrider this game. It's a very similar situation to the last one, where none of these secret heroes are really that good against Batrider. And so you have a pretty free game. Like Nisha in the last game did very well, despite the game not going so well for his team. Like Nisha was the light in the darkness for his team because of the late phase bat.
On that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It just ended up that they were just able to shut down Crystallis so hard that he wasn't able to get in a farm and not have that damage. But I do really like the Skyrath Mage, especially for the fact the Arcane Seal, right? That silence is going to be super, super valuable in trying to get off some of these ganks, especially over on Weaver. And the high nuke potential that comes out from a Skyrath Mage, like you said, if he can't time lapse, if he's silenced up, he's just obliterated. So very, very aggressive stuff coming out from Team Secret, and I like to see it. I do like to see it. So the question is now, how does Spirit want to respond, and how do they deal with this high octane tempo coming out now from Secret?
I think Spirit probably wants to ban to protect the bat. The question is, like, what does very well against bat in, it looks to be mid lane? And they ban out... Oh, we can't see the ban here. They banned out Pango, okay, which is exactly what Spirit used to counter the bat in the previous game. Oh, actually, Secret banned out Pango. Huh. So they think potential Collapse offlane Pango
or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Collapse might play the Batrider. Although outside of SA, there's not really that much Batrider offlane being played. So Spirit, they banned the Queen of Pain, which is one of the highest win rate heroes versus bat. It destroys it in lane, and it's a hero that's not very easy to lasso and play around in the game.
I think the one thing that I've really enjoyed this entire time of watching these teams play is that some of these drafts are just, we're just seeing so many like interesting things happen, especially today, right? You know, we've got the Bounty Hunter at the position 1 on Tundra. We have the mid Tide Hunter over on Liquid. Like, we're just seeing stuff that's being brought out that we don't normally see. Because I feel like right now, this event is you know, obviously it's got a great prize pool, but it's teams trying out stuff, you know, getting the chance to have these other international teams in one region where you're playing scrims, you're playing pubs, you're playing each other in these official matches, and kind of like tuning up before the major and TI. I really have been enjoying like not knowing exactly, you know, what is going to be the pick and the play here.
Yeah, definitely. Or if you're Tundra, like getting it out of your system before TI, so to speak, with the like goofy picks. But I think the teams with stand-ins are much more likely to do more experimental drafts because they don't really have time to like prep
That's true, yeah.
any like crazy strategies. And even if they do, it's not something they're going to be using at TI. So I think that's why you see like weird picks for Skeeter in that sort of situation. Oh, they do go for the Storm.
Seeker goes for Storm.
Wow. Okay, so this was like prior to Storm being, you know, complete garbage and nerfed. This was a Bat Rider mid counter. You do well against it in lane, and then Bat, as he's, you know, running around the side lanes trying to kill people with Boots of Travel, or even pushing out the lanes when he does not have lasso, Storm can jump and kill him even through the BKB. You zip and you grip him before he can press the BKB, or if he does BKB, you just zip out. So it's really nice.
So there's a lot of lane shifts going on here. That's more than likely going to be Toronto Tokyo. Actually, no.
Yeah, collapse Bat Rider.
All right. I think that makes sense. Like, this is going to be very difficult for the side of Secret when you have that X marks the spot, and you've got these heroes that want to be very, very mobile. So I do like the you like this Kunkka pick. Huh. How do you feel about these drafts now? Like seeing what the final pick is? Because like right now I'm feeling Team Spirit. Like I really like what they have got going on.
Yeah.
Do you think Secret is, you know, solved a lot of those problems though with having, you know, this gank squad of the Clockwork and the Skywrath Mage together with global presence of the Dawnbreaker? Or
I mean, Team Secret's draft is really cool. Like they have, you know, Clock Cogs into Sky ult combo, which is going to full to 0 most heroes with Dawnbreaker to follow, Storm Zips to come in too. I'm personally just not a huge believer in Storm without some sort of mana battery. Teams have even tried to run it with multiple mana batteries like Coddle and Io. But on the flip side, Team Spirit, they are running a Bat Rider in the off lane, which normally I would say, like, theoretically, if Bat Rider versus Razor is like a mid matchup, I think Bat would own Razor because he has the XP. But without the XP lead, like Bat is really weak in the first 3 levels. However, I do think that's helped by having a Tiny. Like the Tiny can prevent the Razor from getting a static link off, and the Tiny can toss the Razor back into the Bat when there's like 3 napalm stacks. So I'm actually confident in the Team Spirit offline just because I think the Tiny makes it viable to pick the Bat Rider in this game. And then Bat Rider versus a Razor, if the Bat does not get destroyed at like level 2, level 3, then Bat is, or before that rather, I think Bat does extremely well against Razor, as we saw in the last game.
So are you on the Spirit train?
I'm on the Spirit train for this one. I am.
I do like the things that they're busting out on the side of Secret, but I just feel like I've seen them play this sort of a draft on the side of Spirit, and they know exactly how to execute this in a very textbook manner. Always helps when they're on heroes that they're super comfortable with too. We talk about Waposhka being on the Phoenix. Talk about Toronto Tokyo. Oh, okay, all right. Hey Nisha, what's up? Gonna slow him down. They throw out the hammer, but it's still first blood going to collapse. So this Bat is having a great time. That was a great catch from Mira.
Damn, I mean that's really good for him too because he started with this no regen build, so he can send out regen now. And Mira has a Boots of Speed build, so he's gonna go to cut the wave. Puppy?
Amir's just dunking them, tossing them back right into everyone else here. So that's going to be some of that region that Puppy's going to have to chew through now. They just ping out Mir. It's just like,
there he is
look
again.
At this silly guy. There he is. Watch out, boys.
He's coming for round 3.
You better watch it. He's going to toss you. Tiny Airlines. Yeah. Pew! Right back over to the Phoenix. They're going to go and burst down a little bit. And Mira, yeah, he's taking some damage, but he's going to be just fine here. He just walks away. Chrysalis, like, still chasing after him, but he cannot get over there quick enough.
Oh,
that plasma field
they
just
could have gotten him.
Little bit short.
Yeah, that's the Boots of Speed advantage there from Mira. If that plasma field hits, then the Skywrath will have vision as well to use the concussive shot. 120 damage, that's 100% a kill. But yeah. Mira with the boots,
He built the boots because I think he wants to cut the wave down here. No, I'm lying, actually. Yatoro is playing in the off lane. They're going to do some aggro. Maybe aggro tri-lane. Oh, no.
I kind of like this just because... this is kind of weird, though, right? Because we talked about the fact that, you know, this Razor... and again, we weren't sure if this was going to be the offlane Razor or what, but he's able to do these magic nukes onto the Weaver. Although Puppey getting very harassed here by Maposhka. Oof. It's a lot of space here for Yatoro.
I think the supports determine a lot of these matchups too, though. Like, I don't remember exactly what happened in the last game, but I'm pretty sure Puppey was...
We just watched the last game.
No, I know, but it's like... we didn't spend all the time like staring at the lane with Weaver in it, right? So like I don't know if Puppey was like running away to runes or if he was getting like unlucky with the creep, if it was like left to a 1v1. It's like hard to say. Sometimes like even an item build can determine like who wins a 1v1. Like if it needs to go 2 wraith bands or something like that. To collapse is the support in this lane. Zoning while Mira pulls the creep back. That's pretty cool.
I mean, I feel like this has got to be so awkward to play against too when you've got, you know, these melee heroes trying to face off with the sticky napalm. That is very, very obnoxious.
Yeah, Collapse should do very well in this lane versus a Dawnbreaker. Eventually, like Batrider's first few levels are complete garbage. Which is why he's like mostly played as a mid laner. But once you get some levels, Batrider is absolutely toxic. Like you want to rush boots, Windlace, and get like level 3, level 4 on this hero, and then all of a sudden you can start getting kills.
Mir's holding onto this point here in the top lane. He's continuing to harass a little bit, but this lane's going quite well. Bottom lane, just seeing a bit of harassment going back and forth. They'll get a courier snipe. Maposha's just really keeping Puppey on his toes here, just constantly making him respond to him.
Not going for the Icarus dive here, because sometimes you can get caught by the battery assault and you get stuck, and all of a sudden Puppey feels like he can just run after Maposhka hitting him. Like if Maposhka leaves the Icarus dive up, then... Oh, Collapse gets the kill.
Collapse gets the kill. I mean, you stack up that sticky.
Yep, that's the boots timing on Batrider. I really like the build that Collapse did this game. Also, getting first blood means he gets the boots super early. And so yeah.
Drops soon. Mid lane pretty calm though. Do you see that Nisha sitting at 21-4, Toronto Tokyo 16-2. So he's a little bit behind here, but of course did manage to get the kill on Nisha earlier, which I'm sure was a bit of a confidence booster as Resolution turns back around and gets a revenge kill on Collapse.
Another one of those situations where he used a bunch of his resources to get a kill and goes down to the Skywrath as well. Skywrath is so strong at killing heroes in early level.
And you see that going on here in the top lane. They're going to try to put the pressure over onto Mir. Does use the avalanche to toss back. And they'll try to get some body blocks here. Mir sitting so very low, but does have the boost. That final hit though coming off from the Skywrath will ensure that he will die, and Collapse will get the revenge on Zayat.
Collapse is super happy with how this game is going. Batrider in a side lane can feel so rough. You can get really punished in the early levels. So the fact that the game is, he's got 3 kills right now is, like, he's basically a mid Batrider, which is very scary, given that he's not really countered.
Bottom lane, a little bit of damage coming out here with Plasma Field. Maposhka is going to end up dying, and Yatoro sitting quite low. Does get the swarm off, but he is going to need to regen up using that Ring of Health. And Mira making his own rotation towards the mid lane, looking to try to put some pressure over on Tanisha. Does drop a ward while he's over in the area.
Yatoro, by the way, tried to go... He's going for Ring of Health, or he has a Ring of Health, rather, to try to deal with the Razor harass that's coming out. As we can see, again, it's not going well for the Weaver lane. Razor is dumpstering him because, in my experience, this is just actually how this lane goes. Weaver's stats are too low to deal with it.
Nice avalanche coming into play. Mira with the toss back over onto Collapse. Has to watch out for the Starbreaker, and he does manage to dodge around. So with that Firefly, they'll kill off Zayat, and they're chasing after Rezo. Don't have any way to kind of slow him down as they go for a bit of a dive underneath the tower. Does have to be a little careful. They've got 5 stacks of sticky over on this guy. Mira just tanking the tower. The toss up. That's a kill, and it's gonna be a suicide from Mira.
Collapse could go boots of travel if he wanted. He's super huge. He's opting not to, though. He's going to go for the Tranquil Boots build. Build into those, what's that new item called? The drums item.
I call them bongo boots. I know that's not their official name. They're boots
of bearing. Right, that's it.
Bongo boots sound like way more fun, though. They sound like party boots.
It's a good boots of bearing game, actually, though. Like, he's playing against a bunch of slows, so... Like, 4 of the heroes on Secret's lineup have some sort of slow.
This rotation going top here from Nisha. It's gonna zip forward over onto Mira. Gonna try to toss back. They do have the lasso if they wanted to try to go for something, but with that double damage and being all alone, it doesn't seem like Collapse wants to make this play. But they do have 3 heroes over in the bottom lane, putting the pressure on Casals. They're onto Tokyo. Gonna open up with the X, followed up with a boat. They get right back here, over onto Chrysalis, into the Torn, into the clicks, and they'll get their own kill in the bottom lane.
Let's see, what's the catapult situation like? Can either of these kills be transitioned? Toronto Tokyo is sticking around, by the way. This is the thing to do right now, especially with Kunkka. You just form up the jungle camps in the area, and if the enemy guy comes back, you kill him a second time. They feel really bad and regret their life choices.
Understandable.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Doesn't look like anyone's making their way to the bottom tower, though.
Yeah, Crystal,
see that puppy kind of waddling over, but
are fortified.
Laps, top lane, got the silence, get the drain, Rezo pincering over. That's just a dead Bat Rider. That's gonna get themselves a tower with a 1 cardy intact.
Dire's top tower.
Unfortunately for Spirit, their card is it died, so I don't know how much pressure they can really put on the bot tower.
Top tower's gonna go down here. Rezo with the final hit. Puppy does wander over. Not sure if they make the plays over in the mid lane. They see Mira. Yep, the concussive shot, the silence. In comes the Dawnbreaker trying to say... Nah, he'll get the kill.
Things going very well for Secret so far. Nisha's being quite active, also running into the enemy jungle here. Of course, taking that top tower opens it up. As Spirit, they're trying to push the bot tower very slowly.
They'll be able to get a kill on Puppy while they're down here. Takes them doing the X coming in, a couple clicks, and Maposhka will burn. Poor little Puppy. They also see Rezo here with a nice deep ward, but doesn't look like Rezo really wants to hang around, so they'll probably just let go of it because over in the mid lane they're smoked up on Spirit. Laps and Mira go for a bit of a scan. They realize that somebody's nearby, but they're gonna go for the aggressive play. They're just gonna focus down on this bottom tower for the time being.
Yeah, they finally get it. Toronto Tokyo did have to sit there for the entire duration while they slowly poked at that tower. Ooh, Chrysalis top.
Oh, Chrysalis. There it is. The avalanche, the firefly. And they'll even go for that lasso to ensure that they get the kill on the Razor. But they have to be careful because in comes the Storm Spirit, the drag back over onto Collapse. Need a little bit more damage. And just with this rotation from Nisha, they ensure that they can keep Chrysalis alive and they get themselves a double kill. Very nicely done from the side of Secret.
Fluffy hat, Moxie. He built a fluffy hat and that actually saved him in that fight. Wow, that's funny.
You got to protect your head and your neck.
You really do. I don't even know Razor has a neck. He's just all head.
I'm not sure about that. Over in the mid lane. Oh my god. Maposhka evaporates there. It's like a boiling point of water.
Yeah, that's easy. That's an easy combo. They've got the clock plus Sky, but also Storm plus Sky. Like, Zayat has multiple heroes that he can play around in this game, which feels really good for him. Ooh, regen rune top. Nisha's so happy about that.
Yeah, gonna be able to zap it up, and is he gonna try to go, perhaps try to keep Puppy alive? Nah, it's not looking like it, because there's 3 heroes here, so they'll end up losing their position 5.
Nisha also got the fairies trinket, by the way, so...
Oh, all right. This is Gaben smiling down on Nisha today, apparently.
This is, yeah. It's like how Dota always tends to give you like a double damage in front of the Roche pit whenever you're winning. It's like Gaben sees that Secret is doing very well in this tournament, and he's like, you know what? Here's a regen, Nisha. Here's a fairies trinket.
I believe in you, little buddy.
Regeneration.
I mean, not that, you know, you shouldn't believe in them considering their standings right now. They've only dropped one game, and it's been Team Spirit. They're definitely playing aggressively in the dire jungle. You can feel that Spirit's not happy about this. They're going to force them back. They're still hanging around. Nisha's not willing to give up this area. Trying to force them over as they don't have the Weaver nearby. Mira running forward here, thinking perhaps, all right, you know, if anyone's out of position, I'll give him a toss back. Chrysalis just standing over on the side. I feel like it's like, not gonna fall for that one again, but Puppy in with the hook shot, immediately going to split Mira off from the rest of the team, and that's a very elegant pick off here in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where Secret is farming on the map, it's like they're invading this Spirit jungle. Yatoro's farming bot, but so is Resolution. And so basically, it's just like Rezo versus Yatoro, and then none of the rest of Spirit is farming. And Secret's getting like the few jungle camps in the jungle. But they are making the rotation now. They're looking for the easy pickoff on Yatoro. Oh,
Yeah,
and they think he goes to the triangle.
Oh, they see him. They see him. The ping. Oh, he is most likely very dead here. Open up with the Ancient Seal, the drag back. They don't even need the Solar Guardian. But you know, Rezo's like, I would like to use my ultimate, thank you. And there, oh my god, now he gets himself an Arcane Rune.
Yep, Gaben smileth upon you, Nisha. That is a nice rune. He's running towards top where Spirit is smoked to. They're trying to take back their jungle, which has been invaded by Secret for the last few minutes. Just giving them that gold lead.
They're smoked, though. They don't know that Mira and Maposhka are over here. It's aggressive posturing. Okay, they do see Crystallis. They have to be careful, though, because they've had problems in the past. Oh, no, the hook going in. It's just so in the way. As they go for the egg, they're going to try to just chop it down. They do manage to find a collapse, getting dragged back over on the backside here as he's getting drained by Crystallis. They have the X, but they have the silence on Toronto Tokyo. Now the zip forward coming out from Nisha. He's just dishing out the damage. Both will come in. It's not enough to save the Kunkka, though, as they do toss back over on Crystallis. They need something here. Mira taking all of that Mystic Flare to the face. It feels very bad. The silence over onto Yatoro. He already tried to use the time lapse, but at the end of the day, they end up losing 4 on the side of Team Spirit.
I feel like Zayat's got like 3 silences off in that fight, and they're all really impactful. Like finishing off on Yatoro there, and also he used it on Toronto Tokyo right in the middle of the fight so that he couldn't get the boat off, which would have possibly turned that whole engagement. Obviously his ults have been very impactful too. Nisha with the nice zips, he zips out with his Arcane Rune like just ending, and does like the cool guys don't look at explosions thing where he just leaves one auto attack that finishes off Toronto Tokyo. I think it was Toronto Tokyo in the tower, or maybe it was Collapse.
Puppy with a nice pick off over onto Collapse. Maposh was trying to use the Sunray to keep him alive, but he just cannot do enough when you have all 5 heroes on the side of Team Secret jumping on your offlaner.
This fight was nice. Nisha, like, sliver of mana left. Also, Crystallis with a sliver of HP left. These little, like, tank items that he's building along the way. The Fluffy Hat, the Ogre Axe. These items are keeping him alive. It just goes to show, like, what a slight net worth lead does for you in Dota. It requires, like, 1 extra nuke to kill you. And given the fact that you're ahead, like, the enemy team has less levels in their nukes or less mana, or they die too quickly, and then all of a sudden, like, they don't kill you in a fight.
Yeah, it's definitely these little just itemizations that can make such a huge difference, even though they're not big or flashy. I'm curious, though, how do they place? Because Team Spirit keeps wandering back into their jungle, because obviously they'd like to take it back. This is, of course, you know, the prime area, so that way they have a Roche point as well. But every time they wander in, they're just losing the fights. Like, insanity is the act of doing something over and over again and expecting a different outcome, and we're not seeing a different outcome.
Yeah, I mean, approaching it in a different way, I think, is the way to go. Oh man, they see his X. Oh, nice
nope.
try.
That's close.
Yeah, there was a Toronto Tokyo was doing some X mark shenanigans on the mid wave, and Puppy almost got him, but did not end up connecting on the hook.
Gonna try to get the jump again over on Toronto Tokyo, and they have it. In comes Rezo. Now you've got a lot of heroes in this top portion of the map for the side of Secret. There is Collapse and Mira up here, so perhaps they can close the gap on them. A little bit of that hop. Don't have the hook shot though over on Puppy just yet. So we'll just start to get themselves in position. Maybe go for a little bit of a D ward over here on the side. And Spirit continuing to try to find farm just by mirroring.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Anisha's even moving into the Spirit Triangle to yoink farm there. That's kind of been the name of this game, is like yoink farm from Team Spirit, and then anytime Spirit shows up to try to defend that farm, you kill them with Storm plus the Skywrath Mage. And it's going very well for Secret, especially because they have this Dawnbreaker who can play bot into Yatoro, and yeah, Yatoro's farming, but also so is Rezo down here.
Get the hook shot over on Mira. Just gonna push him back. Not looking to get overly aggressive. Just stay away from our creeps. This is our lane, this is our tire, the jungle. There's not much you can do about it right now. BKB completed now for the Razor. So he's catching up quite nicely. And the zip in over on the side. They see Toronto Tokyo, and looks like, no, from downtown, Puppy with the rocket flare.
It's a nice kill steal, because he gets XP for it. That gets him his Glimmer Cape too. It's a very nice Glimmer game. Lots of magic damage on the side of Team Spirit. Yataro's not really ready to chunk out that physical damage, and even he has a Maelstrom, so.
Oh, Mira, he's trying to do whatever he can to push out these waves. He's gonna get chased by Puppy and Crystallis. They have the vision, they have the slow, they've even got a hook shot if they want to use it. They don't even need to. This is zip in over, finding themselves Collapse. Things are just falling apart now here for Team Spirit, but they do have the Sunray, they do have the lasso. It's not going to be able to hold on for long enough as Collapse just getting chased away by Rezo. Does have that BKB, they'll turn back around. Yatoro looking to go back and potentially, as they have the X marks, the spot over onto Zayat, but the follow with the Mystic Flare, the heal coming in hot from Rezo. Oh, it's almost enough to keep him alive, but just not quite. As they'll go for the Starbreaker, won't quite connect him with Yatoro. Crystallis, though, he is just running around. He's getting out the damage. He's got the BKB, and it's making Yatoro double think on this particular hit. And this is going to be a dead Phoenix. That egg will pop.
Almost a very good fight from Spirit, the way that they were playing it. They baited out some BKBs early. Nisha had to like zip and TP because he was just a little low, and I think he had like a Weaver bug on him too. Oh, Mira. Oh man, that would have been sick if he finds a pick off there, if he takes Rezo down. But Rezo was a little bit too quick on clearing the camp.
Nisha's just been so active here with Zayat. You love to see this combination. They'll pop the Lincolns. The rest of Spirit, they need to get their hands on them though. They just can't seem to get there quite fast enough. Although when Mira's here with the Avalanche and the toss back, that will do quite nicely.
Yeah, Zayat is definitely super killable for this game. Like he's very important too. We've seen him involved in like a lot of the kills. He's got 15 kills and assists.
Oh, but the Avalanche? No. Mira is going to be the one who dies here. I thought the Avalanche might have connected, but nope.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like seeing Nisha this aggressive. This is what I like to see.
Yeah, this is exactly why they picked the Storm. And I think also this is why heroes like Batrider and Weaver are like popular in this meta, because Storm is not super popular and he's like the best assassin / jump hero in the game. So him being not in the meta like makes a lot of these other heroes much more viable, and that's exactly why they picked it this game, despite the hero not being very strong.
Now there is a BKB on Resolution, so they already go in. Uses that hammer. He's gonna have to pop the BKB to avoid the boat collapsing on him. But that is a BKB charge down. And that was the 8-second BKB.
I think Rezo's pretty okay with that. Like, he just wants to ult to fights anyway. He's got Egg Shard.
Polshka. Yeah, already Icarus dives away. He's like, nope. Rest the team. Side of Spirit. He's gonna try to run away here. So it's still smoked up. Not gonna be able to get their hands on them. Oh, never mind. I spoke a little too soon because Puppey finding the hook shot will be able to erase Maposhka from the map. They have vision over there? How did they? He just guess?
Yeah, he had some high ground vision. It's daytime, so he saw him, and also he warded he sentryed the high ground to make sure that he wasn't seen while he was like using the hook.
Right.
So yeah, just really nice play from Puppey there.
All right, well, 11K net worth lead at 21 minutes in. And right now, Rezo's top of the net worth, followed closely by Crystallis, 11K on both of these guys. When do we start to see Spirit be able to be active here? Because it feels like they're just constantly being responsive.
I think Blink on Collapse is going to be a time where they can be active because they can pull somebody out of the fight and it's not really a 5v5 at that point. Because they can't really take a 5v5. Killing Zayats first is definitely the best thing that they can do right now.
You see Crystallis over in the mid lane, so it looks like they're going to try to get the jump. But again, BKBs aplenty as they don't quite manage to land Starbreaker. But oh, Puppey over on the lines, pushing Mira back. You go for the X and the boat combo in here. Not going to be able to save him, though, for the time being, as they'll find another kill on Maposhka. No egg available. Collapse is next to die. Secret is just dismantling them as they end up losing Yathro. They're turning their attention to Toronto, Tokyo. This BKB is going to go down very soon, and the final click from Zayats will seal the face. That is a team wipe on Team Spirit.
How many times will Crystallis survive a fight at 10% HP? Good lord, this guy, I mean, I gotta say it again. If you had one less stat item, he doesn't survive there. I don't know if it matters in that particular fight. In the earlier ones, it did a lot. In that one, if he goes down, then yeah, it's like a light in the darkness. But I think Secret probably still wipes Spirit. Beautiful hook shot from Puppey, separating the fight, pushing Yatoro out. It was a big pain for him. Ends up getting him killed.
Okay, well, that is the mid tier 2 down now, and Secret is really just taking over this map. I have to hand it to Nisha. I love this aggression. He has been so active during this entire time.
That Cog was a 3-man Cog knockback, and then forcing Yatoro also to play in the river, which is horrible. A horrible place to be. That was cool from Puppey.
He saw the opportunity and he took it.
Yeah, that was dank.
Why, he's one of the best. And into the pit they go. I'd love to get this Aegis for Nisha. Spirit, they're just gonna have to push out these waves. They're not looking to get over there in any time soon, so this should be a free Roche. All right, there we go. There's the Aegis, and I've already seen Nisha be aggressive, taking some risks. I think he's going to be even riskier now.
Has a haste rune as well to boot. That's previous Storm. Maybe that's not the greatest thing at this point in the game, but the zip is not super powerful. So
they want Rezo. They're going to force out the BKB on him. They have a massive amount of TPs, all 5 heroes on the side of Team Spirit, making their way top. But look at this net worth going for Team Secret. 14, 13, 13, like just right sitting on top with all of this juicy net worth. The next closest, of course, is Yathro. He's got 12K, and then you've got Toronto Tokyo at 8.5.
Collapse has 6. Collapse is almost as little net worth as Puppey. That's oof. Yeah, I mean, he just hasn't had anywhere to farm. Like, this is what happens to offlaners when the map closes in like this. Secret has just done an amazing job at like we were talking about, yoinking the farm early. And the person that was standing there, like, watching the farm get yoinked was Collapse. That was his farm that was being stolen.
That's true. He does have a blink dagger now, but I think it's just so scary for him to jump in. Like, I think you really have to send Mira probably into his death, most likely, because he's got to blink in, get a toss, and try to separate. Because the second that this Bat Rider tries to jump in, he has no real defensive items other than the Force Staff, and I feel like they just cancel out that jump, so he's held in place and just dies, even if he gets a lasso off.
Yeah, it's been struggle city for him. I mean, at least he has the blink now to try to make it work. Collapse's positioning there was very nice, by the way. He knows that there's a ward on the right side of the base. Actually gets the D ward now, but positioned to the left while defending. If he got jumped in the base, the game is just over.
There's a beautiful hook shot from Puppey into 2, plus the cock just splitting the fight so beautifully. Now you get the Egg of the Sunray off on the back lines. It buys just a little bit more time, but they get the jump over onto Collapse, so he is just out of here. They'll follow up. They do get the kill on Puppey, but he already did a great job in splitting up the fight. Mira, though, seeing the opening over on the Razor, does get the toss back, but now he's got to be careful because he's going to end up dying for that. Buyback coming out for the Tiny Rezo, going in here with that Solar Guardian. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to get cut apart as Rezo's on the back line, trying to get the kill on Maposhka. He's already used the egg. He's pretty deep in this base. He's gonna have to regroup with the rest of the team as they ended up losing Puppey, but man, what a hook shot.
Once again, yeah. Hitting a really nice initiation. I think he got a double stun right to start there.
Oh, Mira. Dragged back here with that silence, with the clicks, with that final hit. The very hopeful Maposhka who's like, all right, I will Sunray, because that is all I can do. You are dead.
It's a dieback on him too, so Mira was closing in on that Force Staff, and not so much anymore. He's gonna end the game with a Blink Dagger, or the game's gonna end at like 50 minutes or later. So
I don't know. Puppey giving the poke over to Yatoro. Should be able to get the kill on the clockwork, but it's not looking good for Yatoro because he is very dead.
Secret's been doing a good.
Get out of control.
They've been doing great at like canceling the Lincolns on Yatoro and then finishing him off afterwards. Actually, Nisha picks up an Orchid, goes for like a very late Orchid to deal with the Lincolns. Really. Also, Collapse does not have a BKB. He's not even going for one, so Orchid will be great against him. But Poshka has no items, so he's not going to be able to deal with the Orchid. Toronto Tokyo has BKB. Weaver does not have any BKB, not just yet. He's about 1,500 gold off. So the Orchid for the next few minutes is going to be extremely strong.
I just feel like they're so far behind on items over on the side of Team Spirit that they need so much to be able to stand toe to toe and even not even break even on these fights, but like just be able to kind of walk away.
Yeah, that's exactly why Collapse is going for the Aghanim Scepter on Bat instead of something like more reasonable in a normal game, like a BKB. Yeah. He does go for the Ogre Axe, so if he decides that this is a little too Hail Mary, he can go for the BKB. He's not committed to the Ags just yet, but he wants the Ags because he knows that in order to win this game, they're going to have to do something like abnormal. Like he needs to lasso 2 people rather than just 1.
Yeah.
Lassoing 1 guy is not going to be enough. They're too far behind. They need something better than that. They need to get like Storm and Razor together in a single lasso or something in order to win.
Tall order. We'll send over the illusion of the Storm, try to get some information. Toro will clean that up. And look at the way that they're playing. They're like trying to kind of hide over in the corner so that way they don't get that much information. But top tower goes down. Got the Basher online now for resolution.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's looking like a hard game here for Spirit.
Boom! There it goes.
I'm trying to think of the play that they can make to come back. Oh boy,
Zip right
Mira.
past Mira. You can go down with Rezo for the spear. Solar Guardian. And the chase down on Maposhka. Yeah, they're just hemorrhaging these kills. Like, that's the thing. I feel like the way that Secret is playing this so well is that they're just constantly being aggressive. In fact, again, we see that over onto Yatoro. He does use his BKB, but he's got to use it really to run away. He can't stand toe-to-toe, not without the rest of his team up, not without having, you know, someone with the disables.
How did that cog knockback not work? I'm confused. Like, it looked like Yatoro,
Step lively now. Your admiral is
like he turned a bit or something, and I don't know. That was weird. That was weird. I like to see a replay of that fight to see how he got the BKB off. So I feel like Puppy was like chain stunning him there. He should have died. Very strange.
They're still hunting him too. Like, this is what I was saying, is that Secret is just not giving them a chance to breathe and try to come up with a new plan. Like, obviously these guys are incredible players. They are TI winners, so, you know, they think on their feet. But it almost feels like a breathless pace that's being set by the side of Secret.
Yeah, there's not much of an opening. Secret's got Lincoln Spheres, Sanjin Yasha's. Like, you'd think the lasso is probably the way back into the game, but against these items, it is just an ineffective ability. They're going to go for it anyway. Spirit, they're doing a Hail Mary. They're going to try to get something. Got good vision.
They do. They know that Rezo's over here. It could be the potential opening. So the drag back, even going so far as to hit up the egg right off the start. Just to make sure that they can't follow up as quickly and as easily as they'd like. But Crystals, he's diving in here. Does have the BKB, just chasing after Toronto Tokyo. And Toronto Tokyo, he's realizing, oh god, I gotta get out of here. I gotta BKB and get out. Because Mira's already dead. Follow up with Resolution. Nisha, he's got himself yet another double damage. So he is just trying to zip, but he's run out of mana. So a little bit of the drawback to the new Storm here.
All right, so Roche may respawn in 6 seconds. Let's see.
God.
Let's see how lucky they get, because Tiny is dead for 20.
A minute
2 minutes.
44.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So not a super early spawn, which is it's about the average spawn time.
Look at this. Nisha just sees this opening on Toronto Tokyo. Maposhka can't do anything. Just sunrays his dead little corpse.
Yep, they timed his BKB, and with the Skywrath, you get a stun on anybody. He full to zeros them. That's exactly what I was saying during the draft. Like, I love this hero because it means you can make plays with just 2 heroes, and they're good plays. You don't need 3. You always have enough damage. As long as you have a stun, Skywrath does enough damage to kill somebody.
Hunt in the bottom lane. They found themselves Yatoro. He's doing a little decent amount of damage. Got the BKB. Should be able to get the kill on Puppy, but this is looking a little bit scary now, as they do still have that. He grabbed the gem. Okay, I thought that they picked it up. Oh, the zip in though. He's not having that gem for much longer.
blown away.
They're gonna go in on more here. You do have Collapse and Mira standing nearby. No
Crystal's
buyback
sprinting over.
down here.
Yep.
Tis mine.
Collapse is closing in on the Aghanim Scepter. He could cancel
Still got a ways
Anisha's
to go,
Lincolns.
though.
Anisha's TPing. Oh, they don't see it. Just
don't see it.
barely.
Another zip. We talked about that aggression. The Solar Guardian coming in from Rezo, and that's another kill. You just can't show up on this map. The second you show up, all of a sudden Nisha's there, and then you usually have a follow-up with Resolution. This hit squad is terrifying.
Yeah, this is feeling like old patch Storm, and you know he's got items now, so decent regen. Still using the Fairy's Trinket, but like this is how the entire previous patch felt: as you show anywhere and Storm just zips you.
True.
It's so hard to play against this in the late game.
Got the fortification up. Crystal's just wailing away on the tower. Got a satanic on Crystallis. I don't know. I don't know how you get them off of your base, especially not with Toronto Tokyo down. Like, he is pretty necessary. And yes, you have the lasso up, but again, every time that Collapse tries to go in for this, I feel like he just gets blown up. They have some sort of solution.
Yeah, at this point, he's waiting for the Ags. I mean, he's 1,000 off or 800 off, so this is when, like, yeah. I mean, it does feel like they probably want to fight this. I don't think you give away an Aegis because you know the next siege is going to be just your entire base melting.
Can they get over there fast enough? That was the question, because they are smoked. They are getting there, but it's about half health here. I don't know. It's going to be very close.
Anisha's got an arcane rune.
Got the spider legs. Gonna be able to blink forward. The silence immediately coming out though. So they're gonna use the Mystic Flare. Mira is the first one dead. The buyback now coming out from Tiny. The zips going back and forth here from Nisha. They want to probably finish up this Roche. And they know that's going to be a little bit of time before the Tiny can get here. Toronto Tokyo throwing out the Torrent. They're just flirting back and forth, dancing, trying to figure out how do we get them out of this pit? How do we make them fight for this? But it's just going down too quickly. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do the zip forward here. Coming out again, they have the BKB, and they're going to jump over onto Crystals. They're going in pretty deep here. Yatoro trying to fight a way through the egg. It does manage to go off with the Sunray, and it's doing a decent amount. Resolution that will get the Aegis. They'll get the kill on Mirazai. It's next to fall. Toronto Tokyo, he's silenced up, but they'll finally get the kill over onto Crystallis. And they'll find Toronto Tokyo. Chase after Puppy. He's still invisible. They don't quite have the damage support from me out from Nisha yet again. He's got his eyes on Collapse. Look at the kill. Turn around over onto Popochka. He's silenced. Resolution's got himself a double kill, and he's still chasing after Yatoro. They've got another one of these hits coming out from the Skywrath. They're going to continue to chase. They don't quite have that vision, though, so it looks like Yatoro probably going to survive this. So the hammer, they're still chasing. They're hoping that they can get their hands on him, but they're not going to be lucky enough.
That was a little close for comfort for Secret. Like Spirit, Chrysalis has no buyback. He bought out. So if he died and a couple of other heroes died and, you know, Spirit ran down mid, there's potential there. But I like that Resolution grabs the Aegis in the middle of the fight. He prioritizes that because if he dies without buyback and so does Crystallis, it's just, it looks really rough. And so they prioritize getting that on him. He had no buyback. I don't even know if he had buyback. Maybe he just grabs it because you're in the middle of a fight. You like may as well take the Roche if you can get it. Even though like obviously you'd kind of like to give it to Nisha. Storm Spirit, best Aegis carrier in the entire game. But yeah, the problem for Spirit is that they killed Crystallis, but there are 3 cores on Secret that are basically carries. Even Zayats feels a bit like a carry, even though he's the lowest net worth. He's doing a lot of damage and a lot of work in these fights.
Zip forward over onto Toronto Tokyo. He's got the BKB. The follow-up, though, from Resolution is going to start them. Oh, but the hook shot coming in from Puppy. He wants this kill on Toronto Tokyo. He is so deep into this fight. The zip forward coming out from Nisha. He wants this kill. They pop the Lincoln, so they managed to go and get the last off over onto Nisha. He's gone too far. He's dead. Those tips coming out. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the hook Puppy was looking for. I think he went deeper than anticipated. And it was a good hook, like, regardless, in terms of the amount of heroes that he hit, but into the tier 4s, and Nisha kind of gets baited. Puppy has to back off. He's got the Weaver bugs, almost gets 2-shot by Yatoro, and he was just focusing the bugs and pinging for people to kill the bugs with him. And so during that, Nisha gets himself killed. Collapse does have the Ags now in Batrider, so he can grab 2 people with the lasso. Which
that's
is big. Yeah, that's a way back into the game if he can get 2 important heroes. And I feel like all of the secret heroes, maybe barring Puppy, are really solid to get in the lasso. But even if you get Puppy plus 1 of the other heroes, like if it's a core especially, it'll be good. I think Spirit can win the fight, even with this deficit.
I feel Puppy is doing such a great job in terms of splitting these fights. Like every time that they get into a 5v5, the way that he manages to hookshot in with the cogs always separates at least 1, if not 2 heroes. So you've got 2 fights going on and it's super disorganized, not the way that, you know, Spirit wants to be playing these fights.
I was going to say after that fight, Puppy wants a Ghost Scepter because you're right. He is splitting the fights incredibly well, but he's dying in the process or getting low enough that he has to ping his team to like hit his bugs, and then his Storm Spirit, who goes in too deep, dies. And the Ghost Scepter will like he can go in and then get himself out. A lot of people go for the jetpack as well, so they can do that. But he prioritized going for the Lotus Orb instead, which it's a great Lotus game, so I can understand why. But he is going for that Ghost Scepter next. He almost has it.
27k net worth lead. We still have the Aegis on Resolution for another minute or so. But Team Spirit, they continue to hold, especially after that little dive that came out from Nisha. They've got to be feeling very good now.
Yeah. I don't know about very good, but...
I mean, it's a morale booster, right? You know,
They're
like, oh, look at
okay.
this guy. He's diving, he's down, kill him. And then, you know, you get this opening because Nisha has been an absolute terror this game. He has been involved in how many kills?
I think already Tundra being 0-2 and them taking a game off of Secret, they're probably feeling decent about this. Like going 1-1 in this series is okay. Like obviously they're still gonna try to win. That's a given. But yeah, they're not feeling too bad. They're not feeling too like insanely pressured.
Sure, they would still like to win.
In this game, they are.
In this
we are
game, they are.
gamers. We always want to win. But they did say that, you know, the power of friendship is a big deal for Leon. See how fast Maposhka's just like, nope, 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 nope. Don't want to get that hook shot. Yatro. Got the Scotty online. A couple clicks. Does have flicker too. I do like that pickup. No. Gives the ninja gear to collapse. That is such a good item for him.
And the Timeless Relic too. He's holding both of these items because the Timeless Relic for the double lasso is really important. It's like that is going to be a 5-second lasso on 2 units. That's huge. Refresher would be great on collapse too at a point, but he's going for the Eon Disc instead, so that way he can survive the initiation of Nisha. And there's a lot of items that would be ideal on collapse, but unfortunately he does not have the farm.
And it's just been a hard game for him.
And they see Puppy. They see that he rocketed from the high ground there, so they don't know who is in the area, but they know the Puppy was there.
There's no way they go in on that, right? Not with no vision on the map and not being able to see anyone else.
If somebody walks on the ward, for sure, but they're gonna camp the ward and wait to see if somebody comes into there. They're not gonna move out of this ward vision. There's no point. Like, they're already not farming at all. You don't need to venture out. Like, they've accepted that this is their game plan.
And to edge sword gets found. Got an orchid now on Dawnbreaker. Good grief.
Yeah, full Bloodthorn, actually. He converted the Mage Slayer into Bloodthorn.
Oh, I like that. It's a very smart move.
Extra damage. Gives him crit on his Starbreaker. And a Lincoln's Cancel, too.
This feels like Secret's taking their time. They're playing up around the Roche Pit. They want to grab that. Should be up in about another minute or so. And Team Spirit just staying very tightly knit here, trying to find whatever farm they can and just continuing to dodge because they don't have a lot of vision up. They have this one ward over on the eye spot in the top area, but otherwise, they don't really know where people are until they show up in the lane. And they're doing a great job of playing off the map for the most part.
Yeah, at this point, I'm losing it. Spirit is relegated to just chilling in their base, like pushing out the waves. It's unfortunate. You don't want to be in this situation in Dota, but sometimes you're just forced to be in it because of the early mistakes that you make.
Well, now they're going to try to venture out. They've got Collapse front and forwards. He does have the double lasso. So anyone who shows up on this creep wave is going to have to deal with that.
They're going for a long wraparound.
I think they kind of have to, right? Like, they've got to take them by surprise.
They might find somebody here. This is a good wraparound.
The Puppy, look at the immediate jump from Collapse, but there's going to be the follow-up from Nisha. He's going to find many heroes here, though, which I'm not sure he was expecting, as they do get the silence off over onto Maposhka. They want to make sure that they can't get the egg off. They can't. Yeah, they can't. There's a nice hook shot coming in from Puppy as they'll start to drain away over onto Collapse. He's got to teleport out. He can't stand here and go toe-to-toe with them. Over on the side, Toronto Tokyo popping the BKB ensures that he's going to be able to run away. Flicker gets used by Yatro. Mira standing nearby. If necessary, he can try to slow them down. He does use the avalanche, and the rest of Spirit, they just hightail it out of there. They killed themselves, one person on the side of Secret. They fought back, but they ended up losing their bird, and that's a very big part of their team fight.
Resolution got very unlucky there, by the way. Toronto Tokyo BKB TP'd, and Resolution got, I think, 3 Starbreaker hits on him with the basher and did not bash. It happens. Puppy did buyback, though, so it's a win condition. Unfortunately, it is the most worthless hero on Secret. But it is still a win condition where Puppy will be dead for like 100 seconds if he dies again.
I mean, he's earning his keep this game for sure, the way that he's been playing.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's like a 5 position, right? So it's like killing a Clockwork
not
is
as
not
valuable as like getting Nisha or
no.
Exactly.
Like if you kill Nisha and he has no buyback, the game actually can just end. But with Puppy, with Puppy
It's
being
okay.
dead, I still think Secret can 4v5 with the lead that they have. It's like, yeah, like just, you know, the math is easy. Puppy has 10k net worth. If he dies, Secret still has a 24k net worth lead, right?
You can see the line being drawn. They got to get over there, and they got to get over there fast. No, this Roche is going down too quickly. They're not going to be able to do it.
No. Yeah, they're chilling in their base mode. They've been that way for a while. They understand the situation that they're in.
We end up.
Collapse.
Okay, interesting. They give it to Crystallis. The Aegis, the cheese is going to go over to Storm and the Refresher. I guess Nisha's been playing such a good job here that he's feeling pretty invincible.
He's got buyback as well on Nisha, so that's like effectively an Aegis, and Crystallis also is going to be the Sieger in the next fight. So it means he can sit there and siege, and if he gets lassoed in, it's like, who cares? You know, nobody cares. He's gonna have
coming
the
right
Aegis.
back up again. Getting closer and closer to that 50-minute mark. I have to say, Team Spirit doing a good job of turtling. It's a 40k net worth of lead. Oh, they get the courier, though, and that had a sacred relic on it. We were just going to head towards that rapier territory, and
yeah,
it's gonna be 3.5 minutes of not being able to get that portion of it.
Well, to be fair, it's going to take probably more than 3.5 minutes to farm the Demon Edge anyway, so...
Yeah.
At the time that he gets the Demon Edge, at least he'll be able to get the courier back fairly soon after. Secret, they're like savoring this one, it feels like. Not willing to go high ground, really respecting the defense of Team Spirit. I think probably the lasso is the big thing that they're afraid of. The potential to get lassoed into the deep tier 4s, or hell, maybe even the fountain.
I mean, they were having a very solid game until that one little overzealous moment where Puppy hookshotted pretty far into the base, and then Nisha dove on a little bit further and ended up dying. So perhaps that's why they're feeling a little bit more shy about this. They're smoked up, though. They're looking to see if they can get a jump on Yatro, but Yatro already just hightailing it out of that area, and he's pushed the creep wave out pretty far. Double damage rune is available. They ping it out. They're just effectively turtling. So a little bit boring right now for our viewers, but it is raising the stakes monumentally as the time goes on. There is a find here as they find Maposhka, and they'll grab themselves up. Is there a gem there? Yeah, there's a gem over on the ground. Collapse, though, he goes for it. Oh, geez, all right. He needs to be careful now because there is quite a few people jumping their way over to try to punish him for it, but looks like he's going to be able to walk away. He was silenced during that, too, so it wasn't even like he was going to be able to get that lasso off. And Crystallis just starts wailing away. Does have that double damage. The fortification's going to come out from the side of Team Spirit.
And no Ags on the Razor, so at least the Eye of the Storm's not hitting the tower, but still he does a good amount of damage.
I'd say so, yeah.
With the DD attack speed talent as well.
Okay, Lotus toss back though coming out from Mir. Resolution finding this opening though, closing gap over onto Mir, gets that kill. And there's gonna be the double lasso that we talked about. It's Puppy and it's Crystallis, and they're both getting dragged back all the way to the fountain. Puppy will die. That is the Aegis. That is gonna be being used now, coming out from Crystallis. He'll pop the Lotus. Turn his attention back to the building. Throw out a little bit of a cheeky torrent. But Crystallis doesn't seem like he wants to leave. He's just going to continue to hit on the base. Onto Tokyo. X marks the spot, but they've already lost that Rax. And they'll go and use the refresher shard, or hand it over at least to Crystallis, so that way he can get all of his stuff back up and running again the next time he wants to use it.
Probably safer at this point to wait for Puppy to respawn rather than going up high ground. Also, Nisha, half mana. I don't think he wants to just use the cheese willy-nilly on this new version of Storm. Getting a full mana pool from that cheese feels extremely good. So yeah, they're gonna wait.
Nisha with the completed sheep stick. Like, everybody's just getting loaded at this point. 50 minutes into the game, we've got the overwhelming blink on resolution.
Nisha picks up a haste. He's happy about that because it means the fact that he has no boots feels a little less pathetic as the rapier comes out from Yatoro. So this is Hail Mary territory. This is what they've been waiting for the entire game. Moxie, they have the one Geminated attack talent too on Weaver. Like, this is one of the best rapier carriers in the entire game.
Smoke on smoke action. Throw. Reveal it over here. The jump forward immediately from Collapse. Gets off that double lasso, and it will end up proc, but they get the kill on Nisha. He's down for 90-something seconds. They'll follow up on Zayat. They're going to chase after Resolution. They got the Sunray. They got the egg off the zip forward here. Crystallis, he goes, he refreshes, turns back around. Is going to try to take as much as he can from Toronto Tokyo as Puppy goes onto the back lines, finds himself Maposhka. Does still have that force staff available. Now Yotoro turns back around, gets a couple of these clicks off. Look at the damage being happened here, but it's going to have to go use the time lapse. Try to run away. They have the vision, the follow-up. This is bad. They can't afford to lose this rapier, and he's going to end up dying. He drops it over on the ground. Crystallis picks it back up. They'll turn their attention. Mira's just getting chunked away. The Sunray doing a decent amount here, but not nearly enough as they're going to end up losing Mira. They end up losing Maposhka. The buyback on Mira as Collapse is so low here. Look at this. He's got to teleport out immediately and rejoin with the team. That is a rapier gone and picked up now for Crystallis. This is looking like the end of the game soon.
It looks like it. And Crystallis, or sorry, Yatoro queues up another one. So he's like, okay, we'll go round two.
Never give up.
Yeah. To be fair, like I think a Razor with a rapier is less sick than a Weaver with a rapier. I mean, it's still really good. Don't get me wrong. You've tons of minus armor. You're attacking very quickly. Man, if only Team Spirit knew that Nisha didn't have buyback. Like, I wonder if that would make them play that fight a little bit differently, where they realized that they actually had a real opening in the game to win. That double lasso was perfect. It was on.
Well, they got another one. They're gonna have 4 lassos technically because they're got the lasso off cooldown, and they've got a refresher now over on Collapse. So if these guys get a little too cheeky, if they get a little too bloodthirsty, they can definitely drag them very far back. Look at Collapse finding the opening, dragging over onto Crystallis. Nisha zipping forward. That's a dead Collapse. There is no buyback over on this bat right. Turning their attention over to Mira. They get the kill. Now Toronto Tokyo. He's used his BKB. He's going back to the base. He's gonna say GG. As this is a split series as expected. Coming out for Team Spirit versus Team Secret.
Well, that was the longest game that Secret has played in this tournament, at least. So Spirit, they tried their best. Secret just flawless. They took a really long time to go high ground because their heroes are just not particularly good at sieging, and they were really respecting the Batrider lasso, which we can see exactly why they were respecting it near the end there. Really waiting for those lotuses to come out. But man, what a beautiful performance from Secret. I feel like after game 1, a lot of people were thinking like, oh man, Spirit is in absolute peak form, which probably is the case, but this Secret is something to behold.
It is terrifying when they get that momentum going, when they have the right heroes. Like, it just looks so incredibly good. So as expected, they recovered very nicely from game number 1, where I felt like, Spirit, they really just put the moves on him. But this time around, it was a little slow, it was a little methodical coming out from the side of Secret, because, I felt like they could have potentially kind of closed out the game a little bit earlier, but they did have a couple overzealous moments. But yeah, they look great. I mean, everybody's getting into form before TI, before the major. And I think this is a team that you've got to be very worried about. I love seeing the camaraderie between these two guys here.
The bubbies. They're the bubbies. Yeah, they're the bubbies. And there was some rumors that maybe Rezo would be joining this team. That some rumors that I saw, but of course, I think they're pretty unsubstantiated. I don't know if they are or not, but that would be, with how they're performing, it would be very interesting coming into the TI qualifiers, which I think is that's definitely the only way that Secret can qualify for TI, right? Because they didn't get the major, so they have to win those qualifiers. And if they look like this, Enigma's in those as well, like the TI qualifiers could look insane.
Bloodthirsty. Yeah. Oh my god, it's gonna be great.
Yeah. even the what the hell is it called? The Last Chance tournament could be really interesting with some of these Western European teams, Chinese teams, Eastern European teams in there. It could be super interesting.
Getting very excited for just the continuation of international Dota. It's always the, I think, some of the favorite time of the year for a lot of people. It's being able to see these different regions match up against each other. And yeah, you can see here from the scoreboard, they put up one hell of a fight. But at the end of the day, Team Secret just, look at these scores here. My goodness. I think it really hurt too, losing that rapier towards the end. But of course, sometimes that's how it happens, you know? You try to go for that final play, try to get that last little bit of extra damage boost, and you make the play, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, they tried. I mean, it was a cool call. Like, hey guys, we have Weaver. Just stall. Like, I'll get items, I'll get a rapier, and maybe we can win. And they had an opening. Batrider also lets you do that. But, you know, Secret, it's like the reason I think we're talking about Spirit so much is because they were the ones that like had to make plays. So we were like spending a lot of time watching them. But Secret early on to like set themselves up to be in the position to win. I think a lot of the game was, a lot of the team fights were won by Puppy and his cog positioning and his initiations. Nisha and his jumps across the map and how aggressive he was. Resolution, you know, I think this is one of those games where like he was ulting in. You know, he's doing his job on Dawnbreaker, not one of his like 10, 3, and 15. So it's insane that I'm saying this. This is just a testament to how well he's performing in this tournament. But there were other games that were more impressive from him. He very much did his job on Dawnbreaker, but it was really like the Nisha and Puppy show, this one.
And that is the MVP is going to be Nisha. He is listed incorrectly on that scoreboard. He was playing
and
the
here. Yeah,
yep, this is not correct, unfortunately.
The other lightning guy. He is the other lightning guy. There were two lightning guys.
They did have that
game.
theme, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, beautiful stuff from Nisha, playing a hero that is hot dog water and making it look great. So there's gonna be a lot of people in pubs fairly soon thinking, ooh, juicy, Storm is back, and they go for a zip. A very small zip, then realize they're completely out of mana. It takes a lot of patience to play this hero right now, but by God, Nisha had it. He had it, and all the runes as well. Gaben smiled upon him in this game.
Oh my God, yeah, he got multiple regeneration runes. He got a bunch of the arcanes. A couple times we did see the double damage. I think that ended up going to Crystallis, though. Usually he's the better carrier for it. But yeah, just definitely a very impressive play coming out from Team Secret. And, you know, Team Spirit, nothing to, you know, sneeze about. Definitely a very powerful team. They held on for God knows how long. Because honestly, the advantage going over to the side of Secret was pretty large for a substantial amount of time. And they did manage to turtle and find the farm enough to get a rapier even, despite all the odds. So hats off to them too.
Moxie, would you be surprised if I told you Razor is the third most contested hero of this tournament and has an 87.5% win rate?
87.5?
87.5. This hero has an almost 90% win rate with, I mean, only 8 games played because it is very contested. But still, I feel like every time we've seen a Razor, it has won or looked good while losing.
I think it's time for a Razor nerf. Time for a hot fix, please, Ice Frog. Because that just seems too good. Way too good. No. That should not happen.
I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna.
Can we get a micro patch before the major? Do you think?
Maybe a micro
little adjustment.
One. Not like a macro one. We'll maybe get a micro one before the major.
What would you do to adjust for him?
Razor?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Geez, I've been grinding MMR with this hero, so I'm a bad person to ask. I actually don't want it to get nerfed. Mm-hmm. I feel like the ult does a lot of damage, you know? Maybe nerf the damage on the ult, and that would make his like farming slow down quite a bit, but it's also a little boring to play him. Maybe just nerf the nuke. Maybe that's it. It's like leave the damage. It's cool that it does a lot of damage, but make it like a longer cooldown. If you make it a longer cooldown, then it's still just as good for fighting, which I think is cool and fun to use, but it's less good for spamming it in the lane because like Weaver is clearly constantly the pick for these teams against Razor, and it's just it's not really working. You just nuke and then nuke and then nuke, and then the guy's at 20% HP, and he's like, well, what do I do? Like, he even bought a Ring of Health in this game on Yatoro to try to regen through the Razor nukes, and it did nothing. Like, it was not enough. He just does too much damage. Let's see, what is the cooldown on it? It is 10 second cooldown. You're doing like 350 damage every 10 seconds. Who's gonna survive against that? It's in an AoE too, so it pushes the wave. So you can push the wave and then pull. You can hit both heroes with it. So you're effectively doing like 1,000 damage. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Oh, here's the groups, by the way.
All right, what did we end up here? So Team Secret, they only dropped that one game here to Spirit, so they're sitting real pretty. And then the next closest up here, looks like OG has won their top seed here for 6-2. Tied up with PSG LGD on Group B. Yeah. So the two teams that were eliminated now are Deboosters and Team Liquid. They're still going home with quite a bit of money.
Wait,
and
is this it?
What?
Is this group stage is over?
Yes.
Were we the last?
I don't. Is the other game still going? Oh no, I guess we're the last. Yeah, this is it. This is done. It is over.
Wow. Okay, so the groups are final. These are the final groups. Team Secret are the winners. So if Spirit had won that, there would be tiebreakers, but they did not.
Okay.
So, okay. All right.
And hats off to Team Secret. They're looking hot right now.
Tundra's out, TSM's out, Liquid's out, the Boosters are out, and Secret and OG are both guaranteed $425,000 from this tournament. That is insane. At least $425,000. Wild.
Quite the prize pool here for sure. But yeah, that is our final standings that we have for the groups. So I don't know if any of that seems a little surprising to you, Jenkins, or...
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you what surprises me. I mean, Secret doing extremely well. I think that's a surprise to everybody. LGD doing well, not a surprise. RNG doing well, not a surprise. Nigma doing well. Pleasant surprise, I would say. It's like that's like a 50-50 where I think there's a lot of fans that are like, oh yeah, these guys are amazing. But I've seen so many Div 2 teams like crush through Div 2, get to Div 1, and they get to Div 1 and they're just not the same caliber of team. But Nigma on LAN is just absolutely insane. TSM, unfortunate. I think people maybe expected that because of the DPC performance, but there was also the question of like, do they just not really care about DPC and they're using it to try stuff for TI because they're already qualified? I think probably the answer is no, and they're just having like a shaky period. But yeah, Secret is like the big surprise, I would say, of the tournament. And but what a pleasant surprise! Great to have Resolution back playing Pro Dota.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're gonna keep him around or if he's just, you know, testing out the waters, because I feel like there's a possibility of, you know, he's showing up again to Dota. People are going to want him. He's going to be a hot commodity, especially the way he's been playing.
That's exactly what I was thinking, is that if Secret doesn't get him, somebody else will get him.
Well, we have had a great time here over on the B stream for the Riyadh Masters by Gamers8, but that's it at this point. It's all going to be over on this A stream from now on because they're moving off of the groups. We're moving on to playoffs. So thank you so much, Jenkins, for being my co-caster on this entire ride. Shout out to Nomad. I know that he was covering the earlier games during the day. Had a great time bringing you all of these games, and hope that you will continue to watch and enjoy this international Dota we've got going on.